Evening, everybody. This is going to be interesting. I'll maybe say right off the bat, um, I'm probably going to be a little bit more talky than usual. But let's see if this thing is running first, and then I'm going to explain what's going on. Because I think some of you are going to have some questions seeing me play Cyberpunk, which I never said I disliked, but I had expressed a certain degree of skepticism of before. But I had actually also said the conditions under which I would play Cyberpunk on stream. And so I owe some of you an explanation. And we are going to be talking about some of the issues that I have sort of surrounding the game, not in a, I don't want to be unfair, but I think it is probably good that we, you know, align these two threads together, so that we can enjoy the game and give it a fair shake. I also need to see how well this is going to stream because, of course, I've been doing a lot of, independent style games. I'm noticing, for instance, that my FPS went down to 27. But let's enjoy the opening cinematic.
10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
All right. So, I mean, this game doesn't really require any introduction. But let me start off by saying, first of all, I want to double check. There is copyrighted music inside the game. Obviously, I'm going to turn this off if I play it on my own. But generally, my rule tends to be, if I do something for promotional purposes, I want to make sure that I do it on broadcast and I do it well. I want to make sure that it's kind of given the full run, and that's generally because sort of the first impressions are always nice to capture on a broadcast. I did spend a little bit of time playing this to just make sure that everything was where it should be. I was actually surprised. So the game defaulted to Ray Tracing Ultra. I actually think it also put screen space up to Psycho level. And I was originally going to do quality-based DLSS. So here's the one thing I will say for you if you happen to have one of these NVIDIA cards. If you do not use DLSS, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot. This is a really cool little technology that NVIDIA has put out where basically it uses sort of a machine... Everything, you always hear machine learning, but this is actually a really neat idea that they've done where they will sort of downscale an image. And then there is sort of a machine learning model that they've trained to basically upscale this lower resolution texture. And I mean, what they've done, apparently we're now into DLSS 2.0. It's pretty good. And what it does is basically it lowers the demand on your computer. But the visual fidelity is still there for you. So if you're really concerned about looks, I'd recommend quality. I'm going to do auto to see where it goes, just because I think that'll be good for the stream. So this, to my view, if you've got an NVIDIA card, I don't believe there is I think the dynamic fidelity is the AMD version of it, but I've got an NVIDIA card, so I don't know the alternative. But yeah, if you have an RTX card and you are not using this, you are missing out on something that will really help you get the most out of the game. I'd be honest with you, I actually think this is probably too high, but we'll see where it's going. Hey, Valen, kind of want to see the bugs you run into. May my card not explode. All right. So again, I did play a little bit before, and I was maybe surprised by the number of bugs that I ran into, but I think that is reasonably well known now. So I'm already 4 minutes in, and I do want to get sort of the disclosures and disclaimers out. So here's how I'm going to do this. Actually, tell you what. this is going to require a little bit of setup, so I'm actually going to switch to just chatting for a little bit. Because I think the best way I can explain this to all of you is a story. I'm going to tell a story about myself, and then I'm going to tell you... Some of you are going to know where this story goes. And then we'll come into play Cyberpunk. So for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I'm sorry, you're going to have to hear quite a bit from me at the start. It's definitely not going to be 10 minutes. But here's the thing. Some of you who've been watching for a long time have heard me express very strong opinions about the cyberpunk genre. And you've specifically heard me say, express something of some rather deep skepticism on Cyberpunk. And so, this is the point where I think a lot of you will very reasonably say, what the hell are you doing? Like, did you just do this so that you can jump in and play it like everyone else? I was actually kind of pissed off when I opened up Steam and I basically saw like over 100 reviews with 0.1 hours in the game already saying, oh, I already know I'm going to like it. And I'm like, these are the same people who like rip into journalists, it's like, you didn't do the whole game, so you can't review it. So, whatever. But yeah, so I'm going to tell you a story. When I was little, I grew up in a reasonably sized town, but for a small period of time, we moved to a really small town in the province that I grew up in, BC. And I liked pets. Like, I only ever really had fish, but I really, really wanted a bird. And there's this thing that parents always do, right? When a kid wants a pet, you're going to be like, do they really want the pet? Are they going to commit to having the pet? And so on and so forth. So, but I was really insistent about the bird. So they said, okay, if you catch a bird, then you can have it as a pet. So the contract has been made. And obviously, I'm going to go and terrorize every last bird that, lands in the backyard or anything like that. And surprisingly, a small child finds it very difficult to be able to catch a bird. These things can fly. But I am determined. So yeah, Night Valian's already guessed where this is going. You better believe that I chased one of these things down, and I caught it. It was live. The thing was fine. It was scared out of its mind. And effectively what I did is I kind of wound up trapping it in this area. And I just come sprinting into the house like, Mom, Dad, I got a bird. And they both, like, I'm assuming they're both looking at each other wondering, like, oh my God, what horror show are we about to see, in the backyard here? But no, there's just this terrified bird. First victim mate, age 5, son tries to trap a bear. But yeah, no, like, so they see it. They explain to me that, this is nature. This bird is, it's on its own. I can't, like, this is not it would not be right for me to take that specific bird, but they did say that if I caught a bird, I could have one. So we went to the pet store the next day and we got a budgie. I had a couple budgies, but unfortunately one of them died. Okay, so actually, for all the worry that my parents had about taking care of the bird, it was actually them who put the budgie in a room which was really drafty, and the thing basically got, I guess, can birds get pneumonia? Anyways, it got sick because it was put in a very drafty room and ultimately died. So shame on them. But yeah, so this planted a seed in young systemchalk. So this game requires no introduction, right? Everybody has an opinion on Cyberpunk. I think a lot of people are tired of hearing about Cyberpunk. I know I was after a while. But what I think is interesting is or where this became interesting for me was some people asked, will you do Cyberpunk? I would be interested in hearing your opinions on Cyberpunk when it comes out. And obviously, this is people asking about Cyberpunk, the game they have in their head based on the marketing material. We couldn't have known what the game would be like until it got released. But I said, this is just shortly after Paradox basically starts ghosting me. And like, okay, well, I just got, I think I'd said that my, I had a lot on my plate and whatnot. Hello, Angry Cat. By the way, the account's chatting you up about the release is my... I definitely know it's you, Angry Cat. I think you've identified yourself a couple of times in chat as well, but it's a pleasure chatting with you about that. Although I'm sorry that you were a bit disappointed. But yeah, suffice to say, some of you may not remember this, but people had asked, would you do Cyberpunk? I'd really like to hear your opinions on that. And I do take that stuff quite seriously. I do like it when people give sort of recommendations or say what they're interested in. And so I remember what I specifically said. I said, well, if I got a promotional key for the game, I could see myself streaming Cyberpunk. Now, I'm thinking, Mr. I stream Paradox games for something like 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years, and then they won't even, people who used to respond to my emails won't respond to emails. Clearly, I'm not going to get a promo key for the most hyped game ever. But GOG very kindly gave me a promotional key. And so I have learned the same lesson that my parents learned, which is to, be very careful about what kind of promises you make. But I am actually quite grateful. This similar thing happened with Baldur's Gate 3, which of course we will be returning to. And if I'm given an opportunity to broadcast something, one, it has to be a good fit. But, the fact that people said that they were interested, and more importantly, because I'd actually said, thinking that I would never be called to actually deliver, because I said I would do it, I now need to say a deal's a deal. But suffice to say, I'm interested in seeing where we can go with this because, we'll talk about the reaction to the game and we'll talk about sort of the hype building up to it and whatnot. But there are going to be a few things that I need to talk about as well. So first of all, GOG gave me a key. Thank you to them. There's a few things that they would like me to highlight, and I should actually say too. So if you would like, 3, highlight that playing CP 2077 with GOG Galaxy is beautiful, it's neat, it's classy, and it ties all platforms together like the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. No, I'm not going to read the copy completely, but yeah. So they would really like you to use GOG Galaxy. Clearly, if you buy on GOG Galaxy, that is one that's run by CD Projekt Red. But what I've noticed is that they're actually quite interested in you using GOG Galaxy, even if you've bought the game on other platforms. They still have actually given you a reason to use GOG Galaxy on its own, which is to link a GOG Galaxy account to the game. It is free to make one of those. I already had one before. And essentially, you will get a bunch of rewards for linking your account to GOG Galaxy. The Wolf School Jacket, Galaxy T-shirt. It's a GOG Galaxy logo. There's a kind of two of them. The shirt and the jacket have the Witcher logo on it. Black Unicorn. There's a katana, and then there is a troll plushie. So basically, it's kind of a bunch of Witcher and GOG branded items. Now, again, let me be clear. This is stuff they would like me to say as part of promoting the game, and that's totally fine. But I also want to be clear. This is up to you to decide if you want to do it. Effectively, GOG is giving you some extra bonuses within the game to link it to your GOG Galaxy account. If you're already playing it on GOG Galaxy, you're already linked. But the nice thing about this is that if you do want those bonuses, you can use GOG Galaxy. You can link your Steam or your Epic account to GOG Galaxy, and you should still be able to pick up those items. So it makes you sound like your parents had signed a pentagram and perished. Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry, Angry Cat. There was a whole story before that. Now, one of the reasons why I also wanted to spend some time in just chatting, because I know we're at the 14-minute mark, is that here's one of the reasons why I was skeptical about the game, and this is something I want to address because it's a a bit of a line that you kind of need to walk. I was given a key for the game from GOG, and so it'd be, in my opinion, kind of crappy to go in, accept a key with the intention of, slamming some of the things going on around the game. But on the other hand, I also don't think that getting a key sort of, I don't think a key like buys your opinions on everything. So I should also talk a little bit about some of the things we've talked about before, and one of the reasons why I was a little uncomfortable with Cyberpunk 2077. Most importantly, I want to make sure that I actually say this and people know where I stand on this. I am not at all comfortable with the way that the development team on this game was treated. And I say this as somebody who is in a workplace right now that is actually very comfortable sort of giving a task and then like adding something extra and adding something extra. And it's like, they don't ask you to work on the weekend, but you better do the thing on the weekend because it's due on Monday morning and there's no other way that you're going to be able to get the task done. Hey, an enemy. Sorry, is it an enemy? Morvier 123. I'm sorry about the mispronunciation of the name. So like I'm in a workplace that's like this, and I don't know what's going on in the background, but I might as well come clean and say, my view was that when the release date was announced with Keanu Reeves, that was never going to be the release date for the game, but I did get the impression that CD Projekt Red was in a point where they needed to generate cash, and that one way you can do that is by getting Cyberpunk pre-orders. And then, of course, the game has been delayed a couple of times. But each of those times that there have been delays, there has been extra crunch on the team. And obviously, there's a lot of opinions about crunch in the game industry. I think people are starting to sort of turn towards, at least they're saying healthier things about crunch. But the fact of the matter is that this team has been ground into powder. And very specifically, the management of the studio has said that they are not going to crunch, and then they have backed out of it. The point of it is so that nobody can say the name. Yeah. And so this is the thing, right? It's not okay for that to happen. It doesn't mean that I have to declare an oath of enmity on Cyberpunk. It doesn't mean that in the end, all of you are going to have to decide whether or not you want to buy a game made under those conditions. And of course, I am broadcasting a game that was made under those conditions. I didn't pay for it, but people do consider, broadcasting a game to be an endorsement of a game. I'm not entirely sure that's true. But, the fact of the matter is, I did just say, GOG gave me a key, I accepted the key, and you all, if you want to link it to your GOG account, I know they would be really happy to do that, and that's one of the reasons they gave me a key, to be able to tell you that sort of a thing. So, it's kind of up to you to decide whether or not I've crossed a moral line. So that with that in mind, like, it's probably just as well that we talk about that and we confront it. There are bad things that happen in the games industry, and we shouldn't necessarily just be okay with them. I like EA a lot, and EA had its whole EA Wives thing. And, the thing is that EA seems to have moved on from there. But at this point, the Cyberpunk management, the CD Projekt Red management, seem to have been aware of the problems at the studio. And it's like, crunching is, I haven't worked in games, but it's like a drug, right? You get used to it and then you build a dependency on it, and then it's the only thing that you know how to do. And so the other factor now is that there's a lot of people talking about bugs in the game. And what sucks about this is that the people who are going to get blamed are going to be the people who were, again, ground into powder over the course of working on the game. And the fact of the matter is, this is one of the reasons why people say crunch is not a good thing. If you overwork people, mistakes happen, things can't get done. If you're trying to hit a certain... Olaf, thank you very much for the host. If you're trying to hit a certain target and that target only exists for the purposes of sort of like a financial goal as opposed to the needs of the project, you're going to have to make decisions. And sometimes those decisions are, okay, this thing's been sitting in Jira for however many months, but we gotta ship this thing. And again, I'm intrigued by the two different reactions between Mass Effect Andromeda and Cyberpunk 2077. It feels that people are willing to give CD Projekt Red a lot of slack for glitches that seem to be very similar to the kinds that were coming up in Mass Effect Andromeda. And if you notice the review scores too, like there's a lot of large review sites that are perfect scores, high 90s. I was very intrigued that PC Gamer gave it a lower score. And again, I haven't really played that much of the game, so I can't tell you which one is right. Every critic's going to sort of take their own perspectives on these things. But I do think the key on this one is not that I think people should treat Cyberpunk 2077 as Mass Effect Andromeda. I just think that the people who were ripping into Andromeda when it first came out and are now telling us to have faith with Cyberpunk should probably issue an apology to to the BioWare Montreal studio that was wound up into Motive. So, it's a tricky one. The other thing about this game, of course, is that with a really high profile game like this, there were some pretty big sort of blunders on social media. There were the worries about sort of what people said was transphobic content inside of the game. It's a tough one too, because I think this is a hard one for me to cover, because I don't want to sound indifferent on the issues that people brought up, but I've seen a version which is sort of a litany of all of the bad things that CD Projekt Red did in promoting this game. And the problem I run into is that I don't think they made the sale that this is kind of like a hate game, which is what they were trying to do. I am maybe a little uncomfortable that there definitely seemed to be a period of time where all of the errors seem to be in one direction. So, like you can give people the benefit of the doubt, but if the benefit of the doubt is always, okay, well, that person said something that kind of seemed to be, really hurtful, but I'm going to guess that they didn't mean it that way. And then if you keep saying that 5 or 6 times, then you kind of need to wonder if you're just being an apologist for them and there is actually a problem underlying it. And so the best that I can really say is I'm also kind of oblivious to this sort of stuff. Like some of the posters that people pointed out, I didn't get what was wrong with it until somebody sort of like pointed it out. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I sort of see it now. And this is one big problem, which is to say that maybe I've got a blind spot here. I am probably not going to be that attentive to some of the issues that people think are really important with regards to this game. I would say I'm only aware of some of them when people sort of bring them up to me. And I don't think a game is above criticism, although again, there's always that question in terms of how far you want to go. I do think there is a point in which you can be so critical of something that it ceases to be productive and it just sort of feels like there's an axe to grind with a particular issue. I'm not saying that's the case with Cyberpunk, but it's one of the reasons why I try to keep sort of a step back. And if I might sound a little wishy-washy on it, and I hope not to be that, but I do sort of want to be clear in terms of, oh crap, sorry, I just closed a window, which I shouldn't have. I just maybe wanted to say that I'm also sort of conscious of the fact that my reaction to this game might be different from others. Olaf says, I hope you're well, just heading to bed. Want to stop in and drop a host. Hope you have a good stream and I enjoy the game. Thank you, Olaf. I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing what this game is like. Now, I am gonna jump into the game reasonably quick, so I'm gonna bring this back to Cyberpunk 2077 in terms of the categories. But there is one more thing I wanted to talk about, which is something I feel a little more comfortable, because again, the social issues surrounding this game, the crowd reaction, that sort of stuff, I feel that we can talk about while playing it. But there is maybe one other thing that I wanted to say, which is the setting. Artelsorian Games is the publisher of the Cyberpunk. I think it's Cyberpunk 2020, although I think the first edition was like 2013. So maybe it was just called Cyberpunk. Anyways, it's founded by a guy named Mike Pondsmith, who apparently did collaborate on this. I don't know where, and I do know that he worked for Microsoft on some video games. I think he did Mech Commander 2. But I do now have the rule books for I have Cyberpunk Red, which is the most recent edition of the rule book, and then I also got that Humble Bundle. But what interests me actually is there's a card game that's now out of print, but I really liked by Fantasy Flight Games called Android Netrunner. But that is a remake of an older game, which was by Richard Garfield at Wizards of the Coast. Apparently, it's considered like one of the best card games that nobody played. And that was set in the Cyberpunk 2020 universe. So it turns out that sort of by a couple steps removed, I've sort of experienced this world before. And what really interests me is that in the Red setting, which takes place, I think, about 30 years before the events of this game, if it's supposed to take place in 2077, what's really intriguing about the move from the 2020 rulebook to Red is that in 2020, the corporations kind of seem to be in control of everything. And now in Red, the mega corporations are severely diminished. They are very dangerous, arguably more dangerous because they're a bit leaner and they've got something to prove. But what's really interesting about the new Cyberpunk Red setting is that there have been some huge changes in terms of the world, and it's no longer. I guess the best thing that I can say is that the Edge Runners are no longer against these kind of unstoppable Goliath. Well, I mean, Goliath was ultimately taken down by a small person, so maybe that's not the best one. But like, you're not up against these Leviathans or anything like that. That there's this worry that these corporations have about the government coming in. So I think Militech has been nationalized by the United States government in Cyberpunk Red. So it's also really interesting to sort of see the shift in the setting and the headlines that we're getting, because of course the FTC in a bunch of states just put a bunch of antitrust cases against Facebook now. And so of course we're getting to see, this, Pondsmith of course says that Cyberpunk was a warning, not an aspiration. But it's really interesting that our games are sort of reflecting some of our headlines today. And so that's the context in which we are going to be playing Cyberpunk 2077. I did read a little bit of the world book for Cyberpunk, but I'm not very well versed in it. But we'll see. I'll try and pick up on the things that I can as the game goes through. And then, of course, I'm going to be liberally sprinkling my opinions throughout the game. So I don't know. If you want a fast playthrough of this is probably not the stream for you. But I will do my best to talk about some of the themes of the game as they come up. So Goliath taught us the bigger they are, the likelier they be killed by midgets. All right. So one thing I do like about the difficulty levels are the different photos. So we'll have all tools at their disposal. Combat substantial challenge, effective use of perks, cyberware, combat gadgets, and consumables will be essential to survival. And buckle up for a serious challenge. Careful character development, clever use of items, game mechanics, and the environment will be necessary to help V make it on the streets of Night City. I kind of want to try it like this, but if I'm gonna if I want to make progress in the game, let's try. Screw it. Very hard. Oh, normal will get boring easily? I'm going to do very hard. I've done it for all the other games, so. All right. So, I'd love to know, for those of you who are interested in this game, what you picked. I'm going to do Corpo. So we had Nomad, roaming the Badlands, looting scrapyards, raiding fuel depots. Life on the road wasn't easy, but growing up in a Nomad clan has its perks. Honesty, integrity, and love of freedom, qualities that few in Night City possess and no amount of money can buy. Street Kid. They say if you want to understand the streets, you gotta live them. Gangs, fixers, dolls, small-time pushers, you were raised by them all. Down here, the law of the jungle dictates the weak serve the strong. The only law in Night City is you have yet to break. Corpo. If you leave the corporate world with their lives, few are still with their souls intact. You've been there. You've bent the rules, exploited secrets, and weaponized information. There's no such thing as fair game, only winners and losers. We got someone here who picked... Okay, sounds good, Angry Cat. We'll give it a shot. I'm gonna be a boy. I know I don't always play characters who are me, but this time I'll go on. Now the first bug I ran into was one where my character wound up with 2 beards. But I've noticed that the presets have removed the beards, so I wonder if that's what went on. I think I have roughly an idea about how I'm gonna set this this character up. I would like somebody a bit paler, so I was thinking, oh, this is about as pale as I can get, huh? One of the idea of somebody who's inside a whole lot. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm not going to mess around with the hair. Actually, I think... You know what, we'll just leave that for now. Perfect. So the idea I have here for the corporate guys, I definitely want... So this is the thing. If you read the Cyberpunk rulebooks, it's very clear that kind of style and attitude is everything. But 15 might work. So, again, just because you're a corporate doesn't mean that you look like you work for a bank in our world 2020. This is a Night City corpo. And so the idea here is that this is someone who could very effectively work as, you know, be someone on the street or something like that. But they've chosen this other life in the corporation. Maybe 2. Sorry, I had some ideas, but like little things like ears, I'm always... Okay, no, that'll work. Perfect. Again, I had a pretty clear idea of who I wanted. That might work, actually. 32. That's probably better for what I have in mind. I don't necessarily want shortness on the back. All right, so... There we go. If you don't have the sides, it doesn't quite work as well when it... You just stepped on a spider so big it felt under your foot. You're about to... Oh! Go with your real life experience, Corporal. Oh yeah, no. I'm designing a character who looks exactly like me in every possible way. Angry Cat, right down to the eyes. Okay. Now we go for the details. Okay, cyberware. That might work. No facial tattoos. Maybe. I have a couple of ideas of what kind of piercings. I think 11 is where I want to go. Now, last I checked, this piercing colors don't actually change. Oh, hey, they fixed that. Okay. Matches his eyes. All right, now this is a fun one. Everybody I've seen has been utterly horrified by the teeth options. I have debated about, as soon as I saw that you could do the teeth, I have debated about going for alternative teeth, but I think I'm gonna keep with what I've got. Now, eye makeup, I'm really split on, because again, I want a particularly stylish dude. The question is the whole idea behind these eyes is that this is the kind of guy who will have sunglasses and that at the dramatically appropriate moment would take them off to reveal those. So the question is, does he really need the eye makeup to deliver that? And I think my answer has been no. However, cheek makeup, for sure. It's got to put a little color in there. Maybe a lot of color. Subtlety. And again, he's corporate, so no blemishes. I don't see any value in doing long nails. Although 100% I'm going to do someone who's like a madman with like kind of a... God, the movie, Howard Hughes kind of character. All right, obviously. Okay, so here is my one criticism of this game so far. Sure, you can turn off the nipples. I got no problems with that. The missed opportunity, however, is instead of just having it be a toggle like this, what should happen is a couple of little sanders should come in from off screen and like sand the nipples off and then like move out. Missed opportunity, CD Projekt Red. All right, this works for me. But let's try the others. Yeah, this isn't quite corporate. What I kind of like about this one, where was it? Yeah. So once I saw like the serpent and as soon as I saw the back, I'm like, oh, this is great. Like this is basically what conspiracy people think corporate people look like. That it's all just Satanism. I don't know if you guys know, but the old Procter and Gamble symbol, apparently people thought that had like satanic imagery inside of it. Okay, I know it will disappoint all of you. I'm not going to play with the genitals. You have circumcised and uncircumcised, and you've got 3 size options, large, humongous, and gonzo. Nobody needs to see that, so. USB port for nipples? All right. I'm going to be really boring and assign 1 to everything, and we'll move our cool up. Ooh, max cool, yes. Okay. What does cool do? Cool determines your resilience, composure, and effectiveness in operating from stealth. Each level of cool will increase crit damage, increase all resistances by 1, increase stealth damage by 10, reduce the stealth at which speed at which enemies detect you in stealth by 0.5, increase monowire damage by 3. Technical ability, technical know-how allows you to unlock doors and use tech weapons. Reflexes determine maneuverability, overall movement speed. I kind of feel like I should put the extra point in. Whoa, that was only 3? Yeah, I'm still doing okay, that's actually kind of boring that it's all spread out evenly and then max cool. I still want to do it, but I guess it doesn't matter which one I put the extra point in, but passive evasion from enemy attacks, crit chance 1, mantis blades by 3, cyber deck RAM capacity by 4, quick hack damage by 0.5, quick hack duration by 1, and health, stamina, fists, and gorilla are. Yeah, so probably I'll focus on reflexes and cool for the next little while. Now, I don't know what you guys think about this look for a character, but I 100%... Some of you are going to say... Some of you are going to say... I guess it depends if the corporate character starts in a suit. I guarantee you this guy's going to look badass in a suit. And for those of you that think that this character doesn't look interesting, you are going to, as soon as I can get this guy in a suit, you're going to feel very foolish. And for those of you who do think this character looks good, then, hey, Starbright Knight, how you doing? We got all the good people from Miss Ariella's channel in here. All right, Alias V, Corpo. If you leave the corporate world with their lives, who are still with their souls intact, you've been there, you bent the rules, exploited secrets, and weaponized information. There's no such thing as a fair game, only winners and losers. For and everything except cool, and away we go. Took me less than an hour to get through the introduction and the character creation. That's probably a record for me. So, sorry, I think role-playing the glitches away by pretending my corpo do signed away is right. So you're playing a corporate character. Sorry, I thought you were playing something different. Now I realize what your earlier comment was. See?
V, you there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
You all right?
Fine. Just needed a breather.
Sounded like you blew your guts airlock.
Yeah, I barfed. It's just stress.
Esa chamba te va a matar.
Don't worry, I'm not dead yet.
Exactly. Yet. Anyway, what's going on?
Is there a problem? We had a leak. My boss called. Dragged me in because we had to intervene. Everyone in Night City HQ is on edge.
But no way you're fucked, right? You're the one who fixes other people's shit.
Jackie, if you work in Arasaka counter intel, you're always fucked. Don't worry about me. I'll manage on my own.
Buena suerte.
Welcome to Cyberpunk 2077. First time in Night City? Pay close attention to the tutorials to learn more about the basic mechanics of the game. Or if you're already an experienced edge runner, feel free to disable hints. Go to the database at any time during the game to access tutorials, as well as read up on the most important topics of Cyberpunk 2077. So I think this is probably going to be a bit like Mass Effect, where there's a really big component where I do a lot of reading. I am looking forward to doing that. But I did spend a lot of time talking about the start of the game, so I'm going to wait a little bit and walk around. Now, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of problems in terms of the stream quality. I did reduce the reflections by a little bit, so when I did my first demo, it's not going to show me the reflections anymore. I did notice some jagginess on sort of the straight. Well, there's not too many straight lines on here, but like basically, I did notice sort of a bit of lower quality in terms of the reflections, but it wasn't distracting for me, so. It's definitely a good looking game. I actually really like the Arasaka. I really like the Arasaka design of the buildings. Maybe it's just because the red accents my hair. Sure thing, Starbright Knight.
Great change in our history. The onset of American prohibition, the end of World War I, and the birth of Saburo Arasaka. From an early age,
you were supposed to be here an hour ago.
Business his father had founded.
Got held up, but I'll be right there.
He quickly
Fucking
demonstrated
Frankfurt.
work ethic
That
and
Abernathy
natural
bitch will
talent,
probably dump it in our
becoming an
laps.
exceptional manager.
Hanging
That
up.
is, until
I'll
his
be in my
promising
office.
career was abruptly
You hurry up.
interrupted by war upon his doorstep. Saburo Arasaka enlisted as a pilot in the Nippon Kaigun, the Japanese Imperial Navy. By the age of 23, he had already achieved the rank of lieutenant.
Militech hit 3 of ours. Now we're evacuating the rest of our facilities in that part of Europe.
What's the status of the 3?
They're dead. Once everyone else is safe, we'll issue a statement to the media.
Saying what?
A tragic accident
I'm already running out of
routine
tea.
System maintenance would be my bet.
Surprisingly, Doom Eternal had huge amounts of reading. Actually, Night Valiant just finished that. Oh, sorry, I didn't shout out Night Valiant. Let me do that, and then also for Miss Ariella. I'll do it the opposite direction. So we've got Starbright Knight and Olaf T. Harry, who come from Miss Ariella's channel. But Night Valian just finished a really great playthrough of Doom and Doom Eternal. And he's actually moved on to Haven now, which I've been really enjoying. But I've not played Doom Eternal yet. I'm looking forward to it. So Angry Cat asked me to look at the table. I'm assuming you were wanting me to look at the tables from the corporate lobby. But yeah, I don't mind like looking around, but I'm not necessarily going to see everything. I'll see whatever comes up naturally. So let's read Tame Dragon, biography of Yorinobu Arasaka. In many ways, the story of Yorinobu Arasaka resembles an ancient parable. The younger son of one of the modern world's most powerful CEOs renounces his heritage, forfeits his birthright, and instead chooses a rough-and-tumble life on the streets of Tokyo, only to later scamper back home to the warm, sheltered bosom of his family with his tail tucked. At least that's the story that you most have pieced together from official sources. But why did Yorinobu betray his father in the first place? Why did he return? For several years, I dug deeper, followed leads, and reached out to his former friends and acquaintances. Slowly, I began to unearth answers to some of the public's most burning questions. Yorinobu was born in Tokyo in the early 21st century, the first child to Saburo Arasaka's third wife, Michiko. By all accounts, he seemed a happy child that grew to become a pleasant young man, that is until his graduation from the University of Tokyo at age 21. Following the ceremony, the Arasaka family threw a party in his honor. At some point in the evening, Saburo invited his son to his study for a private conversation. What transpired there is wholly unknown, but after corroborating varied accounts, it is clear that Yorinobu must have slipped out from the party and the estate only a few hours later. Gone, a whisper in the night. Over the next few years, Yorinobu was occasionally spotted in the company of a nomad group known as the Kotetsu no Ryu, or the Steel Dragons. As part of this youthful rebellion, he purposely involved himself in altercations with Arasaka agents and promoted anti-corporate slogans. After his family eventually confirmed Yorinobu's involvement, Saburo renounced his son, and Kei, Saburo's eldest son, swore to exact revenge on his younger brother. Ironically, it was later at Kei's funeral that Yorinobu at last reconciled with his father. Stubbornly proud to a fault, many were surprised by the Arasaka patriarch's conciliatory approach. What caused Saburo to change his mind? What role might have Yorinobu's sister, Hanako, played in their peaceable reunion? There's much yet that remains to be discovered. Rip and tear is a very good philosophy, especially if you're a procrastinator. I should play the new one then and see if I can get an even better work ethic.
Mr. Jenkins asked for you. He's in his office.
Hey, V. It's been ages. It's me, Frank. We met during Icefall. East Coast, remember?
I do like the little ticker. But I like the stock ticker in the bottom right. So our company's down 3.4. It looks like a little under. I was going to say 10%, but it's the 345. Oop.
Everything okay?
I didn't know you were in Night City. How have you been?
Militech is up, which is our enemy, I
You know
think.
how it is. A week ago, I was still in Cape Town. I heard you're in counter intel. Must have a shit show on your hands right now after Frankfurt. Jenkins is your lead, right? Is he what everyone says he is?
What's everyone say about Jenkins?
That he's effective. Like any psychopath. Apparently, he's gone a little crazier lately.
Hey, he's in a tough spot. The director was supposed to greenlight his promotion when the Japanese arrived. She stabbed him in the back instead. And you? Who do you work under?
Abernathy. She's really good. Came up with the whole Cape Town ploy on her own.
Abernathy. The bitch who burned my boss in the promotion to Spec Ops Director.
You know how it is. Things happen.
Yeah. They do indeed.
Hopefully Night Valian can be the one to answer it. Rip and tear is a line from Doom, but I'll let Night Valian expand.
Tell me about the op in Cape Town.
Operation Cargo. You know about it?
Arming local conflicts in Africa. I didn't know that was you.
It was me. We dumped crates full of rifles into the ocean. They had to be pulled out using borrowed fishing boats. Same old circus, but hey, that's how wars are won.
Listen, sorry, in a bit of a rush right now. We'll talk another time, okay?
Sure. Good seeing you again.
So one of the things that I'll say that kind of interests me about this, now that I'm sort of spending some proper time with the game, I'm actually looking at anything shiny just so I can see how the ray tracing works.
Now. Just be discreet.
Emergency protocols active. System security confirmed.
One of the things that's kind of interesting is, for those of you who've watched me do my stuff for a while, actually, you know what? Just before I go into the office, oops. There we go. I think I will take a quick look. So where's this database that they're talking about? Is it the journal? Sometimes I wonder what it's like to work for Arasaka, you know? The way I figure it is like playing Russian roulette for a million eddies. Give it a spin, pull the trigger, you hear it click, you strike it rich. And if you don't, well, the mess is someone else's problem. Oh no, there's the database. Oh wow, there's a lot. Okay. These look like tutorials, though. I was thinking about seeing if we can find anything else about people. All right, V. If you leave the core, okay, we've heard that one a few times. Jackie Wells, who we were talking to while we were throwing up. Proud son of Haywood and even prouder son of Mama Wells. Jackie's stubborn when he wants something. He won't stop or shut up about it until he gets his hands on it. Jackie's always wanted a lot out of life, maybe too much. As a teenager, he joined the Valentinos gang, but realizing how much he was capable of, he quit. For years, he hustled through the unforgiving world of merc work because you need more than a go-getter attitude to sit at the big boys table. You need street cred. Jackie's life goal has always been to become a legend at the afterlife and make a heap of eddies along the way. I believe eddy stands for Eurodollar in this game, so it's a combination. Oh yeah, well, there, euro and dollars right here, so I'm loaded. There's another thing I was going to say. Oh, yeah. So for those of you who watch my stuff regularly, and again, I won't editorialize too much kind of outside of game sort of things that are prompted by the game, but I will say that playing the Elder Scrolls games, particularly going from Arena now up to Morrowind and onto the second DLC of Morrowind, those games really feel like the sort of thing that people are trying to capture the tabletop experience in those games. So the idea that, you know, you start in the tavern and you can go where you want and you're going to live in this world and see what's going on. You know, seeing this from a first person, I definitely had the impression of maybe a bit more of a shooter. And I think given the number of sort of little dialogue options I'm getting, it is kind of bearing a little bit of a resemblance to RPGs sort of in the in the mold of those other ones that I'm playing, which is neat. Like, because again, I think the Cyberpunk role-playing game seems to be a really interesting setting that has inspired a lot of people to do some interesting things out of it. I actually also really like in the book that they always recommend Cyberpunk books first. I suspect it's easier to recommend books to a tabletop group rather than movies, but again, it's one of these things where, of course, you know, Neuromancer was something that had been written before Blade Runner, although I guess people say that Blade Runner was being made at the time of Neuromancer. I'm not sure that's entirely true, though. I think Neuromancer was being written in the 70s. Anyways, Night City. City of Dreams was founded in the 1990s by visionary industrialist Richard Knight. When the world of the late 20th century plunged into chaos, Knight envisioned a modern metropolis free from crime, poverty, and corruption. How'd that work out for him? Corporate partners Arasaka, EBM, and Petrochem. EBM is, I believe they bought IBM. It's a European business one. They've lost that feeling in the new game. Which ones are you thinking? Oh, okay, I've only played up to Morrowind now, so... EBM and Petrochem helped him realize this vision, investing in the foundation of what would become the free city of Night City. The city would develop into a haven for young idealists and a beacon for others who sought to fulfill their own dreams. And although Richard Knight fell to assassins and many generations seeking fame, fortune, and freedom have suffered their own series of setbacks, the city's legendary status endures today. Night City has it all, from the monumental skyscrapers of an industry-leading megacorporations to the luxury villas of the world-renowned stars to the lawless neighborhoods where war is waged every day. You will stumble across mercenaries, gangs, and famous rockers, but also junkies, bums, and even cyber psychos. You will stand in the shadows of colossal mega buildings and get lost in the maze of streets, alleys, and markets. You will make your dreams come true or die trying. City Center. If you stand in the middle of Corpo Plaza and observe what's around you, all the breathtaking mega buildings, office blocks, bars, clubs, architectural wonders, and dazzling neon signs, it's hard to believe that only a few decades ago, the area looked like a smoldering battlefield in the aftermath of the Fourth Corporate War. Okay, actually, it's worth mentioning then that I think Arasaka's big headquarters building in Night City was the center of basically a suitcase nuke. But if it's 2077, it's all cleaned up now. But as anyone with a pair of optics can see, the city center was fully rebuilt, surpassing even its former glory with more modern and cutting-edge architecture. It serves one purpose and one purpose only, to flaunt the city's economic power and prove that Night City is freer than ever before. Also, yes, Night City is not part of the United States. I believe Washington State and BC and a couple of other Western states are now their own thing. But specifically, Night City is like Singapore. There is the United States, but sort of it's kind of back to the old model of like the East is kind of where all the power is centered. The West is kind of not exactly lawless, but sort of on its own. And Night City is its own entity. Corpo Plaza. Rebuilt after the Fourth Corporate War, Corpo Plaza is one of the most iconic places in Night City today as a symbol of corporate prowess. Its Goliath skyscrapers and mega buildings are an economic show of force and prestige for corporations such as Arasaka and Militech, as well as proof of their inferiority complex. Corpo Plaza's main attraction is Memorial Park, a huge ring surrounding the corporate headquarters. The park is also a tribute to the countless victims of the Fourth Corporate War. Every day, the plaza is teeming with everyone from Corpo suits to NCPD officers and armed-to-the-teeth Corpo security. More than anything, an indication that peace and order are not among Night City's natural qualities. Welcome back, Starbright Knight. All right, sorry to skip over.
Jenkins' boy.
I need your jacket, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Why couldn't work with that prick? What do you think they're doing now?
They need to mop up the leak. The company could lose a boatload.
Please enter the antechamber.
Oh, no, it's all good, Starbright Knight. I'm just in the prologue anyway.
Are you online? Have a seat, VP. Right with you. We have to handle this voting issue before we lose our bases in the sea of clouds. They're about to begin. What's the situation?
I'm going to keep my headphones on, but I'm going to I'm going to step away for a quick second from the mic. I'm still going to be listening, though, and I can keep an eye on the monitor. Oh! All right, I guess I can't get away. I just want to make my tea.
Director Abernathy.
I watched the vote. What the hell was that?
A deep clean after the shit Frankfurt dumped on us. As we agreed, I got rid of the problem.
I told you to resolve the problem, not massacre the European Space Council. Do you understand what the cover-up will cost?
We would have lost the license. Now we gained a week. That's a win.
Path of least resistance always. No nuance. Has you written all over it. We're not done talking about this.
I hate that bitch. I always have.
Always? Meaning how long?
Before Night City, we worked on an assignment in Osaka. 2 years of subterfuge. She spent them digging a trap for me. When she became director of Spec Ops,
it's very Blade Runner.
Finally shoved me in it. Now she's holding a gun to my head to make sure I don't try anything. But she won't pull the trigger because she knows.
Hello, Johnny Big Time.
I do what she doesn't have the guts to do.
Divide and conquer. Effective strategy.
Effective. What would you do in my position?
You have to defend yourself. Remind Abernathy you're not her doormat.
You're right.
Smack her once, but hard. She'll respect you.
Seems we see eye to eye on this issue. Take this.
A data shard.
Proof of my trust. Go on, take it. It's what I've collected over the past weeks. Biometrics, trauma team card, names of her closest associates. Driver, chief of security, lover, lover's husband, everything. Use it, and make sure Abernathy won't be a problem anymore. You said it. I need to defend myself.
If anyone finds out we even talked about this, I'll go down with you.
That's true. But everyone knows you only made it to where you are thanks to me. So it's not like they could ever believe you played no part in it.
What'll happen if I refuse?
Don't ask stupid questions. This isn't a request, V. We seem to understand each other. Take this, too.
Cred ship transactions are traceable. Paper disappears as soon as you spend it.
What can I say? Use this money only, find the right people for the job, no corporate affiliation. And for the core task, use someone you know inside out. Are we clear?
Yeah, I think we're clear.
Good. In that case, I'll await your report. And good luck with it. I have my AV waiting outside. It's yours to use. And don't disappoint me. Jenkins, Night City Counter Intel.
Yeah, so this office is basically straight out of Blade Runner. Oh, hello. Report Sea of Clouds. All right, tell you what, so Johnny's probably going to want to see what my character looks like. So I'm going to go to inventory. I'll await your approval. And I am going to take a quick minute to boil some hot water again. I went through my tea real... Okay, this tea that I got was ridiculously expensive, but it does actually taste really good. So I'm just going to get another one. Yeah! I don't know if people were all that thrilled with it when they saw it, but I think as soon as you put that guy in a suit, he looks great. So I'll be back in a quick second. Sorry to do this, guys. Sure, it's white tea. They call it like jasmine pearls or something. You know, I'll find the label. My apologies. Zen Pearls, white tea. Breathe deep with these meditative white tea pearls scented with jasmine flowers. So yeah, they're like rolled into little balls which open up. If I'd known what it had cost, I would not have bought it, but they don't put the prices on any of the things. The one thing that's nice about it is that you can actually use the leaves twice, and yeah, it's really nice tea. And actually I found that I can actually reuse it. I can usually get like 2 cups out of it. So, but yeah, I'll be back in just a second while I put this away. All right. Report, Sea of Clouds. Mary Nubium. The Sea of Clouds. Lunar is... Oh, sorry. Latin Sea of Clouds. Lunar is lunar mare on the near side of the moon. Diameter 444 miles. Selenographic boundaries, 1185 degrees north, 3048 south. I think that comma is a typo. 545 degrees east, 2927 west, center, minus 2059 degrees north, minus 1729 east. Economic significance, negligible, composed primarily of research facilities serving as cover for more complex operations. Tactical significance, high. Marianubium is a basin of black clinics essential for research into innovative and experimental technologies. Logistical significance, moderate. Located in relative close proximity to Oceanus Porcelarum, the location of the Western Mass Driver. I'm sorry to hear that, Angry Cat. I hope it's not as bad as it seems. Are these espresso machines? Yeah, Johnny, you and I need to see Blade Runner soon, just so you can see all these visual references.
I have those reports you asked for.
They were supposed to be ready yesterday.
I know, but I have them now.
This is definitely not what I want my corporate guy to look like.
Word about this later.
You can switch between active jobs with...
Hey, B, you alive? How's things in the Viper pit?
Need your help, Jack. Got some biz.
Always biz with you, mano. You in some trouble?
Not yet.
The guy in the
Now
top
I just
left?
need a soul I can trust.
That kind of sounded like a yes. Meet me at Lizzie's. Be there in an hour.
Read the report on your personal terminal. Yes. So yeah, I think probably the first surprise, and I mean, again...
I need your stamp on something. It's possible one of our assets was exposed.
Is it Frankfurt again?
No, different issue. Local.
Tell me. Quick version.
Our agent at Biotechnica suspects they might be onto him. They recently granted him red security clearance. That's top. He's been fishing for dirt, but it's been slow.
Your point?
They're clean. Like we run orphanages clean. Bleach server clean. We suspect they flagged him and are feeding him phony data. Should we greenlight exfil or let him keep looking?
Projected risks?
Limited threat to life. Not Biotechnica's style. Blackmail's possible. Leveraged against false accusations in the media. The guy has kids. He'd crack.
Keep him there digging. We invested way too much getting him that deep to back out now.
You sure?
Do I really need to repeat myself?
Oh, of course not.
So I know probably if you've read reviews of this game, this will not be a surprise, but I think the thing that's maybe surprising to me is how much this really feels like a role-playing game. Like a more like a traditional first-person role-playing game. I think probably I was expecting a little bit more of a shooter. I guess popping in objects appear even with the power of ray trace. Yeah, I don't think pop-in would be something that ray trace would fix. Tracking down Netrunner renegades, combating demons, rebuilding the American net. These are just some of the daily tasks entrusted to the special agents at Netwatch. If you'd rather lose your eyes than your deck, if an encounter with Mephistopheles is just another walk in the park with you, then maybe it's time you joined our team. Here's what you can expect to contribute as a Netwatch agent. Patrolling all public access levels of the net, tracking and eradicating illegal Netrunner activity, hunting down dangerous rogue AI, exploring and neutralizing threats in the oldest parts of the deep net, prohibiting the movement of people and the AI across the Blackwall, assisting in the expansion of secure net space for public use. Thanks to Netwatch, thousands of people can freely use approved search engines and other net services without fear of falling victims to nefarious demon threats. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We serve tirelessly to eliminate corrupted data forts, safeguard our information, and arrest dangerous cybercriminals. Do you have what it takes? Apply today. So this is a really interesting sort of revelation here, is the idea of the net. So, I mean, this is the big thing, right? You've got the net. A lot of cryptography comes from basically a big bunch of hippies, like the RSA algorithm, for instance. But is it RSA? I think I just said algorithm twice. Anyways, a lot, yeah, like, and, you know, you always hear these sorts of things, you know, information wants to be free. And the great, you know, potential and power of cyberspace inside of cyberpunk stories. It does sometimes present a couple of problems, though. For instance, if you have a netrunner in a tabletop game, it's usually like the netrunner has absolutely no risk to themselves whatsoever, other than maybe black ice. And then basically that answer is, I unplug. See you guys. Whereas everybody else is sort of stuck inside of a building. Now, the way that this is organized inside of this world doesn't necessarily solve that individual problem, but it is a big inversion in terms of what we're used to for the internet, this big sort of decentralized system where you can kind of get access to any information that you want. In this case, it seems that in the time of the Red, so again, there's about 30 years between what I was reading and the events of this game. It seems that sort of your access to the internet is sort of more limited by city, and that there are these very tightly controlled corridors to other sort of nodes. But the idea of the internet as we know it is quite a bit more restricted than what we have now. Now, I mean, again, this, of course, is pulling from the headlines. We can think of some countries which have been very effective at limiting people's ability to access certain types of information on the internet. But it's neat to sort of see it inside of this game because, of course, one of the fantasies that you really get into is being sort of a netrunner. I always sort of tend to think that when it comes to these cyberpunk stories, you know, it's usually a bunch of nerds, or at the very least, it's a bunch of people who really like writing. And again, so you've got sort of Gibson sort of responding to William S. Burroughs in terms of writing Netrunner. You know, these are people who are really interested in the world of ideas. So what are the characters in cyberpunk stories interested in? Well, they're interested in cyberspace or the metaverse, if you're reading Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. You know, a world that is quite purely full of ideas. It doesn't matter whether or not you're, you know, strong or good at sports, or you could be a disabled person. As long as you have ideas and the ability to manipulate systems, you're the king in that place. And it's really easy to see why people who are into video games and why people who are into reading would like that, because in the end, you sort of have this, I guess in the simplest case, and I don't think that's what the authors were doing, but I think it's one of the reasons why this is appealing. But like, to me, if I really like reading books, and like, if I like maybe reading philosophy, or if I like, you know, sitting around with an idea or something like that, or if I like math, you know, nobody thinks people who are into math are cool. But if you can do that if you do that in a world where like the internet, the world of ideas is a real place, and it looks a bit like a video game, then all of a sudden that becomes really exciting to someone like me. Or at the very least, maybe it shows the excitement that I get from some of the other things that I read to. The excitement that I get maybe in doing some difficult math or something like that can be better explained when you show this really wild virtual reality environment. I think Johnny's read a bit of Snow Crash, so like he knows there's like these sequences with the katana and what. Oh, little Witcher product placement inside the game. Fair enough. All right. The kettle just finished boiling. I'll be back in 10 seconds. I wanted to say when I was starting the broadcast too, I've not played The Witcher 3. So one of the plans, and again, I was given the key by GOG to do this, and they would love it if you connect your account to GOG Galaxy, so that you can get those cosmetics, and I guess they get your data or whatever they get out of connecting to GOG Galaxy. So, of course, that's one of the main reasons for it. But one of the things that sort of interests me is this is my opportunity to kind of go into this game. I have my priors from, you know, reacting to like a huge marketing campaign for the game. But like, I'm not coming in with an expectation from playing one of their previous RPGs. So NUSA and Militech. After assessing data collected from contact reports in Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and Montana, we did not confirm any active NUSA efforts against Araska assets or operations in federal territories. However, the same conclusion cannot be drawn regarding potential threats from Militech. Although the corporation has obvious close ties to the NUSA government, we were unable to obtain valuable intel due to much tighter control on internal procedure and information flows. We must rely on unconfirmed, circumstantial evidence obtained by our own field agents for the time being. Conclusion: further human gathering required. Human is human intelligence. Current data are circumstantial and do not allow for indisputable conclusions. Report summary, NUSA and Militech. So this is interesting, actually. So I was under the impression that Militech was essentially owned, nationalized by the United States, but it seems that it's under. I guess it's like AIG. they've spun it off and it's a private concern now. Vacation with the Stars from the Crystal Palace. Unbeatable offers. Have you been to Thailand, Morocco, and Alaska more times than you can count? Looking for an adventure that just isn't another tour around Europe? Do you want to see how the world's biggest film and braindance stars relax and party? Do you want to see the stars among the stars? Now you can. The Crystal Palace is offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to book an Earthview apartment along with cosmically gargantuan selection of vouchers for any of our award-winning restaurants and casino comps to get Lady Luck on your side early. Don't worry, we do everything to assure that your stay is heavenly, but your bill isn't astronomical. Previous week's results, quantified Satori 2V. Your biodata indicators are reading abnormally. High levels of cortisol, I'm so bad with scientific terms. Catecholaminé and adrenaline persist from previous results. Hormone blocker usage is prescribed for only 2 weeks before requiring a baseline reset, but your usage is continued beyond 3 weeks. Recommendation, meet with your trainer to prepare a recovery plan. Postmortem, Operation Wormy Apple, Araska Development of Analytics, Night City. The meeting of the Department of Operational Oversight Committee finds as follows regarding Operation Wormy Apple. The operation was executed without following proper procedure, thus putting agent lives and, more importantly, company reputation in jeopardy. The operation's success is due solely to the fact that Petrochem committed errors which proved more costly than our own. All personnel involved in planning the operation will be subject to internal audit. We find the death of the prog content caused toxin-induced cardiac arrest, a direct result of poor planning. Required action, investigate all stages of operation planning from reconnaissance to implementation with the aim of isolating irregularities in procedure and or judgment. Yes. So actually, I should. If you, Angry Cat, do you mind me talking a little bit about your experience with the game so far? I don't want to put you on the spot, but it might be helpful for some context for the game. From Administrative Bulletin to Arasaka Night City. We are pleased to announce the opening of a new space in our Night City headquarters. Our scientists have meticulously curated authentic rainforest flora and fauna in designing our very own experimental self-sustaining ecosystem. More details coming soon. Do not mind. Yeah. So Angry Cat was probably quite a bit more excited for this game than I was. And again, it's not that I want to dislike. My view is this. The worst that happens if a game comes out is that I ignore it. I don't see there being any problem with, so I don't play a lot of visual novels. The existence of visual novels doesn't harm me. I would prefer that the visual novels that do come out be the best ones that they can possibly be, because that just makes people happier. That means basically that, video gaming is a more viable hobby. And developers are able to pursue what they find interesting. I don't find the existence of game A to somehow diminish my enjoyment of game B. So I had skepticism of Cyberpunk. I'm reasonably engaged with it so far. So it's not a disaster. Mind you, I'm really early into it, and I know I've been talking a lot. But suffice to say, I'm really kind of coming in with only knowing the knowing the stories surrounding the development of the game as opposed to any particular engagement. I didn't play The Witcher, so I'm not, I don't have the expectations that the really legendary status that game has, might have built up for other fans. But Angry Cat was really looking forward to this, and apparently playing the game on a standard PlayStation 4 will give. I think his account was that there were sort of frame rates below 30 in some cases, and just generally the quality wasn't really where it should be for a release. In fact, I believe that there are standards for Microsoft and Sony in terms of what frame rates you can hit on their consoles. Although, I really don't know how that system works. And I think it's worth mentioning, right, that first teaser that everybody got really excited by, the one, that was just a short film, did say when it's ready. And I think it's pretty clear from a lot of the reactions that there's quite a bit that was, it's clear that they had a deadline. It's really clear that the team was worked very, very hard. And this thing, it seems like, ultimately that promise was not met. When it's ready is a fine marketing slogan, but, there was a release date. There was a release date that was pushed a couple of times. And clearly the decision was to release the game in the state that it's currently in. And there is some, I think, very legitimate disappointment about that. I do like to point out that, again, I think the people who are saying, I think it's completely reasonable to say, I expect and hope that this game will be made better in time. And I don't doubt that it will be. But I do think that especially when you're releasing for a certain platform, there is an expectation of sort of quality that people have. And particularly people who pre-ordered are probably rightly disappointed about the product that they wound up getting. So you would have gotten it on the original PS4. Yeah, so Angry Cat will probably be able to tell you what their experience is. I'm largely relaying what they're saying. The thing that I don't like is this. I think we should have an environment in which people feel that they are able to... so this is I want to be careful in terms of... So if I get an email saying, you can't say bad things about CD Projekt Red, we're never giving you a key again. It's up to them to decide who they want to give keys to. I need to, that's the world that we live in, right? But I do think to a certain extent I was actually talking with a community manager who will remain anonymous, and I will get back to the game, but I think this is important to talk about because in the end, there are going to be people who are saying some unkind things to the developers of this game. And again, I think it's largely the systems under which they made the game necessarily than any talent issues on their part. We should feel that we're able to communicate where our expectations weren't met in a respectful way, because that's how games get better. The community manager that I was talking to talked about how a really important part of their job is to sort of translate, audience to developer. And sometimes their job is to fight with the developers. Because I know as somebody who does programming, the things I find very exciting are probably not the things that you as players would find very exciting. Now, I mean, I don't program games, so there's nothing I can do that you would find exciting. But, if I make a simulation, that's really cool for me. A simulation is something that plays itself. So that probably wouldn't be very interesting for a player. And so to a certain extent, there needs to be a channel through which people are able to express what they're hoping to get out of games, because in the end, that's how you wind up with a better game. The problem is that a lot of the gaming dialogue is very much focused around worst ever, best ever. Or, death threats, or this journalist, voted to put this lower review than I thought was okay for this game, so they're a bad person. It's no, they're a person, and they have, this is their job. Their job is to do opinion. If you don't like it, you cannot read. It's not that complicated. But yeah, it does seem to be in the case of with Angry Cat, I think they're expressing something that's perfectly reasonable as a consumer. It said that it would support this console. The experience on the console is not consistent with what, someone who owns a console and buys a game would get. This is why there are those standards that exist for... Sorry, I forgot to do my timer correctly. This experience is inconsistent with what a release on a major console should be like. And it seems to be that the reaction that Angry Cat is getting is people who are like, well, just buy a better console then, or, you know, something along those lines. And the thing is that, like, you don't need to jump in front of, you know, you may have a PS4 and are fine with the quality of the game. But I'm not entirely sure, you know, CD Projekt Red really needs to be defended by people saying, hey, this thing's not working for me. If anything, they should know that so that the game can get better. But yeah, I mean, Angry Cat makes a good point, right? Like, if you've just been laid off and you've already pre-ordered a game, like, maybe buying a console is not an option right now. So Angry Cat, so Johnny says, if they delayed it again, people would have burned down the HQ. If we release with bugs, people get bitchy. Yeah, well, I mean, again, like I said, the better thing would be for the people who, you know, who dragged Andromeda over the coals to just apologize to BioWare rather than be equally vicious to Cyberpunk. But yeah, I mean, I think I definitely get the impression that CD Projekt Red was under financial pressure to announce a release date so that they could start taking pre-orders. And I don't really think... I think pretty much if in a perfect world, people would have been given more time to work on this. And more importantly, they wouldn't have been crunched for it. But Angry Cat says, I believe the game advertised for a platform. It should work fine on that platform. The fact that it's running so poorly is inexcusable. The conversation is being choked by defensive fanboys who would never find an issue with the product. I wish that we'll get a response from that regarding this disappointing console launch. Yeah, again, I don't really know what's going to happen with it. I think there have been enough examples where games have been significantly improved over time. And so my hope is that that they do improve the game. I mean, in the end, right, I'm assuming there's going to be some kind of DLC for this. And so, you know, if they want to be able to kind of capitalize on that DLC for the supported platforms, they're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to be able to improve the game. I will say for PC, I mean, there's probably been about 2 or 3 patches since I first downloaded this. So it does seem like they're doing work on it. But this is the thing, right? If you've been waiting for so long for a game and you pre-order and the result is disappointing, I think it is legitimate to express that disappointment. The only thing I would ever ask of people is that they do so respectfully, which is, you know, at least in my conversations with Angry Cat is what it's been. On the PC, I've seen the bugs, but I haven't run into anything that's like, I can't play this. But then I've also been talking over so much of it. So let's read a little bit of the Crystal Palace. I'm not going to do everything on the net, but let's see what's going on. So the Crystal Palace, feel alive in the dead of space. 10 casinos, 5 pools, a cutting-edge brain dance studio, the best restaurants in the Milky Way. We want to know what paradise tastes like? Don't wait. Fly into orbit today. Angry Cat says, to present a scenario, if you walk into a store in the PS4 section, do you wonder if the game with the PS4 on the box will run decently on your PS4? Do you assume that it might be choppy with blurred textures and constant pop? Yeah, no, I mean, again, my expectation actually is that the console manufacturers specifically have a standard that you need to meet. That's what I've heard, but that might only be for independents. Ziggy Q, Crystal Palace Ambassador. We proudly inform you that one of the most famous stars from the big screen has become an official partner in our orbital station, coming soon to Night After Night with Ziggy Q, a series of interviews with our residents. Lizzie Wizzy at the Crystal Palace, Cosmic Tour Concerts, 503-2078, 504-2078, 505-2078. Don't wait, buy your ticket today. Come work at the Crystal Palace. Looking for work at the Crystal Palace? All you have to do is drop by our offices and fill out a form. We are currently seeking 15, 20, and 25-year contracts. Please note that flight costs and rent in the workers' hotel will be salary deducted. Extradition? No thank you. Problems back on Earth? Forget about them in orbit. Crystal Palace promises to never sign an extradition agreement with any nation or corporation. Crystal Palace Safety. It's already been 234 days since the last murder at the Crystal Palace. You'll never be more safe than in orbit. The Crystal Palace has no smog, gangs, corrupt police, acid rain, earthquakes, tornadoes, fires, or floods. What are you waiting for? Come join us today. And let's see what the news is going on in the news. So, WNS News. Asbestos found in Militech implants. A faulty batch of Militech limbs has led to a mass allergic reaction among Arroyo residents. All signs point to the trace amounts of asbestos mixed into the implants. Militech heads in Night City have declined to comment on the issue. They're afraid. Are they afraid of the truth, or... Sorry, you are not subscribed to our news service. Subscribe now. Enjoy full access to our database for only $14.99 a month. Page not found. This page cannot be displayed. Please connect NetWatch. Remember, never access private domains with extension .web. Serve only domains with an approved URL extension, e.g. corppublaw. Do not upload daemons on public access computers. If you encounter a rogue AI, contact a NetWatch officer immediately and follow their instructions. All right, so we can only read the headlines. As most people do on the net. MaxTac is on a roll. In a single week, officers from the elite MaxTac unit stopped as many as 9 cyberpsychosis attacks. Only 4 civilian bystanders were killed and 6 left in critical condition. 2 of the attackers were taken alive. Currently, highway extension canceled. The city council has rejected a proposal to build a new stretch of highway aiming to connect Night City to Los Angeles. The proposal was put forth by Night Corp out of concern for public safety. The relentless attacks from nomads. Theatrical cesspool. Corporate wars is like a sewer. It's a putrid, seemingly never-ending deluge of crap. This tone-deaf musical takes real historical events and throws them into an industrial-sized propaganda blender, not to mention the tasteless performances from the main roles. Starbright says, I'm one that runs electronics until they don't work anymore by replacing upgrade. I do that with my Macs. So that my Mac, unfortunately, this is the first Mac I've ever had that is actually broken down mechanically. The battery is basically completely dead. But I think it's like a 8-year-old laptop now. It's pretty old, so eventually I need to do a replacement. But I think I'll wait until like the job market is kind of stable and I've paid down some debt before I consider anything like that. Plus, they're putting the new architecture out, so. Massacre in Japantown. An investigation is underway into the cause of a mysterious shootout in Japantown. According to sources, the NCPD found the bodies of Lazarus agents on the scene. The lone survivor claims that the attacker was a portly man with a black cyber arm. Page content sponsored by SciTech and Kiroshi Opticals. So, again, there's a ton of stuff going on in here. Okay, actually, sorry. There is one other thing that I'm going to do is the Arasaka, because this is my company. So, Arasaka Corporation employee NC770416, name V, Department 3, Counterintelligence, position Agent, Superior Arthur Jenkins, training, creating and maintaining intelligence networks, establishing defensive corporate assets in the event of armed conflict, crisis impact analysis, employee evaluation. Over a 2-year period of active duty, the agent has completed 6 defensive and 5 offensive operations. Areas of proficiency: identifying corporate espionage, Operation Ichiban, Human Intelligence, Operation Gambit, and Prag MT. I'm assuming this probably was supposed to scroll, but... Time tracker. Urgent. In order to adjust logged hours in the time tracker, contact the accounting department. All absences must be submitted and accounted for with evidence attached. Mission report. ARSC Intel NC772019 Adohira. Description: a full reconnaissance was executed on the Arasaka factory premises in the district of Watson. Agent V tracked and intercepted a spy from Baskin Undercover Incorporated during the operation. 3 Class H workers were killed. The spy was suspected to have been acting upon Militech's orders. Mission's status: completed success. And then Jokoyu and Ichigo are archived. Finally, employee evaluation. Agent V exhibits a high degree of personal initiative and has proven himself an effective autonomous operative, albeit difficult to control. As a clever and ambitious individual, Agent V is suited to working in the field. Moreover, Agent V is committed to completing her assignment. Another bug. Assignments and fulfills an appropriate amount of overtime. He does not display any signs of disloyalty against Arasaka. That's weird. Okay, so I wonder what causes that then, because you'd think that the pronouns would be attached to a variable. So I wonder why it says he on one and she on the other. Not that I mind. I mean, that's a pretty, like, 0 out of 10. Oh my God, what were they thinking? But that's weird that that happened. Currently using a 13-year-old laptop that's broken more times than you can count, but you fixed it. So at this point, you don't know if you can call it the same. It's the laptop of Theseus. Yeah, I agree, Angry Cat. I think the biggest... Sorry, I should have been looking for more reading material.
No, I didn't say anything of the sort. Tell your people to be no comment. How many times do I have to search
for dirt on us now?
Lunar bases are huge to them. They won't forgive us for this.
Konpeki Plaza. Konpeki Plaza, luxury, beauty, discretion. What holds more power than a place? An idea. Konpeki Plaza is more than a hotel. It is a space in which reality is curated to even the most refined tastes and sensibilities. At Konpeki Plaza, you'll find 420 exclusive apartments, 20 conference rooms, 14 fully equipped pools, and the finest bars, restaurants, and that which cannot be measured by numbers alone. Luxury, beauty, and discretion. Our world-class customer care will fulfill even the deepest needs and desires of our guests, turning your stay in Konpeki Plaza into an unforgettable experience. When it comes to the comfort of our clients, there is no such thing as the impossible. Discover new dimensions of comfort. Enjoy the best Night City has to offer. But yeah, no, I definitely appreciate your situation, Angry Cat. Like, I think in the end, one of the things, so I'll put it to you this way. I think people buy consoles for the same reason that I buy an iPhone. I really don't want to think about... okay, actually, sorry. Before I say this, there's this wonderful line in Neuromancer, the William Gibson book, also in Canada. He wasn't born Canadian, but he lives in Vancouver, chose to live in Vancouver. I think to avoid Vietnam, actually. But basically how a bartender's ugliness was unique and respectable in a world of cheap plastic surgery. There was something really striking and interesting about someone who looked that ugly. And I always remember that because, this is the thing about Cyberpunk as a role-playing setting, not just as for this game, but everybody looks awesome. And I keep remembering that. But yeah, no, I think basically people buy consoles for the same reason that I buy iPhones, is that I really don't want to have to think about all the specs and all of the different rules and the permissions for software. And I think to a certain extent, if you say you're releasing for Xbox, if you're releasing for PlayStation, those systems have been curated for a specific kind of experience. And ultimately, releasing on...
The world's going to tear us apart when the word gets around.
What do you think of this hair, Johnny?
The world's never going to find out. And the few who do know the truth, they won't know it for long.
I wasn't listening to your conversation. That was a very judgmental look that they gave me. But yeah, I think it's very reasonable for people buying something on a console to have an expectation that it's going to run a certain way, because I believe that the people who make those consoles have set that expectation. And I think it is quite reasonable for people to say, look, this doesn't live up to it. And I'm sorry that you're experiencing that. I hope it does get better, because again, we all get, we're all better off if we have more fun games to play. This would have been a much better time for me to read all the entries if I've got a ride coming in. Oh,
bring up district analytics.
Increased NCPD presence and activity has been reported in Haywood. No official statement has been forthcoming. Intercepted radio communications suggest MaxTac has been sent to the area. A widespread power failure has been reported in Santo Domingo. All other districts exhibit activity within expected parameters.
Destination, Lizzie's Bar.
Noted. En route.
A conference of the European Space Council screeched to a grisly halt following a failure in a neural stabilization system. 5 European Space Council members are dead, while 3 remain in critical condition. Authorities are still looking into what might have caused the shocking incident. The council members were all wearing Biotechnica-provided devices. The corporation's representatives have, as yet, refused to comment. Our reporter is on the scene. We'll have updates on developments as they come to light. Stay with M54 News for the latest.
It's really interesting little things that get communicated about this world through... So obviously you're not going to put a window on something like this because you're in a dangerous city. Wow, they're really going for the Blade Runner experience. Oh, my life coach.
Hello, V.
Yes? We weren't scheduled to connect till the end of the week.
Quantified Satori received notification of a somewhat troubling biometric reading. I felt I should call. Is everything in order?
I'm dealing with a temporary nuisance. Nothing you should worry about.
Just think back to our last session. The neuromotor relaxation exercises 3 times a day. They'll soothe and lift your spirit. I know this.
Sure, okay. See you later.
But yeah, so you can't have windows on vehicles like this because you're in a dangerous environment, and that would be a recipe for assassinated executives. And so instead, you now have kind of video projectors. It's the same reason Titanfall 2, why your Titan doesn't have a glass cockpit. It has a video projector or a VR system. I mean, it's a good-looking game.
Designated landing site has been detected at the destination.
Find a spot close to the bar, as close as you can. Fuck procedures.
Oh my god, such a rebel!
Parameters.
But yeah, just little details about the technology. It's not just high tech, right? It's cool, it's the future, but it serves a purpose. It tells you a little bit about the world, and that even executives are going to have a certain kind of. I mean, this is my boss's vehicle, right? So they're going to have a certain amount of danger, and the design of luxury vehicles is still going to account for that.
Fuck's your problem, Psycho Suit? This look like a landing pad to you? Could have fucking crushed us.
Out of my way.
What? Who the fuck are you to say that to me?
Arasaka counter intel. We done here?
I don't need to.
Couldn't use the front door like everyone else?
Keep an eye on the AV for me, will you?
I don't get paid to do that.
I wasn't asking. I'm not a scratch on it when I get back.
Welcome to this.
Yeah, so the reason why I made that decision there was I am of the opinion that if you are counter intel for a megacorp, you don't need to prove how tough you are by beating up a guy with a basketball.
Leave me alone!
There's that cream you paid.
Just want to see if there's any more details that I can find. There's my, there's Jackie. I need to use a basketball player as stress relief. I can start a fight in the bar. Maybe not. Is any one of these people going to do a Commander Shepard dance?
Now sit down and tell me what's got your shorts in a knot.
It's good to see you too, Jack. How you been?
Got sparks flying between the Valentino boys and Maelstrom. Eddie's there for the taking, as long as you don't get flatlined. Yeah, I know how it is. Can't complain, but we ain't here to shoot the shit about me. Let me hear about this problem of yours.
Jackie, before I start, this stays between us.
Por supuesto.
I'm serious. This thing, it could ruin me.
So could I. You do realize who you're talking to, right? The guy who's done this before. Remember what happened in Mexico, at the border? I peeped one word.
I know, you saved my ass. Worried about the cartels that gotten out.
But it didn't. And this won't either. That's why you came to see dear old Jackie.
Data shard. Take it. What do you think?
Won't come cheap. It'll have to be done on the sly. No trail. Hard eddies only.
Got the money.
Full crew job for sure. Techie, maybe 2. A runner with a gold-plated brain. And a driver with wheels from hell.
Oh, this really feels like the start of a tabletop.
Solo.
Piece I'm missing.
That what you need from me? My trigger finger to zero this lady?
Delicate situation, I know. That's why I need somebody I can trust.
This ain't no delicate situation, hermano. It's a hit job. Plain and simple.
You know how Arasaka operates. Okay, maybe you don't. This isn't a professional request I can refuse.
But I can. And I am. You should too. Now, what do you say we liquor up and talk life? Gracias, mamita. Double tequila with grenadine and lime. Nothing better for drowning nerves.
Do this.
Was that a toast? What the hell does that even mean? You raise a glass to your mama, hermana. The mamacita you'll meet at the bar. But this doesn't say a damn thing. Do this.
That sync was
bullshit. You know what it is? Un pacto con el diablo. Been saying it all along. Sold your soul to those Arasaka fuckers. Today, they got you to zero somebody. Tomorrow, they'll get somebody else to zero you.
Those are the rules, Jack. Want to be top? Gotta have some skin in the game.
Yeah, but you're not on top. Saburo Arasaka is. And you're the pendejo who keeps him there. Work for yourself, live for yourself. That's the only way.
Maybe someday. But for now, I'm still well within their reach.
You'll always be within reach. Always. Hey, you lost? Got a problem?
V, is that right?
You're from Arasaka HQ. Is there a problem? Are you here about Frankfurt?
We're here for you. Jenkins assigned you a task today. You'll share all the details with us.
Name and department again? Didn't quite catch it first time around. Fuck!
How you feeling? Pretty sharp dive, huh? Your access to company networks is hereby revoked. In 2 minutes, any company cybernetics in your possession will cease functioning. Give us the data you received from Jenkins. This will conclude termination procedures.
How the hell did you find out?
That is not your concern. The data, now.
I thought I would have an option on this. Okay, before we make this choice, this actually really felt like this was going to start like a tabletop session where it's like, okay, we got to get 5 people together and this is how the team gets together. But I kind of feel like I'm on rails on this one. I'm going to have to give up my boss.
Smart choice.
We done?
With the formalities, yes. But I think Abernathy would gladly up our fee for ridding her of a piece of rock like you. Stand up. You're coming with us. Come on, move it.
I think you fellows might have forgotten just how far from home you are. Not sure this body is your style, let alone a healthy option. Queda claro.
That is a threat.
You start shooting, maybe we join in. Before you know it, somebody might die today.
We have what we came for. It'll do for now.
I can't breathe.
Need help?
No, it's just withdrawal syndrome. Sort of. I think they cut off my hormone regulators. Biomon and SAT analysis system. Body's gotta adjust.
Hey. Should I get you to a Ripper? Or, I guess, maybe trauma team's on its way.
TT policy's gone, Jack. So are my biochem controllers. Company pad. I mean, they've seized my bank account. Not frozen, seized.
Jesus, these fuckers move fast. You sure you feel okay, though? I mean...
Give me a minute. Get my shit together. That'd be that, Jack. Just lost control of my life. Completely.
I'd say you got it back. You couldn't say no to them, so they said it to you. This is a turn for the better. We'll see. Besides, you haven't lost everything.
No, Jack, I did. Lost everything. Access to intel systems, my pad, car, contacts, every shred of credibility.
At least you still got the eddies for the hit job. Probably some fat-ass chunk of cha-ching. Just right for a new start. That's right, fool. Buckle up.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say, Johnny, is like, right now I've just kind of been walking in a lot of really good-looking environments and doing dialogue options. Like, I'll probably have some combat coming up.
Hello there, Night City! Stanley here with you, and we got another day ahead of us in this city of dreams. Ooh, I love this town. Love it like you might love a mother who popped you out on the steps of an orphanage once and now stops you to ask if you got a smoke for her. Every new day here means 100 new arrivals, but only half these gonks will survive a year, and that's if it's a good one. And why do these peeps come to NC? Well, to be street
It's Pris from Blade Runner.
Blackhand and Waylon Boa Boa. The greater the risk, the bigger the bounty, kids. Or so they say. But you can only be a Major League player for so long. The faster you live, the faster you burn out. If you don't get a bullet to the brain first.
Boy, it'd be really fun to actually be able to do any of this stuff. Like, I do get to shoot a gun at some point, right?
What matters here is the walk you walk. In Night City, the city of dreams.
Chick we're looking for is somewhere in this building. Probably crawling with the pendejos that kidnapped her.
He's gonna
Eyes
say
and ears
pendejos a
open,
lot,
right?
isn't he?
Speaking of which, got you a little something. Militech training shard. In case you need to, brush up on your dance moves. Down for some target practice in VR?
Militech? Jack, we're talking classified military-grade shit here. How'd you get it?
T-Bug. And our girl made a couple adjustments.
Why? Think she knows better?
Nah. Said it didn't suit her, style. You'll see what I mean.
Okay, cool. We'll do the tutorial. So, Angry Cat, is the quality difference really that like other than the frame rates and that, like the visual fidelity is really that different on the PlayStation? I'm sorry, I really don't do a lot of console stuff, so I'm not trying to be cute. I just
Let's begin with basic combat training. This session will be recorded for subsequent evaluation. This course is designed to reinforce your fundamental combat abilities and hone your reflexes. The
The skills you gain here will help you survive, even excel on the battlefield. I will train you to be effective with firearms, to use stealth tactics to your advantage, and to hack into enemy networks. Because at Militech...
Man, Militech can't encrypt for shit. But they clearly got drill and jarheads in their blood. Now, Station 1, you maggot! Move, move, move! Hope you're ready to bust ass through this fascist playground.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
blast through a tactical target practice program. You know, little warm-up. Yeah, I didn't think you'd find that too tough. What do you say we crank it up a notch?
Oh, did I really miss that?
Not bad. But it's more realistic if the target's packing iron. Quit standing around and get covered.
Proceed to crouch. Oh, okay, well, I press C automatically, so my next button would have been crouch. Proceed to crouch behind cover. Cover can protect you from enemy fire.
You took a hit. Use a reanimator to patch yourself
Did
up.
I? When you pick up a consumable, it will automatically be added to your consumable quick slot in the inventory if empty. Press X now to use one to regain health.
Head to the training area when you're good to go. Oh, look. Brought some tunes with him this time. You know what to do.
I should have focused on the guy at on the high ground.
Dream work, V. Stand on the platform and we'll move on.
I just wish your frame rate would stay consistent and things don't pop in so much. So interestingly enough, I don't seem to be able to see what kind of frames I'm getting. For some reason, the
Next item on the menu. You might notice I tweaked the course material a bit.
the GOG overlay seems to be disabled for this game, which is fine because like as long as I don't, there were a couple of points when it was on like everything max, like reflections at psycho level, where it sort of chugged a little bit. But in this world where people are cybernetically enhanced, we still have asthma. You know, it's weird to say it this way. This reminds me a little bit of how they train you in System Shock 2. They put you through like these different, like you go through like the Naval Academy or you go through the PsyOps group. This isn't exactly the same because like you only have one, like you've got Militech, but I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of that. Hold tab to activate your scanner. Job-related items are highlighted in gold. Scan 2 such objects. Scanning highlights objects of interest in your surroundings and provides more valuable information about them. Okay, so it's computer vulnerabilities, takeover, and malfunction, and server explosive, malfunction, overload. Hazards are highlighted in red. Hackable objects are highlighted in green. Objects that are useful in other ways are highlighted in blue. So I guess the computer is useful. Surveillance camera is green. I guess this gun is hackable. Oh, I wonder if I could like make the gun fire on its own. Release tab tags of the scanner.
This training module will teach you how to apply technological tools to combat situations. Work a little hack magic on the screen to distract the guard.
Hold tab to activate your scanner. With CyberDeck installed, your scanner provides an additional interface for selecting quick hacks and their targets. Use distract enemies to distract the guard. Navigate the list of available quick hacks with the mouse wheel. Okay, so we want to distract and F2 execute.
Corpo trash. style over
The
substance.
icon displayed on the hacked devices indicates how
Good.
long... Oh, okay.
Now take him out quietly.
When crouch, you can move silently.
All right, all yours. Take him out.
You can choose how to deal with enemies. Sometimes it's enough to perform a non-lethal... Wow, look at that. Is that like Z fighting, I guess?
Never smart to leave behind any trace of your handiwork. Especially the dead kind. Now pick up the body and hide it somewhere.
Johnny, did I shout you out? Am I completely losing my mind here? Johnny is not an oil shake feeling generous in chat, but if you haven't checked out his stuff, please do. He's been playing Ghost of Tsushima lately, which I know Angry Cat was saying was something that worked rather well on his PS4 and looked great. So you can hide dead and unconscious enemies in certain places. Doing so will help you avoid detection by other enemies. Sorry, I know that was a crummy shout out, Johnny, but I'm trying to make some progress in the game, and I talk too much. So practice makes perfect. Okay.
Now try to take him down in one slick move. Think you're ready to try hacking some gonks in real time? Have fun.
Quick hacking allows you to take control of certain devices. Hold the tab to activate the scanner, and then aim at the camera. Press F to execute the camera control hack. More advanced quick hacks allow you to use the environment or enemies to your advantage. While in control of the camera or turret, you can still quick hack other devices and enemy. Hold tab and aim at one of the guards. You don't have enough available RAM units to use the detonate grenade quick hack. Breach protocol can be used to trigger network-wide effects. Use it now to reduce the RAM cost of all quick hacks. To upload the Ice Pick Demon, you must recreate the code sequence by selecting characters from the code matrix. The characters you select will be visible in the buffer. The breach protocol always begins with the first row active. Select 555 from the code, or sorry, select 55 from the code matrix. Selecting a character from the active row will then activate the column it belongs to. Select 55 from the code matrix. The active area alternates between rows and columns. Select BD from the code matrix. Ah, neat. Okay. To upload a demon, you must recreate its code sequence in the exact order. Select 55.
Now, detonate the grenade.
That's a neat little puzzle. Okay. the guy on the right decided whether or not he was going to die to the blast.
See? Just needed to shut your brain down and follow orders in true Militech fashion.
Tax's quick hacks.
My wise command, you're a real champ. Take your spot on the podium.
Tax's quick hacks outside this training. You must have a cyber deck with quick hacks installed on it.
Not too shabby. Militech's algorithms put you on a decent run. Got additional modules if you want to hone any other skills. Or you finish up, Delta out now. But remember, the street's not going to give you any hints or second chances.
I mean, I did choose very hard, so I should probably get the remaining training. You've completed the mandatory portion of the tutorial. Feel free to interact with the door to exit the simulation, or if you wish to learn other gameplay features, click on the other optional tutorials.
Right. So first, let's shape up those stealth skills.
Hold tab to use your scanner. To tag a target with your optical cyberware, aim at it and press the middle mouse button. Okay. Enemies that are unaware of your presence... Oh, it looks like everything's slowed down when I'm scanning too. Enemies that are unaware of your presence will continue their routines. Pay attention to their behavior patterns and use what you learn to sneak around them. Okay. So I don't see these guys moving anywhere. I wonder if I could just sneak by. I've got like maximum cool, so yeah. When you enter an enemy's line of sight, their alert indicator will begin to fill. Find cover to avoid detection.
Find cover, quick.
Nice, nice. Now, move slowly towards the exit. Stay out of sight. Nova, well done. On to the next area.
Cat snoring so loud you're having trouble hearing me? Is that because I'm too quiet, or because your cat sounds like a jet airliner taking off? Security systems. Keep an eye out for security systems such as turrets and surveillance cameras, which can trigger alarms and alert enemies to your position.
Now the same thing, only with the camera.
Hostile cameras that can detect you have orange scanning beams, while friendly ones have green beams. Cameras will detect you if you enter their field of vision, but they do not register noise. Oh, so I guess it doesn't matter if I'm crouching or not. Well, other than positioning. This is actually kind of neat that you have a slightly better sort of visual.
You're not a gaunt-brained Militech recruit. Get moving.
No, I am not going to go into the into the beam. Thank you, hacker lady, but
Nice work today. Just stand on the platform to exit the sim.
old man just snores really loud. Okay.
All right, some advanced combat techniques for dessert. Then we wrap this party up. Time to get down and dirty in close quarter combat. Take him down. But careful. Looks tough.
I'm boned. Enemies at a much higher level than you, marked with a skull icon, are able to free themselves from your grapple more easily. Defeating them is extremely difficult, so proceed with caution.
Okay, that'll do. Now maybe we find someone closer to your weight class.
Tap left mouse button to perform a fast attack. Perform a fast attack combo, press left mouse button while the previous fast attack is being executed. I'm quite literally just pressing the mouse button as many times as I can. Okay, there we go. Hold left mouse button to charge a strong attack, then release left mouse button to perform it. Continuously attacking your enemies will drain your stamina. Fast attacks and strong attacks have different stamina costs. Your current stamina is displayed in the yellow bar at the top of the HUD. The enemy is in a blocking stance. Strike him to see how your attacks affect him.
Let's bump things up from easy to normal. This next fool can block your attacks.
Fast attacks will not damage a blocking enemy. Only strong attacks can break their blocking stance. Hold right mouse button to take a blocking stance.
Dull bit coming up now. Blocking blows instead of dealing them.
When you are hit while blocking, the attack will consume part of your stamina. If your stamina drops to 0, your blocking stance will break. Your enemy's strong attacks can break your blocking stance in the same way your strong attacks can break theirs. To counter an incoming attack, press the right mouse button to block just before getting hit to deflect the attack and automatically deal the enemy a counter blow.
Now this fool loses his footing every time he swings. Use that. Get in there and land a counter punch.
Double tap WASD to toggle in the direction that you wish.
I like that. V, want to see this fool punch in air next. Don't let him land anything.
Use all the techniques you learned so far to defeat the enemy.
You've done well in mastering the way of the fool, young apprentice. I can teach you no more. This is the part where you face your final test. Let's move on to melee weapons. Grab a sword.
Melee combat techniques you've learned can also be used with melee weapons such as the katana. I don't know why I think space makes me dodge.
Good. Now show me what you've learned.
You are equipped with a range of weapons and a cyber deck. You will now face a mix of enemies whom you've already encountered in training. Defeat them however you choose. Oh boy. Okay. Insufficient RAM. Okay, let's start with the breach protocol. 1CE9, so it's rows and columns. Oh, but I gotta start. Okay. Easy enough. I gotta get out of the open. Okay. I think at this point I just gotta close the distance. This doesn't exactly feel like the most elegant solution. Oh, I thought I dealt with you.
Good stuff. Looks like you're cruising already. Hop on the platform.
No parting words? All right, let's get out of here and play the real. Oop.
So, not bad, huh? Now we can get down to biz.
Will Kako give you any tips and tricks for the job?
I'm not your mother. Just do what I pay you for. It's easy work. Yeah.
I cannot get over how his bracelets are just like constantly moving on his wrist. I don't think that's intentional. It was weird.
Let's do this.
Elevator. This way.
So here's a question. Actually, Johnny might be able to answer this because here... how does this game compare to The Witcher? Because the first comparison I would wind up making with this would be to sort of, I guess, like, again, the Elder Scrolls.
Target's Sandra Dorset. Target's biomon went mute a couple hours back. Suspected abduction. Target could have possibly flatlined already. Not sure you're in time.
We're in time, Bug. We. Sure you're on phones, but that don't make you any less part of this squad.
Squad. Charming.
Bug, could at least try to be nice.
You want nice, supportive? Call a damn helpline. Looking for 1237. Target should be inside, but I got 0 eyes on her biomon.
Let me guess, it's the apartment with the pounding techno.
This is life or death shit. Hurry. Try hacking the door.
It's neat to see like normal people in the world. To begin quick hacking, look at device, scan it by holding tab. Okay.
No profile.
I hope you guys like techno. I have a feeling it's going to be like this for a while. Hang on, I'm busy looting. Objects highlighted in yellow while scanning contain... Oh, that's grim.
Sandy Dorset's protected under Echelon 2 corporal immunity. Our girl's top shelf. This one's packing black market Zeta-Tech repros. Typical back alley fix-ups. Not our lucky gal. Let's keep looking.
Mira, eyes up. Pendejos ahead. Quiet. Careful now.
Well, after we get rid of this guy, we can I couldn't confirm whether or not the bracelets were still moving. Cyberware usage and its side effects. Many people believe that we live in a time where the impossible has become an obsolete term. Ripper docs can replace nearly any part of the human body with artificial implants, from your big toe to portions of the nervous system. My years in trauma team, however, taught me that the impossible is still very much possible. Even now, as we enter the twilight of the 21st century, we as medical professionals have not been able to eliminate all the side effects that come from incorporating cybernetic elements into our bodies. Of course, everyone is familiar with the mental disorder commonly referred to as cyberpsychosis, but it doesn't end there. Although advances in medical science for a greater part of the century have reduced its incidence to a minimum, cyberware rejection can still occur in a small subset of the population. These unlucky few can experience a range of complications, but the following are the most prevalent. Immune response. The body rejects the implant, causing scar tissue to continue growing to a point where it causes pain and inflammation of surrounding tissue, as well as possible interference with the tech's electrical circuits. Psychological effects. Neurological implants have the potential to cause unpredictable change in the brain. The possible side effects include depression, apathy, hallucinations, and sudden increases in addictive behaviors such as gambling. Implant overdependence. Long-term use of certain synthetic body part replacements can change the brain's chemistry to make it accustomed to a particular type of implant. There are reported cases of permanent blindness after patients attempted to replace their Kiroshi optical implants with different models. In face of the, I wonder if that dependence is designed by the manufacturers. In the face of these known risks, what should our outlook be as consumers and medical professionals? To deny ourselves cybernetic enhancements on the 0.5% chance that we lose our vision forever, or gamble away our life savings at the casino? The clear answer is no. Cyberware technology has elevated human biology to a point where these what-if arguments serve against our best interests. The best advice I can offer for minimizing your risk is to read the technomedical profiles for all cyberware you intend to purchase before you install it. That's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, it's a lot of Cyberpunk sort of deals with these body modifications and the different. Sorry, I'm just taking a second to see if I can loot anything. Jesus, this is grim. Body modification is not new to a Cyberpunk world, but I think what's kind of interesting about that one is, you are sort of dealing with this. We're talking about, I think it was, oh, sorry, I can't remember which one of you was talking about your laptop, that sort of over the course of 13 years, you've replaced as many,
On your toes. More bodies incoming. They're almost on you.
Need to find a single buyer for her. Score.
just tagging all the people I can find. But yeah, I mean, even in our own cases where we don't have, we don't have cybernetics. I'm not so sure about the choice to do non-lethal after seeing what these guys are doing here, but yeah. Anyway, sorry. I wanted to react to that. Bit that we saw earlier. Oh, interesting. We've got a lot more information here. So we maybe don't live in a world of cybernetics, but what kind of interests me about this one is that one's sort of talking a little bit about identity. So you have you have this idea of you starting to lose it. I mean, this is a big thing that comes up in this role-playing setting. Eventually you start cutting away different pieces of yourself, and at what point do you lose it? And this is still sort of something that we deal with today, right? So obviously on your social media profiles, you want to present a certain type of person. And it's very hard to say that we're not better off. Like, so it would be really hard for me to say that, something like Facebook or Twitter, or, any of the other services that I use, are things that have not given me some kind of a benefit. But obviously it does also reflect, it changes a little bit in terms of how I look at myself. Like it does require some effort to sort of not evaluate yourself by the number of follows that you have or the amount of attention that the things that you get. Now that's obviously very different from, putting in a pair of cybernetic eyes. But I do think that it's kind of interesting to do the two mappings, that even then, you're right from the start, it looks like you're, in the middle of this place where people are having those parts hacked out of themselves it looks for resale on the open market. That ultimately this game is sort of asking the questions in terms of who are you in a place where you can sort of replace all of your different parts. And I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I know whenever the word identity comes up, people always get a little scared, because it usually involves a topic that they may not be interested in. But it's kind of neat that we're encountering in that. T-Bug is a textbook example of how solos and netrunners really aren't all that different. Both take on risky contracts that usually end in dust-ups with corporations or the law, ever walking the tightrope between life and death. After all, black ice isn't less dangerous than taking a bullet. T-Bug's well aware of this fact and is a legit specialist in her field. She's fully within her rights to be picky about her contracts. Unlike more reckless netrunners, T-Bug intends to sail into retirement age, preferably with enough eddies to leave this goddamn city behind for good. I'm curious. I don't think there's anything. I will read these entries, but nothing seems relevant to the job right now. So it looks like we need to start picking these guys off. So Oop. The tagging is really helpful. Oh, did Jack? Yeah, Jackie took care of that guy. Cool. Oh, hello. You know what? I'll loot. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to get back here, so let me loot what I can. I suppose good news for us that they're playing loud music. Covers our tracks. Didn't hear that. What's knocking over these bottles? Okay. I'm not sure we have an answer about how we get. So I gotta do something to distract this guy, I guess.
Watch out, they'll mark us.
Nope.
Guess that's all of them.
Shit, where the hell's our target?
Look around. Gotta
Whoa! What was that? Oh, I probably hit X by mistake. Pain editors and mortality rates. Introduction. The implant, widely known as the pain editor, is cyberware that reduces or even entirely eliminates pain. It has enjoyed unwavering popularity for years among certain circles in Night City, the most devoted and arguably most valuable of which is mercenaries. It is using this test group that Zetatech conducted the following research. The pain editor is a neural coprocessor that inhibits signals sent from nociceptors to the parietal lobe of the brain, thus preventing feelings of pain in the user. Note, some models also reduce symptoms of fatigue. The beneficial effects caused by the pain editor are in some ways similar to the symptoms of hypoesthesia, including greater resistance to physical forms of torture and the ability to ignore pain from severe wounds, which can allow the user to continue to perform beyond normal human limitations for a brief period. However, some studies have reported that the pain editor can yield a range of undesirable side effects. For example, in the heat of battle, some users are unaware of the severity of their wounds, which causes them to continue fighting without realizing that they are dying and require immediate medical attention. The statistics support the theory that the lack of negative reinforcement may cause users to continue fighting when the rational strategy would be to retreat and escape death. Since 2020, the mortality rate of pain editor owners is above 60%. In this report, I address the question of how to better protect Zetatech clients from avoidable death while using our pain editors. Okay, as before, I want to see... Oh, actually, there's a computer. Pay or your head will explode from Nightmare. Hey Choom, today's your unlucky day. You're probably wondering who I am. I'm a voodoo boy, probably heard of us. Remember the last time you hit the net? Yeah, me too. I hack your call processor and install a little surprise for you. Now do what I say or your head goes boom. I think €1,000 is fair pay to keep your head. If you pay, I uninstall my surprise. If not, I blow up your head, but blow up the head of the person you love most first. And if you tell NCPD, I blow up your head twice. You have 2 days to pay, and I will know you read this because I installed spy cam in your optics. We read it together. This is not a negotiation, Choom, so do not reply. Just pay and you will live. Implants for cheap, cheap, cheap from Cyberware to Encrypted. Huge savings on discounted secondhand cyberware. Don't miss out. Today's deals. Plastic Sin Skin, pink hand size medium, second gen, used 1 week only, near mint condition. Tech hair, shoulder length, luminescent, second gen, moderate use, occasional flickering, faint cigarette smoke smell. Alloy feet, chrome, unpainted, men's size 8. First gen, light rust from lake water exposure. Price reduction due to lack of owner records. Synthetic calf muscle, red, no casing, mint condition, second gen, retrofit capable with older joint models. Items go fast, so buy now. Continue following us for the latest and best deals. Need someone to watch your back? Animals are alpha to Encrypted. Danger Prowls Night City. Got a stalker on your tail? Hired iron out for your blood? Some freak giving you crooked looks and bad vibes. Or maybe you're just looking to pad your personal security. The animals got you back. Survival of the fittest is the only law that matters in Night City. You hire us, we show your enemies just what that means. We're here. We'll protect you, your home, your workplace, your property. Hell, we're even happy to knock on a few doors if necessary. Become king of the jungle, choose the animals. And I think I'm gonna, as much as I'd like to check out the web, I know that's kind of a hole that I'm gonna get, I'm gonna fall down, so. The day the tower fell. In early August 2023, a single event would change the course of history. Although it fell against the bloody backdrop of the Fourth Corporate War, the global media still fed on the story for weeks. And how could you blame them? A group of terrorists detonated a nuclear bomb, blowing the Arasaka Tower to pieces. The terrorist warning came too late. Not all of the tower's employees could be evacuated. The blast itself killed and wounded thousands, while countless others died from radiation sickness. How did the biggest terrorist attack of the 21st century happen? Who was behind this catastrophe? To find the answers, we'll need to first understand the context of that era. The early 2020s was a period of unrest for Night City, and anti-corporate sentiment was at an all-time high. In the epicenter of the city's lawlessness stood the Atlantis Club. It was seen as an island of resistance against the powers that be, primarily megacorporations like Militech and Biotechnica. though a special place in hell was reserved for Arasaka, the Japanese arms manufacturing Zaibatsu, who held the most influence over Night City. The kinds of people who frequented the Atlantis felt that corporations had hijacked the future and had turned people into consumer slaves, and ironically deprived of the two things that capitalism loved most, freedom and choice. These people called themselves edge runners. They positioned themselves against the corporate world order. They declared their own freedom in opposition to the status quo, but deprived of any peaceful way to meaningfully change what they called the system. They reached for more radical methods of self-expression, and these people were no strangers to violence. Now, one of the things I read is that Johnny Silverhand, who I think is the character that Keanu Reeves plays in this, was actually present at the events that led to the destruction of those towers. But all of the accounts that I've read of it are sort of from unreliable narrators, so it's not entirely clear what happened inside of that building. Fresh meat from your favorite supplier. We won't forget you're a dead man walking. From Victor to Blaze, you're fucked. If any of your lackeys show up here again, they're in for worse than a split jaw. That's not an empty threat. Try me, motherfuckers. Yeah, the guy gets boxers and the woman's completely naked. Of course, this is a mature game for mature people.
V, Jack and Tor Biomon. Need to know what we're dealing with.
He's in the tub of ice, crammed in with another. Fuck. Like slabs of meat.
Keep it together, V. If she survives, she won't remember a thing. Tiny scar on the subconscious, that's all.
People who live through shit like this get panic attacks. Without ever knowing why. You'd be sipping a glass of ice-cold water and suddenly your hand's shaking.
V, Jack into her Biomon. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Jacking in. Sandra Dorsett, NC570442. Trauma Team Platinum.
Platinum? Shit. Trauma should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Guessing they jammed the transmitter, Sig. Looking at a hacked Biomon, firmware reconfig, or a neurovirus.
Carajo, T-Bug. You ain't seeing this place. This is tubs, ice, hooks, cleavers.
Scott Muncher's hack, huh? Got an idea. Check her neural cord. Find a shard? Yeah, pull it. That'll be what's muting the Biomon.
Is that even safe? Can't we just get her out of here?
We found her still breathing. Can't lose her. We need that Biomon working, checking for hemorrhages, whatever. Find that shard and yank it.
Found the shard. Removing now.
Check the Biomon. Anything change?
Greetings, Sandra. If you are conscious, assume recovery position now. An emergency evacuation unit has been dispatched and is due to arrive at your location in 180 seconds.
Biomon claims trauma will be here in 3 minutes.
Your premium plan will cover 90% of the projected costs of your rescue and treatment.
Oh good, I can give this some decency.
Let's get her off that ice.
Jack, look sharp. Not done yet. Don't know who's out there.
Locked and ready, hermano. Do your thing.
Oh, fuck.
He's flatlining.
V, need to know what's going on.
Jackie, air hypo. Fuck, this is bad.
Hey, catch, vato!
I think... Holy shit, it worked.
Fuera, cabrón. Get her outside.
Yeah, I think the point here. I mean, look, I don't necessarily want to be like a prude about it, but like, it is interesting that it's like the guy gets a pair of boxers, and for whatever reason, like, you know, there's a bunch of different ways I could carry this person, but it seems like the boob is getting like the maximum possible amount of screen time. And I mean, admittedly, like, a body being harvested for parts is not the sexiest thing in the world, but it's always just kind of one of these moments where I play a game and I'm like, okay, so what do you take me for? Like, it's kind of interesting the choices that they make on these things. Because in this case, I'm like, well, if the guy has, you know, if the guy has underwear, why can't, like, she have it? That's kind of the only thing I'm going with on it.
TT-133 to control. Patient NC570442.
It is neat to see the trauma team work, though.
70 milligrams dopamine, 110 norepinephrine, 800 for
Well, 10 years ago, breasts would have been like 2 times the size, so progress. I guess. Yeah. I mean, again, like, I don't... this is the thing, right? Like, I don't want to be too... I don't want to be too... militant about it, right? Like, in the end, people are going to decide to... You know, they're going to make this... They're going to tell the story that they want to tell. What I do find kind of interesting is, like, looking in this whole environment, right? So we've been talking a bit about, so we've been in this environment in which people are being chopped up for parts. We're no longer in the corporate offices, and like everything here is pornographic, right? In this case, like it's flesh, it's gratification. It's clearly something that is very different from, I mean, well, okay, I say sort of very different to a certain extent. Like this is kind of just a very aggressive form of what you maybe would see on like what you maybe see on something like the magazine covers or something like that, right? Like, and to a certain extent, it's sort of the logical conclusion of sort of a race for attention. And I don't like. I think in terms of the setting, I don't think that's accidental. But on the other hand, you know,
Let's get out of here. Elevator gets us to the garage direct.
It is important to remember, like, in the end, these things become choices. So if you have a guy in a tub in his underwear and you have a woman who doesn't have any clothing at all, it does invite the question, so why did you make that particular choice over the other ones? And in the end, like, the game's not gonna... It's probably not gonna have to justify every decision that it makes along those lines. But it's like I was saying before, if the errors are constantly in one direction, then you kind of need to ask the questions like, is there another set of decisions going on in here? Because in the end, I'd put it to you this way. Cyberpunk's a really interesting environment, and I would really like this game, particularly as a role-playing game, to take its themes seriously. But with that in mind, if I get the impression that so many of the points are in there to appeal to... I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's supposed to appeal to me. Like, I do like the female form quite a bit. But I don't know, it really takes me out a lot whenever I feel like there's the nudge nudge wink wink bits inside of games, because they really do come off as really obvious. And it's one thing, it's probably one of the easiest ways to sort of pull me out of a game. So maybe that's just like a personal thing, but I do it is one of the things that I actually tend to find distracting in like the worst way for a lot of games. So, but I realize, like, I sound like a hyper Puritan whenever I talk about that stuff. What does that say on the elevator? I guess I can't see.
Oh, almost forgot. Should get Wakako in the hollow. Tell her the job's done.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, the question is, so there's always going to be a justification that you can make in just about any given decision. And in the end, it kind of comes down, this is why I gave that sort of conditional, right? If the errors are constantly in one direction, right? So if it's always the case that if you're going to show a naked body, it's always a woman, and like every guy that you see has a pair of boxer shorts on, that can't really necessarily just be, you know, attributed to artistic choice anymore. That was clearly just one there. And like, again, I don't want to, I didn't mean to like unpack this into an extreme sense. But like I said, it is one of these points where it's probably one of the fastest ways that I get pulled out of a story whenever I feel like that sort of stuff is in. Nudity is not sexy. Tell that to my raging hard on. Johnny Big Time coming in to save the day.
course she's alive and well. That's what we agreed, isn't it?
Splendid. Your payment awaits you. Ready to come and grab whenever you like, even right away. But I guess home is the only place you wish to be now. The NCPD has surrounded Watson. The district is closed. If you're to make it past the cordon, you must move fast.
Thanks for the heads up. Swing by to see you later. Word's out the NCPD's gonna put Watson on lockdown. If I'm gonna sleep in my own bed tonight, we better put it in 5th.
Leave it to me, mano. I'm driving.
So again, word for anybody thinking of streaming this, there is a disabled copywritten music.
Like any other, just bigger.
No, mano. Not just any other city. Morgan Blackhand, Adam Smasher. Legends are born here.
Scully in the gullies, yeah. Ollie in the burrows,
Let's grab a tight bite. What do you say?
Jackie, they're locking down Watson.
Right.
Using the silence, put you to sleep. Bag of the beef, tagging the roof, pop them a juice, walking the loop, back on the
Draw weapon, alt, holster weapon, and return. That's really good of the radio to suddenly switch to combat music. As a passenger, drawing your weapon allows you to lean out the window and use your entire arsenal of equipped ranged weapons.
Fucking drive, Jackie.
Come on, B. Chingada
Hey,
madre!
keep her steady.
My aim could definitely improve. I wonder if I can hack the driver. Reboot. Yeah, let's reboot his optics so they crash.
Got you, asshole! B, aim for the driver!
There we go.
Scratched your baby up pretty bad.
It's okay. Wait. Let's just focus on getting home.
Pulling out all the stops.
Watson's on lockdown until further notice. Necessary security measure.
Officer, ma'am. Damn, are we ever lucky we ran into you.
Really? What's it that makes me so special?
Heart of gold? Because only somebody with a heart of gold can understand just how much I need to get back to my girl.
Your girl?
Uh-huh. Gonna be worried to take her out of the show. I mean, I'm trying to be a stand-up guy. She's giving me a chance. Waiting.
That's a shame.
Look at him. No model citizen, maybe, but he's a good kid.
I think it maybe turn the radio down for the officer.
Let them through. But they're the last. Okay, on your way.
You have a good evening now, officer, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the problem though of lore, which is like
am I not nice? Always? I'm always never not nice.
I find it tough to switch off my like I tend to just see stuff very analytically very often. It's usually just comes from working, like whenever I worked in movies, I tend to study movies. So now when I play games, it's a similar thing to myself. So I have my preferences, but it's also really hard for me not to sort of think about is like, so what's an audience reaction to this? And obviously if there's one choice which seems built for a specific, for like a specific group of people, again, I have my preferences, but I don't always like thinking that my preferences generalize to everyone. So, and like I said, for me, it tends to, because that's how I tend to watch stuff, it tends to pull me out of the experience pretty often. Riding as a passenger, you can press F to skip the ride and arrive immediately at your destination. I should probably use these extended drives then to Milfgard? Good God. Like to remind us that they made The Witcher, huh?
Almost at your place. What about you? I'm likely to make it back to Haywood now.
She'll be? They'll let me through.
Sure about that?
Oh yeah. I'll play nice game.
That's my other online nickname.
Sweet dreams then.
Tell Misty I said hi.
I will. Ahí luego.
But yeah, so one of the things I kind of find interesting about like all the arts, right? 3 Miles, 1 Desire, the Sasha Devon Experience, Braindance. I don't actually 100% know what Braindance is, but I'm going to assume it's kind of the virtual reality entertainment. If you guys haven't seen it, this is a difficult movie to find. I've seen it like once. I think I got it from the library now that I think of it. But there's a movie by Catherine Bigelow called Strange Days. And it stars Ralph Fiennes. Who else is in it? Tom Sizemore, I think. It's an older movie. Like I think it's before 2000, because one of the big plot points of it is sort of the millennium. But Ralph Fiennes plays this guy who sort of sells you these virtual reality experiences. It's actually a pretty good one. I think I get the impression that it was made sort of in response to the riots in Los Angeles after the Rodney King verdict. So obviously now with race back in the headlines, it's maybe a depressingly timely film to watch, but. That's another sort of interesting cyberpunk story, which I really don't feel quite got the respect it deserves. Like Catherine Bigelow was sort of regarded as this very talented filmmaker who had yet like sort of made something that was kind of equal to her talent, maybe like in terms of the respect and attention that it got. She made stuff like K-19, The Widowmaker, which I don't really think anybody like lists that as their all-time favorite movie. And then she made, so the Burrito, it's big. But yeah, then she made The Hurt Locker, and I think kind of people properly took notice. And then Zero Dark 30 as well. But that's actually, if you guys like cyberpunk stories, I think that one's a really decent one. But the Strange Days is a pretty good one. But yeah, so one of the things that interests me about some of the advertising in this one, though, and especially when you see the burritos and that, so there's kind of two angles where I think this is going, which is number one, you can consider it to be sort of a logical extension of the continuing to sort of push the limits in terms of what's acceptable in advertising or trying to constantly get attention. But of course, we'll forever have somebody who puts boobies as graffiti. But the other direction that I think is kind of interesting with all of the and again the phallic burritos and whatnot. The other direction that I think is potentially interesting in this one is, again, when you have so like in one sense you've got excess. Especially if you read something like Snow Crash, it really kind of seems to be the product of the 90s and certainly a degree of optimism and a very sort of self-centered, very consumerist kind of look. But the other thing that I find kind of interesting about this is that, and the other way that I think this can go is not necessarily just hedonism, but a reflection of, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Like, you've got, we're replacing so much of our body with cybernetics that all of a sudden there is this, tremendous appeal of the flesh. And that's where a lot of this is coming from. And I mean, to another extent too, depending on your views of, of pornography and of this kind of material, it could actually just be sort of a reflection of what's happened in this world with cybernetics, which is, in addition to sort of devaluing our own, in terms of devaluing our own bodies, in terms of integrating it and augmenting it with cybernetics, likewise, it's sort of been commodified, either in the forms of this kind of entertainment or these kinds of broadcasts. So I think probably playing the game, I'll be able to get a clearer idea in terms of exactly the shape and what we're learning about the world from this kind of advertising. But I find it so interesting how different it is compared to the corporate offices. Trauma Teams, how Canadian perceives a dystopian healthcare system in the USA? Probably not. You think this game, they just gave a really horny guy control of all the posters? Yeah, I could also be reading into it too much, but...
Good evening, Night City. My first guest tonight is the president of the Church of Elder.
Forgot earlier. A runner I know has something you could probably use. Zip in your deeds.
The task T-Bug has given you is an important step on the path to developing your net running skills. Be sure.
Guest is Karina Lee, host of the Chip In program, which promotes the use of cybernetic implants. How's love treating you, beautiful?
Can't complain, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
Now, I'd like us to talk about the most exclusive and highly sought-after implant on the market today.
I didn't mean to dodge, but okay.
Stupid gate's busted again. Third time.
Hate to get it fixed the last
I thought I could pick it up,
Gotta be
maybe?
some kind of scam.
Gonna have a word with the super. Oh yeah.
All right, so this is probably the time that's worth remembering. One, GOG very kindly gave me a key for this game, and they would like you to either buy it off of GOG. But number two, this is where you get your bonus items. So if you link your account to, this is, again, it's good to disclose this stuff. If you link your account to GOG Galaxy, even if you bought it on another side, you wind up getting sort of the extra, sort of these extra uniforms. So Second Conflict Biker Jacket, I don't think is one of them. Leather ankle boots, reinforced baseball cap, athletic shorts, sporty tank top, cam and shoulder straps, long sleeve. Huh. Do I have this in my inventory? Oh, we got to get him in a suit as soon as possible. I guess there's a katana that I got. Interesting. So I always thought you were supposed to get the special items inside here, but it might be that it's just one of your characters that gets them. Anyways, you should be getting some special items from. Oh, here they are. Black Unicorn, Wolf School jacket, Galaxy T-shirt for GOG Galaxy, V's. Nope, I'm wearing V's favorite T-shirt, Wolf School T-shirt. So the Wolf School are Witcher themed. Galaxy T-shirt is GOG themed, and I'm assuming Black Unicorn is a reference to The Witcher, but I'm not sure. All right, let's pick. So it seems to say, look at that DPS, 53.9. I wonder why it's offset like that. So I'm not necessarily just interested in the DPS measure. I'm interested in what one shot from this thing does. So for instance, this revolver, it's got a lower DPS because it's got a slower rate of fire. But if I can land a headshot, then I'm gonna do more on a single attack. So the revolver, 23 to 28, 2 per second. 10 to 12 electrical damage, 120 headshot multiplier. Well, see the... Oh, no, sorry. I'm misreading this. Yeah, so the headshot damage multiplier is quite a bit higher. I think I'll keep the Nova. So we'll drop the rest of these. I will take the katana. So I guess the question would be, would I go for the Copperhead assault rifle or the DB4 Igla shotgun? I think I'm going to drop off the... Where did my katana go? Okay. Now, fashion. I don't even care if this stuff... So I was under the impression, I think maybe I was just hearing what people had told me. Maybe I'll keep the sneakers. You walked a mile in these and it smells like it. Okay. So I was under the impression that there were like adjustments to your stats based on or your cred or something. I was under the impression that there were basically differences in terms, like there were in-game benefits from picking sufficiently cool clothing, which doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be just armor. But yeah, clearly this will not do. So I can do... Oh, well, actually, the office slacks are an improvement armor-wise, so good news there. I'll leave the sneakers for last. I don't think I have any special outfits. So I'm currently wearing V's favorite t-shirt. So the Galaxy t-shirt is the best if you are so inclined to be a walking billboard. Likewise with The Witcher. But as far as I'm concerned... Oh, hang on. Oh, you can put whatever you want underneath. So yeah, I guess I can put the GOG shirt on. Underneath. And then for my upper body, I just... Well, what does the Wolf School jacket look like? I mean, not bad. But I think this is infinitely more handsome. And it looks like there isn't any armor difference. Although, let's just see. Yeah, no. We're definitely putting on the office gear. Milady. Yeah, I don't care if there are armor penalties. Neither of these work. So, and revolver. Man, this is pure Deckard as far as the weapon. All right. So I guess the question would be, I was wondering whether or not I could get away with the sneakers. I really don't think that works. So office shoes it is. That hat prevents all sex scenes. Given how poorly chat responded to my objections as to the way they handled the nudity, maybe that would be in my best interests. I'm just trying to get rid of the crap. I guess I should hang on to these just in case. Well, actually, come to think of it, this is supposed to be my stash, so let's put 9 units of bounce back in the stash just in case. All right. I was thinking that maybe it would like start populating all of these things with my weapons, but I guess not. Your stash is a secure system for storing equipment and can be accessed from all of your available safe houses and vehicles. For example, if you store something in your car trunk, you'll be able to access it from your apartment later on. All right, so it wants me to go to bed, but let's take a look at what the apartment is like. Oh, more reading. Oh, actually, sorry. Okay, so here's a question for you guys. I'll at least take a look at my emails here. How do you guys feel about me doing the sort of like the data segments? I think some people just want to see what this game is like, and so having me read like the data entries is something that detracts from the experience. And then I know some of you just like hearing me read lore stuff. And so I would love to get a bit of a sense in terms of how tolerant everyone is about the, oh my God, vending machines inside my apartment. This is horrifying. I'd love to get a bit of a read in terms of what people think of the, what you'd like to see. Because I can kind of do it both ways. Horrifying. Oh yeah, it's definitely interesting to me. But I know sometimes, like I talk a lot, right? And we said that at the beginning, that this is not necessarily going to be, this is definitely going to be a very leisurely playthrough. I am, again, fascinated by the fact that there's actually very little glass in this world, that it's all video. But I didn't want to be too, I don't know, like there is a certain point of self-indulgence of like reading everything, which might be interesting to me, but not necessarily interesting to everyone else. So we'll start with the email. I'll see if there's some appropriate data logs. They seem to be, one nice thing is they seem to be somewhat short, and I think this stash is a bug because it seems to be covering all the other details. But alert, you've been attacked. Alert bot of encrypted. Warning, malware detected. Your computer has been attacked by 3 demons. Our system detected 2 attempts to obtain your personal data, 1 attempt to corrupt your neural processor. Immediate action required. Our quick threat neutralization software can prevent identity theft and implant hijacking. Remember, hostile netrunners can infiltrate your nervous system and force you to commit terrible crimes such as bank transfers, assault, theft and/or robbery, and suicide. To protect yourself, click the Scan Now button. Our sophisticated anti-demon software will eliminate all threats immediately. If you do not scan in the next 5 minutes and 17 seconds, your operating system may suffer irreversible damage. Protect yourself now. Penis nanogel scam alert from unknown to encrypted. Sorry, I just got a quick message here I want to deal with. Warning, scam alert. Do not click on any of the emails with ads for penis enlargement nanogel. This is a scam. Ordinary gels cannot stimulate new cell growth. The only tested and proven method for penis enhancement is the Arisex hormone treatment. Our scientists at Arisex have developed a formula that will dramatically increase the length and girth of your penis in only 7 days. Join the thousands of other satisfied customers and order your kit today. I didn't believe it would work, but I was desperate. I only had a week to get my penis big, and I knew that Mr. Stud wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, Arisex did the trick, and I've got the nail marks on my back to prove it. Thanks, Arisex. Richard Towers, real customer, verified penis growth. Order now while supplies last. Mega Medicine Lottery, WH Facil 87. Attention, Mega Medicine Lottery. Buy 2 tickets, get a third for free. Heart, heart, heart. Thousands of prizes are still available. Drugs, reanimations, primary care appointments, surgery vouchers, blood screens, cyberpsychosis vaccines, Ripperdoc referrals, and our grand prize, a 1-year trauma team premium package. Hurry while supplies last. Your neighbors have already got their tickets. Buy yours now. Heart, heart, heart. The only streamer who will read the whole penis enlargement ad? I'm hoping that life is balance. If any of you know an excellent penis reduction service, we should talk after the stream. I really want to see if I can lose this stash window. Okay, tell you what. Sorry, just need a second. I had to disable the screen so that I can go through all my picks.
Hey everyone, feels great to have you back. So then, did you all hear about that Arasaka aircraft carrier docked in Night City called Kujira or the Whale? Apparently the Corp figured it wasn't safe in Japanese waters. Afraid some local fishermen might...
There we go. Got rid of the... Okay, let's do Samurai Web. Samurai fan page. Hear my call, I'm chipping in. Total War, I'm chipping in. Casings fall, I'm chipping in. Kill them all. Welcome to my Samurai website. If you know, you know. If you don't, then you don't. Then you don't know fuck all. Silverhand for life. Kareem 012. The greatest band of all time was formed at the start of the 21st century in Night City. Its members included Johnny Silverhand, the Lord of Punk anti-establishment warrior, ex-soldier and arch-nemesis of corporations, vocals and guitar. Carrie Eurodyne, a pal of Johnny's who sang almost just as good, but without that extra edge. He went mainstream after the band split up. Vocals, guitar. Denny, tough as nails chick who beat the shit out of those drums. Nancy, currently known as Bess Isis, a virtuoso on the keys. Apparently she threw her abusive husband out of a Mega Block window. Too bad she sold out to N54 News, keyboard. Henry, a do-it-all whiz kid, worked on a first personal link prototype. Samurai started by playing small smoke-filled club in the Rainbow Cadenza. I'll never forget the vibe. Dust-ups with corpos, drinking contests with Nats, listening to Johnny's hour-long tirades, not to mention his sense of humor. One time he printed shirts for a 2020 worldwide concert tour. It's funny because Samurai couldn't even get an arena gig at in the States. He picked some really random places. Beijing, Sapporo, Katowice. I happen to have one of the shirts myself. Too bad no one got the joke. Real rock with a capital R died the way of Silverhand, with a flash and a tower-crumbling bang. We're still here listening to your songs, Johnny, and we remember there's nothing left for us. Night Corp. What is Night Corporation? Richard Knight's legacy, the foundation stone of Night City, its silent, watchful guardian. Here are 3 things Night Corporation is not: a manufacturer of junk, a company that only cares about profit, a foreign imposter on American soil. We grew out of the Richard Knight Foundation, a man who dreamt of creating the perfect city. Keeping Richard Knight's dream alive is what underlies all of our projects. Investments in public efforts, such as underground maglev tunnels. We finance research and donate to orphanages, and by adhering to our founder's vision, we improve the living standards of all Night citizens like nobody else can. We're not afraid of risk. Nothing comes before Night City. N54 News, Night City, latest Arasaka death. NCPD breached the home of an Arasaka employee who had been seen for 2 days, who hadn't been seen for 2 days, according to colleagues. Officers discovered the man's bodies, with the official Ripper doc noted the cause of death is suicide by poison. Disgraceful working conditions have been widely... All right, can't subscribe. I wonder if this is... well, it's an employee, so probably not my boss. Also, this sucks given what what the development team went through. But another shootout in Watson. Clashes broke out again between local gangs on the street of Watson, according to police reports. A firefight erupted between members of the Maelstrom and Tiger Claws, resulting in 7 civilian casualties. This isn't the first time gang wars have spilled out into broad daylight in Corporate Wars. I play the Seagull feature interview. Phenomenal, breathtaking, mind-blowing. This is how critics have been describing the premiere of Corporate Wars, a new musical by Tim Kunze. Read our exclusive interview with the main star who... Watch out for acid raid. The Biotechnica Meteorological Institute reports that night citizens should expect scattered acid showers in the upcoming months. There is no cause for immediate concern, but we nevertheless advise caution. Individuals not in possession of reinforced synth skin, and so on. Nomads in Night City. Beware, nomads have been spotted in Night City. The NCPD advises not to approach them or engage unless absolutely necessary. We remind you that nomads are responsible for 84% of highway assaults. Their criminal activities have already led to content sponsored by Militech and Petrochem. All right. Around the world, a sweet souvenir, a delicious treat for those with ample cred chips. A jar of linden honey was found on the border between Poland and the USSR. Scientists believe the honey was made by a genuine beehive. After completing laboratory testing, the jar will be put up for auction. Experts estimate it could reach up to 300,000 euro dollars. Nenetzian Revolution. The ruling authorities of the Yamlo-Nenets Autonomous Region have taken the revolutionary measure of draining swamps to settle former nomads, who are increasingly transitioning to a sedentary lifestyle in a brand new city. Thanks to the Sovdil refinery, the city's new residents won't have to look for jobs. Question, have you found a group in the game that you can connect with? Other than the corpse, you mean? I mean, we're still pretty early on. I've been trying to read in as much of the environment as I can. Or are you talking about like... Okay, one of the things that I really like about the setting that I get from the books and not from the video game, I really want to know if there's poser gangs. Like the idea, the fact that there's a bunch of people running around who are like cosplaying as like Gilligan's Island characters. Or like John F. Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy and stuff like that, I think is fantastic. Some of the stuff in Cyberpunk is really silly, but like in an interesting way. So, Orbital Air. Africa looks to the stars. The government of New Africa has once more teamed up with Orbital Air, training its sites, this time on the Alpha Centauri star system. An unmanned space shuttle equipped with the world's most advanced AI will attempt a landing on the surface of Proxima Centauri b in the next few. Riots in the Amazon plains. Riots continue in the Amazon plains, where nomads posing as indigenous Amazonian tribespeople attacked and destroyed farmland belonging to the Brazilian corporation of Silva Scherer. The violence resulted in the deaths of 37 corporate employees, while the nomad bandits remain at large. The Brazilian government has quenched Seattle's thirst. The Nusa government supports Seattle in its fight against prolonged drought. President Myers has launched a new... Oh, actually, this is a different president. So apparently in 44, there is a president who's on her 4th term. But I guess by 77, she'd be pretty old. So has launched a new scheme named Water Plus that will give local businesses access to clean drinking water, with the first 1,000 customers receiving an early bird discount. The program's main sponsor is Militech. Lifestyle recipe, yummy protein salad. Forget about slimming down. Follow the latest fitness trends. Invest your health with this recipe for egg salad using blended proteins and vegetable spreads from All Foods. Ingredients, green lettuce, all food vegetable spread, egg-flavored protein blend, monosodium. Entomophagy? Where to start? Veganism, freeganism, and raw food lifestyles are a thing of the past. Dietitians predict that in the next few years, entomography will be all the rage. So how should one begin their rich new adventure with insects, grasshoppers, or centipedes? Thanks to our guide, you'll discover what. Sounds like Nestle. Yeah, I think well, I mean, the idea of the heist that takes all the water is as old as Chinatown. which is kind of like a neo-noir movie directed by Roman Polanski, written by, I think, Robert Townsend. But yeah, in the books, I don't know, like the media type is an interesting one. Rocker Boys actually become really interesting because I'd always kind of assumed it as being, I don't know, like I'd probably as a rocker boy be playing a bit of a himbo, but it looks like what I probably fail to appreciate is like I think of like a rocker boy as a pure performer, whereas I think rocker boys are probably better portrayed as like what hip hop stars project, only 100% real. Like it's a day like Johnny Silverhand in this is, I think, a veteran from the Latin American wars. So these are people who are actually quite capable of working as mercenaries. So that's a class that I'm kind of interested in. I don't know. There's a lot that I'm interested in, but I'll admit I really do tend to get interested in the different megacorps and like figuring out which one's my favorite. So I'm pretty sure I'd be working for the bad guys in this. GeneTech's latest real skin. Do you have a favorite yourself? GeneTech's bringing new organic real skin infused with green fluorescent protein to Korean clinics. Whether it'll catch on in the domestic market all depends on whether the skin will be approved for distribution to Ripper Docs worldwide. Unfortunately, the scourge of pirated BDs. Pirated BDs are becoming an ever-increasing problem. Illegal recordings of people watching movies, concerts, and performances deprive artists in Noosa of up to €12 billion annually. President Myers has announced an increase in fines related to new look for celebrity actress. Christina Peters was recently spotted with newly chipped 4th-gen implants that have been noted for their neo-militarist style, a style that Peters herself once formally criticized. Could this mean that Peters is signed... And finally, technology. Attack on WorldSat Communications. A Netrunner attack on the French branch of WorldSat Communications in Rennes was thwarted after their attackers tried to steal private holocall records that involved corporate board members. The Netwatch division in France suspects that the thieves intended to Kiroshi in living color. Kiroshi spokesperson has announced that the corporation is working on a new tetrachromatic optical implant. Have you ever tried to imagine in an entirely new color? Kiroshi claims that the new implant will increase the visible spectrum of light by... Got a life. The Asian games market has shocked the world with one word, Gentomo. The brand new company is developing a smart holocall simulator that will allow users to design their friends from scratch. Their hope is that the suicide rate in countries... Militech goes revolutionary. Militech is testing a revolutionary coprocessor that will allow the human brain to synchronize with an extra cybernetic limb. Though humans are not evolutionarily adapted to having, for example, 3 arms, scientists have developed... is Japan going backwards? The German cyberanthropologist Leo Maus has published a paper on the backslide in Japanese consumerism. It's a paradox, he points out, that the citizens of a country known for their technological leaps and bounds still use analog film cameras and pocket computers. All right, that's it for news. Oh, nope, WNS news. Asbestos found in Militech implants. A faulty batch of Militech limbs has led to mass allergic reaction among Arroyo residents. All signs point to the trace amounts of asbestos mixed into the implants. Militech heads in Night City have declined to comment on the issue. Are they afraid of the truth, or... MaxTac is on a roll. Just a week after officers from the elite MaxTac unit stopped as many as 9 cyberpsychosis attacks. Okay, we've read those ones. A theatrical cesspool. Corporate... Nope, we've already done that. Massacre in Japantown. Yeah, we've done all of those. Bushfires in Eastern Australia. At least 300 people have died as a result of devastating bushfires in Eastern Australia. Trauma team paramedics are working overtime to save as many clients as possible. Client priority is determined by their package grade. Split between Militech Corps and the Animal Gang. Oh, yeah, these are good ones. I'm actually... Again, the poser gangs are a question to me because I feel like there was a reference to one of them in the Red Books, but it doesn't really... They've definitely tamped down on the references. Apparently, there was also a crossover between Cyberpunk 2020 and the West End Games RPG called Paranoia, which is like... It's almost like Brazil, the game. Yeah, Eastern Australia. Cave lion cloned. Bioengineers are celebrating the first successful cloning of a cave lion. Scientists from Yakutsk, Tokyo, and Seoul have used genetic material from the remains of an ancient female lion discovered in a bog not far from the Kolma. Sorry, I'm really bad at this. In northeastern Siberia, the lion cub has already reached ... Londoners clash with nomads. Clashes broke out on the outskirts of Oxford between refugees and fleeing flooded London and the local nomads who accused Londoners of occupying their campgrounds and depleting their water supply. Water wars. Riots in Seattle continue due to prolonged drought in the region, intensified partly due to President Meyer's decision to supply the city with cheap drinking water, though not enough to satisfy all residents. The theft and murder rate has increased dramatically. Shock ski jumper disqualification. Controversy has erupted after a ski jump athlete was disqualified in the finals of, Samjeon. Sigurd Øyen was accused of using an unapproved exoskeleton that markedly reduced his weight. New rules and technology. New demon on the net. Budding netrunners beware. Netwatch has identified a new kind of demon in cyberspace. Ordinary net users have nothing to fear, but those that venture deeper into the unknown should take extra precautions before jacking in to avoid. New reflex booster from Arasaka. Rumors are circulating that Arasaka is developing a new line of reflex boosters that will last twice as long as current models on the market. Arasaka's press officer has announced that the corporation is looking for willing participants in an experimental... By the way, one thing that's really interesting about this headline... Wow, the views just cratered. Is that a real thing? Or, like... I kind of feel like there's more people watching than what it just says for me, but... There's a poser gang. They would mod themselves to look like a rock star. So the gang, all of the same people. I know there's the Bozos, but I don't think that's a poser gang. I think that's a separate thing. So one thing that I find kind of interesting about the reflex booster, there's an interesting article. I think it was in The Economist. Yeah, thanks, Shifty Dube. One of the things that I find kind of interesting about this one is. Yeah, this is just it. This is why I think the numbers that it's telling me are gone. Again, this is why I ask about the reading bits, because it does tend to result in some people dropping it. But we'll get back to gameplay in a little bit. Which is the idea of how... So, we all kind of like to imagine the wealthy as sort of being these figures from, the Middle Ages, where you've got kind of this slobbering Dauphin who... only is in the position that they're in because of their father. And all of these families where there's always the idiot son that blows the inheritance or whatever. And the idea that sort of the wealth is unearned and such. But one of the challenges that we're running into right now is that with really intense differences in income, the fact of the matter is that there's a lot of very wealthy people who, as far as any measures of meritocracy are concerned, actually genuinely are some of the smartest people in their given cohort, because you can afford things like tutors and you can go to, the best schools and you can do all of these different things. And this definitely, the article was sort of about the problem that this poses, because to a certain extent we do tend to think, one of the biggest arguments that people have in terms of some of these ideas of inequality is that it's not fair in the sense of, well, this person who isn't really that capable has this disproportionate share. And then, of course, you can turn around in a case like that and say, well, no, they're actually perfectly capable. Look, here's all these metrics and whatnot. And clearly, in this case, it's still not a fair system. It's well, yeah, but they're that way because of all of these other advantages and so on and so forth. But it's a much thornier problem than saying, it's a lot easier to reduce it down to that case of saying that you've got this one person that's, just because they had a rich dad, they're sitting in this perch, and it's only by virtue of a luck of their family tree that put them there. And the reason why I bring that up with the new reflex booster from Arasaka is the interesting idea that, the corp figures that you go up against are potentially better than you in almost everything that you do because they have the technology. And assuming that it's not proprietary, they can just simply afford all the best hardware. And you need to kind of come up with a way of blunting that edge. So, yeah, I'm assuming it's a Twitch thing. So, interactive brain dances, a brain dance that can be edited in real time. It sounds like science fiction, but scientists from the Autonomous University of Mexico believe that it'll happen sooner than we think. Specialized BD technicians are already capable of altering data scrolled by wreaths. So, Chrome Staniels from Biotechnica. Fans of retro sports are in for a treat thanks to Biotechnica's research. They're only a few years away from having real racehorses. Cyberbiologists are working on a prototype mechanical stallion that will be practically indistinguishable from its organic counterpart, and a new revolution for cyber psychos. Kang Tao's newest rifles are growing ever more popular on the streets of American cities. Characterized by their lightness, intuitiveness, and effectiveness, they're fast becoming a favorite for dealing with cyber psychos. And I'll just call it Noosa. Alone, the personality disorder associated with cyberware has grown to epidemic proportions. I'm pretty sure that was technology that I just did. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I can afford to go through... Yeah, I'd love to do the rest of these, but I think a lot of these wind up being very fixed. So let's do a couple of other things that are not reading entries before I completely bore all of you. This is one gripe I have with the game, is that it feels like there's not a lot of precision. So, like, I'd rather not drink the Bolshevik vodka if I can avoid it, but there doesn't seem to be any way for me to actually, like, use this. What I want is this little, like, chip. And I'm assuming in a combat situation, I'm not going to be able to do this kind of precision. Yeah, like, they really want me to take that vodka. There we go. New release Brain Dances. What's up, BD Maniacs? Hungry for a new emo rush? Then check out the latest word from the freshest BDs on the market. Foreign Body. Your body is everything. There is nothing else. It is you, but it's also just a tool for your mind to interact with the world. But what would happen if this tool tried to live its own life? What if it tried to kill you? Though not a particularly original addition to the thriller genre, this brain dance featuring Luke Poller is still a solid experiential ride. The fear of disobedient implants has been around since pirates were walking on peg legs. Well, maybe not that long. As a result, the trope has been pervasive in film, brain dance, and urban legend alike. Still, Foreign Body borrows from some of the genre's best elements while still incorporating just enough new stuff to the mix to keep it interesting. After all, it's not every day that you see the world from the perspective of a sentient arm. Maxwell's Rehab. Oops, sorry. At least in Skyrim, you can knock everything off the table, yeah. Shifty Buyers, DeVay says, I'm a buyer for a large manufacturing company, have plenty of family-owned suppliers. I often review the selection plan and evaluate the kids taking over. I'd say 3 out of 5 kids taking over the business we see as problematic. Oh, that's really interesting. I mean, maybe this explains why... Actually, no, I don't know the stats on this. I wonder if there's an increase in people who just sell companies rather than pass it on to the kids. That would be an interesting one to look at. Maxwell's Rehab. Like, I know the Johnson family doesn't really, like, run Johnson & Johnson anymore. I think they probably still have, like, some holdings, but I know their financial holdings are certainly more than just Johnson & Johnson. Maxwell's Rehab. This Braindance season has been chock full of horror, but this one stands out from the rest. The always phenomenal Maxwell Ramirez has pushed to the brink of cyberpsychosis so he can relive his return to normalcy. The title offers a tone of optimism, but don't let that fool you. You will relive Maxwell's slip into psychosis, the heartbreak of his wife, and the gradual reintegration into a world that is now far different from how he left it. This BD is a must-relive of the season, but not for the faint of heart. If the supplier's key enough, we'll try and buy the owner out to avoid the kids that will kill the business. Oh my god. Badlands Raid, at last a BD for those looking for something a little lighter. Badlands Raid is a remake of the 2023 classic, which was an innovative tour de force of the time. For those of you unfamiliar, the plot revolves around an ordinary, boring guy who accidentally gets tangled up in a nomad ambush on a Zeta Tech convoy. I won't spoil it because even though the main plot hasn't changed in 54 years, most people these days probably don't know the ending. What I will say is this: the remake's creators have introduced a few modern twists into the story that should make for a pleasant surprise to the classics lovers and newbies alike. This is Johnny music, by the way. I wonder if I can change the... No. So much for the radio. I guess it's because I'm going to watch the TV now. Oh, more news. Okay, what is this product? Feel the chemistry. Naranjita? I still don't know what that product is.
Feeling tired, bored, powerless? Not anymore. Experience all of Chromanticore's 6
Oh,
flavors and make sense.
this is the one that This was one of the ones that people had a problem with, wasn't it? I did not realize that the model was sporting an erection. Munchies? When you're sky high. Oh, that's a nice one. There is going to be news, though, right? Where there's smoke, there is Vargas. Health warning, smoking increasing. I mean, I get why people would be upset with that. Like, I don't think people want to be the butt of the joke, and definitely when it's a marginalized group, you know, there's sometimes a question of taste. Oh, news.
It's time for your local news. Violence continues to plague the Badlands.
I wonder if the sync is intentional or it's just my processor.
Eyewitness accounts point to interclan disputes. Attacks on unaffiliated persons has not exceeded the average. However, in an abundance of caution, the NCPD has raised the threat level to 2, advising travelers to avoid side roads. We'll continue to keep you informed as the situation develops.
Real water. Only 99 euro dollars a gallon. Okay. News is interesting and all, but maybe not enough to sit through all of that again, so. Oh, Jesus. Turn it off!
Yo, Mike.
Oh, interesting. The music doesn't come back. So many ads per... Yeah, well, I mean, I suspect that's probably by design. I thought I saw a flash. Yep. The Relic, Wild the Fuss. For years, experts in the field of cybernetics, neurology, and psychology have been desperately trying to merge human consciousness with silicon. Until now, their efforts have been unsuccessful. The scientists have managed to create artificial intelligence that can compare or indeed surpass human intellect. Copying the human eye has remained beyond our capabilities. Attempts to do so have merely resulted in sophisticated chatbots, digital beings capable of mimicking human speech and mannerisms, but devoid of self-awareness. Today, experts from Arasaka announced a breakthrough. Their newest project, dubbed the Relic, allows human minds to be copied onto shards no larger than a cred chip. What's more, the shard can be slotted into one's neural port, allowing the user to hear and see digitized personality constructs. Sadly, I haven't been able to personally examine the specifications of this remarkable piece of technology. Access to the Relic is heavily restricted by Arasaka, and only a small select group of testers are allowed to participate in the program. Unsurprisingly, these testers are among the wealthiest and most influential people in the world, precisely the kinds of people that Arasaka would like to have in its pocket. For ordinary customers reading this, don't expect the Relic to hit mass markets anytime soon. Kind of like, I guess, GTX 3080s? Is that a relevant reference to people? I actually haven't tried to buy a video card in a while. That's interesting that they go all the way to the left on the... I've slept on a bed like that before.
Oh, V. You get any sleep? No matter. Time you got up.
I think I might have caught something when I jagged into that Corpo's biomon. Dunno, neurovirus.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I understand that position.
Head reeling, my stomach churning.
Okay, let me take you. I brought you a ride. Throw on some threads, meet me downstairs.
So I thought the fact that he was lying down that way was because it was just him sort of saying that he's really I thought that was him sort of saying that he he's really tired after the job. But if he's saying he's feeling sick. So the reason I've slept like that is that when I worked in film, it was not uncommon to have 18-hour days. If you wonder why I'm like so militant about the crunch stuff, is because it's not just my current job in terms of the like salami slicing, the extra work thing, but rather the fact that I've had to work really long days like that, and I can definitely remember like by the end of the week, it would usually just be like pretty much a like lying perpendicular to the bed, because at that point it's just it's a place to lie down and go. So like in reality, he showers with his clothes on. Do I have my clothes on? Jesus Christ. In Grand Theft Auto, I don't need to manually strip down. All right, let's get my suit on. There we go. I got to find a good hat. Wait, I don't have my revolver anymore? That doesn't make sense. Level 2. Okay. Cool determines your resilience, composure. It makes sense to do the perk for stealth, I think. So we can do Crouching Tiger, increases movement speed while sneaking 20%. I'm almost certainly going that one. Silent but Deadly increases damage dealt with by silenced weapons by 25% with sneaking. I don't have silenced weapons. Hidden Dragon, nice. Allows you to perform non-lethal aerial takedowns on unaware targets. Dagger Dealer allows you to throw knives. Hold the right mouse button to aim and press throw. I wonder if you can get the knife back afterwards, but Crouching Tiger seems like a necessary one. Oh, I didn't even see. There's another. Okay. Got Will to Survive, increases all resistance by 2.5 per stack of cold blood. After defeating an enemy, gain cold blood for 10 seconds and increase movement speed by 2, and reduces weapon recoil by 2.5 per stack of cold blood. I'm okay sticking with stealth though. Well, I've already picked up some stuff from my wardrobe. So I really like my corporate outfit, and it looks like I can raise an attribute. So I was originally going to do more for reflexes, and like it does improve handguns, assault, and blaze. So reflexes are definitely my combat oriented ones, but we actually seem to do really well on that first mission by just taking the stealth approach. So I think I'm going to raise my cool for starters. I'm curious about the assault. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna have to make some choices. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna see which weapons I use the most and I'm most effective with, and then I'll start making some choices down the rest. Okay, we've got a few jobs, so these are completed side jobs. The gift, T-Bug's probably the last person you expect to do presents. She's not the kind of gal who goes around buying novelty coffee mugs or t-shirts of your favorite comic book hero. But a Netrunner program for you, for the job? Shit, she must really like you, I say. The gig, whenever we go see Wakako, we walk into that pachinko salon of hers. I get this weird, like, tingling feeling in the back of my neck. I don't know, V. She's all kinds of weird. Anyways, she promised a special reward for this job with Sandra Dorset. All we have to do is go see her on Jig Jig Street. And Ripper Doc, you're on the hunt for Chrome. You won't find a better Ripper than Victor. Well, all right, maybe you could, but you sure as hell can't afford them, SA. Not like Vic can afford you either, but you're lucky he's got a soft spot. Says that you've got a good heart like him. But before we pay old Vic a visit, we got to decide what comes next. I'd really like to track the gift if I can. Yeah, you know what? I don't need to draw my weapon and immediately... What? Can I just put away my gun? Thank you. Okay, maybe I need to take my...
Hey, V. Regina here. If you're looking for work in Watson, give me a call.
How'd you find me? How'd you even know my name?
I know where to gather my intel. Could even call me a collector.
Got another dry, sun-filled week coming your way,
We're
Night
here
City.
to help.
But soak in that sun while you can. There's a cold front moving in. Prepare for...
Hey Pete, Regina Jones here. I heard you're looking for work in Watson, so just so happens I'm one of its main employers. If you don't want to waste those talents of yours, check the gigs I sent you. Do good work, and there's more where that came from. I'll be in touch.
Piece of shit! Come on!
Hey, slow down, boy!
Hey there! Can I help you with anything?
I was about to ask you the same question.
Oh, no. Know what the worst thing is about this place?
I actually really like that she smiled at me. I don't assume there's a lot of smiles in Cyberpunk.
Disgusted. My partner in crime. Yes, I call you.
Carajo!
A good day to you.
And it still smells better than this fucking dump.
Is there juddering? Oh, it looks like there is on the... That's weird, because I don't see it on the game, but it looks like it might be on the stream. Okay, I'm going to try and find a way to deal with that. Just give me a quick second here. Big 5 employers in Night City, and it's that time of year again that we present our list of biggest and best corps to work for in Night City. Who offers paid vacation, who pays for employees' trauma team insurance policy, who provides discounts for daycare and child bodyguard services. Have a look at our rankings below. Arasaka coming in again this year in our #1 spot, the Japanese Zaibatsu juggernaut. Employers can expect to be fit with the latest in cyberware technology with a loyalty obligation of only 20 years. Militech, the American arms giant, provides its employees with up to 50% discounts on Militech weapons. With a deal that good, you'll be able to put out a Mark 31 heavy machine gun under the Christmas tree for everyone in the family. Biotechnica, our 2077 bronze medal goes to Biotechnica, who offers up 6 paid vacation days a year. Kang Tao, China's largest tech and arms manufacturer, treats its employees to a gold membership with Trauma Team. Never spend a single minute of your 50-year loyalty pledge worrying about paying for health coverage. Night Corp, while the hometown product can't compete with the biggest international players in terms of budget or ambition, they certainly know how to spoil their staff. Night Corp snuck into our Big 5 after a recent announcement to reduce the mandatory work week to just 80 hours. They are a must-apply for all family-focused folks out there. So it does seem like this is a bigger area. Okay. I'm going to do a couple of things to see if I can deal with this. This is good. This is actually good, good information. So I'm just going to put up my task manager. I might have to mess around with the settings a little bit.
Good story.
Oh, wow, that's really bad.
Just gave me a next-gen ass whooping. He did. Curious.
Okay. It's weird because when I'm taking a look at utilization, I'm actually not above 70%, but let's see here. So I'm already on auto, maybe medium on ray tracing. If there's still juddering after that, what I think I'm going to have to do is just live with the pain.
So how about it?
Where'd you get him, Fred?
Off the street. Saw him looking up at me with these big, sad eyes. So I took the poor pup in. Fed him, clothed him. Nah, for real. He's a military bot. Got a sweet deal, and a tumor mine tossed in a few upgrades. Now, here we are.
How's it going? Fight's about to start. I'm gonna watch, take notes.
Malone versus Hernandez? Nah, our chrome friend here don't watch TV. Don't talk neither. Only way he communicates is with them fists.
Let's do this.
Light on your feet. Keep that head moving.
I wonder if this is supposed to be a tutorial originally. Yeah, don't come in the middle of that, ladies.
One hell of a punch there, Jim. Ever thought of monetizing it? I can arrange a fight or two. What do you say?
Got no right. You hear? No right.
You go in the ring yourself.
Not anymore.
Has it gotten any better, Woban?
Beating. Reflexes ain't what they used to be.
There's ways of fixing that. Korenzikov should do the trick.
Rather dish out my eddies for something else. It's time I started taking it easy.
You mentioned something about fighting.
I've seen you landing blows in the ring. You've got sharp instinct, good edge.
Okay. Did the visual quality go down too far? I've noticed like a couple of differences, but nothing too critical.
Let's just say they aren't legal, but very lucrative.
Yeah, lucrative for who? You or me?
Both of us. I get a small percentage of the total winnings, you know, as your agent. You get the rest.
Oh, I get it. You want to get rich off my blood, sweat, and tears.
Hey, you gotta make a buck somehow, right? At least I'm giving it to you straight. Fights happen in different parts of the city. You choose where you want to go, put down your eddies, and start swinging. You win, you take home the pot. Manage to drop every last one of them, you get a chance to fight in the grand finale. That all clear?
Crystal.
Good. Oh, except you won't be setting foot outside or Watson. Not yet. You can start in Kabuki. I believe in you, V. Time to show this city what you're made of.
One of the reasons why I asked that is that so I've got a monitor with 1440 horizontal lines. So, oh, I didn't want to sit down, but I wanted to sit while I was talking with him, but
About those fights you mentioned.
V, if you don't have a titanium skull lining, you're gonna have memory problems in no time. Fights happen in different parts of the city.
But yeah, so basically, I broadcast at 1080, so you know I'm keeping a high resolution because it's my chance to play this game, and I'd kind of like to play it at a high level. But if I wind up, like if it just winds up really savaging the stream, one of the things I can do is change the resolution to 1080, which is not going to affect anything for the viewers. It's just going to mean that I wind up, you know, playing the game at a lower resolution than what I would want. So, can I read the message? All right, a couple words about who you're going up against. Kabuki, won't spoil this. Just come and see. Arroyo, Buck, 6th Street Ganger, Real POS. Glenn, Cesar fights with fists like fucking hammers. Maybe it's Chazar? I don't know. Animals Club. Rhino, Woman's a Legend, lays everyone flat. Dr. Havoc and Raiden. Introduction. The battery sphere is in dire straits. The Iranians have occupied almost half of the city. Them and their technocrat scourge have transformed almost everyone into hordes of mindless zombies. Battery Arena is now the final point of resistance against the invaders from Planet X. It seems that the end is inevitable. That is, until the legendary mercenary pair arrive just in the nick of time after years of mysterious absence. Amidst the cigar smoke and glint of chrome armor, Dr. Havoc and Raiden slaughter scores of enemies without mercy. After all, who could possibly show the mighty force of a laser-armed mountain of muscle and a spitfire of a sidekick who can transform into a sentient cloud of radioactive gas? I'll tell you, no one so far. Rose Tenorio and Martoni Elazar take us into the world of computer games, first imagined in the best-selling novel Kibble and the Scop by Abe Frost. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready for a roller coaster ride of comic book violence. If you've ever wondered what the action of the Battery Arena may have looked like, Dr. Havoc and Raiden is a must-buy. Dive in now.
At all foods, nature comes first. From the very first stages of food production, we
Who's
bring
saying
you
this?
bio quality that even Mother Nature can envy. Try out our freshly developed new tastes and let your tongue be amazed.
Oh.
All foods. Mmm, yummy.
There's an exclamation mark.
Sweet little 45's waiting for its daddy. Purrs after every shot now.
Collect your gun from Wilson.
Let's have a look.
Oh, it's got a 0 cost. Okay, Dying Knight, 49.7, so it's 8.9 damage per shot, but it fires really quickly. It's an iconic pistol. What does that mean? Increases headshot damage by 50% and significantly reduces reload time. So, I mean, it's pretty cool that that's able to put out a lot of shots really rapidly and reload, but the difference in damage is pretty substantial. Upgrading iconic items. You just received an iconic item along with a set of crafting specs. You can use these to craft better quality versions of this item. When a new version of an iconic item is crafted, the original item is destroyed. Iconic items can also be upgraded just like regular weapons or pieces of clothing. Upgrading improves their levels and stats, ensuring that they remain useful as you progress through the game.
Thanks a lot.
Now, what interests me is that it used to be that I could hit Z to move between missions, but it seems that it's really forcing me to go talk with Jackie. I'd actually, if I can, I'd prefer to get some of the side quests. It's just my usual thing. If I can, I'd prefer to... Where's my fancy new iconic pistol? Okay. Don't have enough... stuff anyway. Am I going crazy? I thought... Yeah, journal. Beat on the brat, defeat all opponents to get to the final round. Oh, even Kabuki's pretty high. Okay,
Estimates put investment into this major artery at close to 20 million euro, with priority being...
Hello, it's time for your local news. The Aratama Matsuri Festival is nearly upon us.
I wonder what that feather is. Or maybe it's...
Come alive with exquisite multi-story dashi floats. The festival program will also include...
I kind of want to see what this thing is now. Oh, maybe it's melee weapon vendor? Because there's also one for guns.
The sponsor for the festival is the Arasaka Corporation. And, in an exciting development, even Hanako Arasaka has announced her participation in the Dashi Parade.
I mean...
From all of us at WNS News, we wish you a safe and fun Matsuri. Enjoy yourselves.
What I took from that would be... what I took from that is... like iconic weapons are basically... So like, I'm assuming everything else that I picked up so far is basically trash, that as soon as it becomes... it gives me like... As soon as I find a better weapon, I can safely sell it. Whereas the iconic weapon, I believe, is one that I want to keep and upgrade over time. That's what I took that as saying, but I could be wrong.
So, are we going to talk about yesterday?
It's all in the report.
Oh, I read it. Except there's no mention of me telling you to Delta the fuck out of there. Yeah, no biggie. Not like that cyber psycho was a tank on 2 chrome legs. What the fuck were you thinking? There's a reason Max TAC exists, you know.
Civilians were in danger. What was I supposed to do? Just watch them get mowed down?
Listen, you, me, and every fucking cop in this city might as well be a civilian next to Max TAC. The day they give us the gear they're packing, go right ahead. Be the hero. Save the fucking day. But until then, you keep your head down and listen to me. That understood?
NCPD scanner hustles. The NCPD will pay you to help fight crime. Gigs. Fixers will contact you when you approach a gig's location. Fixers. These intermediaries will inform you about local gigs available. Oh, there's Jamie. So I guess I'll...
Man of the hour. Jeez, took you long enough. Worked up an appetite, just waiting. No. Sit down, let me finish this. Then we can drop in on...
I like that this guy, like, is constantly eating. I don't know why, but that's a fun character trait.
Probably both, because you use It just so happens, I think I might have bagged us a sweet-ass J.O.B. I mean, just that he's fronted by a little-known someone named Dexter Deshawn. Only the top fixer in Night fucking City. Fat-ass black Jesus of the afterlife. 300 pounds of partly gold-plated cool.
I saw a version of the... Oh, hang on. I think I've got the same bug. It looks like he's got 2 sets of chopsticks now. Let's see if we can find that.
How'd you manage to pull this? Trading your
I saw a bug. Somebody showed me a bug of this where, like, he wound up with, like, 6 pairs of chopsticks all sitting around.
But T-Bug, she's the one that hooked us up. Got us talking. Knew it was a done deal the moment you laid eyes on me. Come on. Ain't nobody who can resist this. Am I right?
Sure, Jack. Whatever you say. Dexter Deshawn. What's the latest spec on him? I know you got info to spill.
He's been off the grid for about 2 years. Word on the street was took a little vacay.
2 years? That's exile, not a vacation. What was he up to?
This guy is a chopstick master.
Guessing he shoved pizzas in his mouth while jerking
I hope there's 8 chopsticks by the end of this. It's definitely better than what I saw before. The one that somebody showed me, like there were chopsticks just all over the screen. But this is a funny bug. Like, this is definitely not the sort of stuff. Some of the reviews that I'd seen. I don't normally like checking out reviews, but some of the reviews that I'd heard were talking about stuff that like prevented people from playing the game. This is just kind of amusing. But like, I definitely don't want to be like, oh my god, like why did they even release something like this? Like I know Angry Cat was dealing with something a little bit more disappointing, but it is still funny to see lots of chopsticks here.
We meant to come out in one piece.
Our Lord and Savior wants to tell you everything himself, face to face. Oh, no pressure, but this whole deal is riding on you now, is it?
Why do I gotta go? You and T-Bug draw straws without me?
T-Bug and Dex go way back. My face is yesterday.
Yeah, there we go.
Dex says he needs to check you. Talk to you. Look, V, it's his job, his rules. I can't blame him for taking a personal approach. And it ain't as bad as you think, okay? Trust me.
Guess I got no choice then.
I really want to know what causes stuff like this.
It's the real deal when it comes to fixers. Don't get me wrong. Don't got nothing against the Padre or Wakako, but Dex can do his own.
Don't get me started on fixers. They catch a client, find the cheapest gong to do the job, and drop the corpse at a landfill.
Shit. Hit the nail on the head, B. Gracias a Dios. Muy lleno. Run your wheels. Gave them to my guy yesterday to smooth over the dents after our dust up in the scabs.
Thanks, Jack. Much appreciated.
I'll admit, I was really hoping that we'd be walking through a cloud of chopsticks. You can call your active vehicle with your current location with B.
Top-notch work Miguel did. Rides like it looks. Factory new.
We'll see about that.
Was that it coming up here?
Let's feel this factory new ride.
I'm actually a little surprised. So it really feels like it wants me to do this main quest like right away. So I'm a little surprised because I kind of thought the intention was to make this very open world. But like you can sort of see how switch camera with you. This will be better. Kind of forced it with the virus. I suppose, yeah.
Really gets me, you know.
More like a goddamn death sentence. I'm telling you, Lena's about to crack.
But yeah, no, it definitely feels like they. Oh Jesus! They want to. It definitely feels like they want me to do the main story in a way that is maybe a bit different from what I was expecting. I don't necessarily mind it, like as long as they give me interesting stuff to do. But I'll admit. By the way, you might have some performance problems here because I noticed a couple stutters on my side. Is it okay for you? But what was I gonna say? Like I'll admit one of the points where I was a bit annoyed was in the prologue, which I might still be in. The fact that I'd only just been doing a bunch of dialogue with people, and then it does a montage where, like, it shows me firing a gun, and I'm like, I got the game to do this! Like, why are you showing me a video of me firing a gun when I haven't been able to do this in the game yet? But, like, obviously I've been able to do some action now. So as far as I can tell, there is a... so for those of you that want to stream the game, if you go under Sound, there's a disable copyrighted music option. Now, from what I understand, in the original release, they actually included a copyrighted song that they didn't have the rights for the first brain dance sequence. But apparently that has been fixed now, so...
We'll hash out what Dex has cooked up for us.
Well, I'm assuming probably there was this whole, like, tutorial section that they might have been considering originally. Like, we don't know what they were doing originally. But, like, there was definitely a point where I was like, yes, this looks really interesting, but, you know, the sale has been made. Like, you know, the game is installed on the hard drive, and these are the things that I wanted to do. Why are you showing me this? So...
Dr. Vector will see you now.
God, she is so obviously Pris from Blade Runner.
You look pleased.
Even the sounds are very.
Makes for easier living.
I don't want the crystal decanter. I don't know if that counts as theft, but. Clients from the group Storyteller, client number 1, MB Scorpio. You did it again. You rolled up your sleeves and cleaned the Augean. Oh God, I know what this is. This is like a Hercules reference, but I don't know how to pronounce the Augean stables. Everyone admires you, but you know that your only reward will be the next task you've been given. There are not that many like you in Night City, but without the city, you would have long turned into without you, the city would have long turned into shadows and dust. Avoid flirty AIs that try to impress you with their knowledge of ancient Greek. Your lucky place, the net. Client number 2, 2077 DK Capricorn. You are born corpo. You plot, you plan, you calculate, and weave webs so tangled that sometimes you lose yourself in them. If only you were the one calling the shots, you would already have the city at your feet. Unfortunately, you're caught up in a maze of responsibilities. But whatever you're plotting, make sure to see it through to the end. Avoid last-minute changes to plans. Your lucky place, Arasaka Tower. Actually, so for those of you who care about this sort of stuff, or at least know it, you can say what your horoscope, like your sign, your astrological symbol is, and I will, instead of saying client number whatever, I will gladly say your username. Client number 3, 2077 DB Gemini. You know the city like the back of your hand. At night, you head out just to listen to the pulse of the streets, the juicy chatter, muffled screams, and drunken shouts, just to soak up the atmosphere. You've been everywhere, you've tried everything, you're a free spirit, and in Night City, that makes you a unicorn. Avoid overworking, and your lucky place, the newsroom. Client number 4, 2077 JS Taurus. You've already done your time waiting in the shadows of others, but your patience has finally paid off. The applause and flash photography are all yours. The world of media has opened its doors to you. Television, radio, braindance, net. And this is just the beginning. Avoid the waves crashing at your feet. Your lucky place, the TV studio. Client number 5, 2077 MZ Aries. When everyone down and out, you came storming back in style. The city loves people like you. It's how legends are born. Your triumph is bittersweet. You returned, but you've wound up on the street among the joy toys, con artists, and panhandlers. You know you've got biz here to take care of, but it can get tough when it feels like there's no end to it in sight. Avoid sketchy ripper docks. Your lucky place, Jig Street. Client number 6, 2077 TM Leo. The city likes to devour players like you, but you know they're kind too well to get caught off guard. You're on the ground. You know that in Night City, biz only gets done when you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, not just flimsy dreams. You eat dreamers for breakfast. Avoid genetically modified nuts. Your lucky place, Haywood. Client number 7, 2077 RWO Ares. You've been in demand. You barely finish one task before someone's lined up to give you another. It often seems that you're on your own, but always remember that you have a team that you can count on. Avoid emotional policemen with difficult pasts. Your lucky place, a bar inspired by Babylonian culture. I hope we get to go to that bar. Client number 8, 277 PC Capricorn. Although you've been riding with nomads for years, you're a corpo at heart. You knew that from the moment that you stepped onto Konpeki Plaza, you felt at home here. You've had enough of camp life, constantly repairing generators, the sand gritting between your teeth. You'd have given up ages ago if you weren't so damn good at it. Avoid Raff and Shiv, your lucky place, Konpeki Plaza. Note, highly susceptible to the Barnum effect. Client number 9, 277 KK Virgo. You've been in the city for only a short time, but you already know the what and the how. You've already accomplished the toughest part. You have a good team at your back. You've just been landing small jobs for now, but you know you're hungry for something bigger. Avoid getting attached to friendly talking machines, and your lucky place is the music scene.
Oh, is it gonna be dangerous?
Don't you worry, mi amor.
Cameras are all around.
We're bulletproof.
I don't really want to steal from the people who are doing nice things for me, although it looked like there was something flashing on the side there.
Vicky, spry as ever, you old rip.
Ripperdoc, though a common practice, cyberware installation is still a dangerous and invasive procedure that can only be performed by qualified specialists, Ripperdocs. There are several Ripperdocs operating throughout Night City who offer a variety of different cyberware upgrades. Select your desired cybernetic upgrade from the list and enjoy the new abilities.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Oh, wow.
This guy looks like Justin
What do I
Theroux.
owe the pleasure today?
Last gig. Had to jack into a client's neuro socket. Think I might have gotten spiked.
Experiencing migraines, nausea, hypersensitivity to bright lights?
Whole kit and caboodle.
All right, kid. We'll sort you out in a flash. Besides that, how are things?
Met a new fixer. He gave me a job. Name's Dexter Deshawn.
Known quantity from the afterlife. No denying you're moving up.
But something you're not telling me, Vic?
Keep your guard up, that's all. I've heard some things about Dex. He's not as chill as he makes himself out to be.
Need some new kit, but tools, not toys, Vic. Time I bumped up my sights and got a grip.
Really? Now? Finally?
Vic, shit's getting real.
Is that
got a job from Dexter
Leonidas
Deshawn.
from 300 on his...
The
oh,
Dexter
crap.
Deshawn?
So I wanted to press C to
Let me guess.
C to
Hasn't
crouch,
paid
not
you yet.
skip ahead.
Quit crying, Vic. I'll bring you the Eddies later, with interest. You know I will.
Yeah, that really looks like Leonidas on
Last
his...
time. Yeah. Shift.
Left jab, Boxers Monthly. Kazuo Kano, Ronin from Osaka. Kazuo Kano's name is on the lips of everyone in the boxing world. The up-and-coming light heavyweight remains undefeated after 20 professional fights, 17 of which were won by technical knockout. Some accuse Kano of doping. Others say that he has connections with the Yakuza. While training in Night City, the light heavyweight was allegedly seen receiving guests from Japan in his gym. Afterwards, they were then seen being carried out of the gym unconscious. Wide scars have been visible near Kano's ribs for the last 3 fights. Local Ripperdocs say that the scars definitely do not look like an appendix removal procedure. Will Kano become the light heavyweight champion of the world? We'll see after Malone takes his revenge on Hernandez.
Sit down and relax.
Yeah, I gotta read your magazines first. Certificate of participation presented to Victor Vector, second place heavyweight class, 4th open finals, Watson Boxing Grand Prix. Harriet Boehner, organizer, Keishan Roberts, NCBA president, April 3rd, 2061. Just like the dentists.
Kuroshi Optics. Best I've got, and should be about right under the circumstances. Now jack in.
That's how I got in this mess in the first place.
Kuroshi? Whoa. Vic, nothing tops that on the market.
Sounds like it could come in handy then.
I gave you my word I'd pay you back, but this might be too rich for my blood.
We'll work something out. Right now, I'm just out to make sure you get back in one piece. Eddie's in hand. You peruse and choose while I scan. See what's going on inside.
Cybernetic implants are mechanical replacements for the organic parts of your body. They can give you superhuman-like abilities, which can improve your combat capability and help you survive in hazardous conditions. Although a common practice in 2077, the installation of cyberware is still an invasive and sometimes dangerous medical procedure. Only specialists known as Ripper Docs are trusted to install cyberware safely. Okay, ocular systems, I think it's just going to tell us the Kiroshi. Yeah, Kiroshi Optics Mark 1 enhances your vision, empty cyberweb mod slot. Kiroshi Optical Cyberware is a widely popular suite composed of electro-neural enhancements with environmental scanning functionality. Hands. So, looted cyberware you acquire in the... Okay, I missed out on that. Ballistic coprocessor increases the chance to ricochet shots with power weapons, directly links to the user's optical implant to the weapon system, offering real-time data tracking. I wonder if that means that it'll show me how I can do a ricochet, because if it does, that is awesome. Okay, looks like there's other items I can buy. Titanium bones increases carrying capacity. Well, I mean, better carrying capacity would be cool, but I don't know if I want to spend all of my money on that yet. Okay, looks like most of that I can't buy. I could do microgenerator. When your health drops below 15%, release an electroshock that deals damage equal to 20% of the target enemy's max health. Interesting, but... yeah, most of this is unaffordable. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you need to have a certain reputation for certain items. That's neat.
Mark 1, like I said, decent enough scanner. Displays data on your cornea. Cherry on the top's a built-in external lens disruptor. In layman's terms, any surveillance cam will capture your face as a blur. And just remember, your body will still show up as crystal clear. This should do the trick. Talks to Kiroshi Tech, too.
I'm ready. Carve away.
Excellent. Let's do this. Lay that major league arm of yours right here.
So, what's new in the life of Victor Vector?
Yeah, if I'm being honest, not much. And that's fine with me. I used to live in a world where all that mattered was who's who, what's what, and how's why.
And what happened?
One day, I just dropped it and never looked back. I'll never be a legend in this town, but been sleeping nights ever since. Just like that. Thanks. Now, a bit of anesthetic and I can start cutting. Feel anything?
Same as always. Don't feel a thing. You ask me that every time, you know? Not as if things are gonna be any different today.
Sure thing, kid. I mean, not like there's any risk of a stroke or paralysis, but what do I know? I'm just a doctor. That's what I thought. Lights out for a minute, all right?
Oh, this is probably where they're going to switch the hand model to show the grip.
Let's test this. See the magic in action. Linking you in.
I was wondering if you could see the thing get... Oh, that's a neat trick. I like the...
You might feel a little discomfort at first. Blurred vision, low contrast, glitches. Well, how's it look? Feel all right to you?
Oh, this is fantastic, Vic.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, there's my grip. Scanning people. Scanning people with your optical cyberware can provide you with a lot of useful information, such as how strong an enemy might be, who is in their crew, and what type of weapon they use. As a skilled netrunner, you can see a list of quick hacks which you can use against your enemies.
For the scanner.
I kind of feel like it's teaching me how to do stuff that it's already done.
To adjust. But First time's rarely the charm, with anything, really. Scanner should eventually sync with your thought processes and read your intentions.
This Rick Burdock and Watson, Night City veteran and old friend of Jackie Wells.
I also injected an NCPD file search. Run into any ne'er-do-wells? You know exactly what they ne'er did well.
Let's see if it passes by. I didn't actually notice anything, but I'll see if it passes by after the this little sequence. A database of individuals with bounties assigned to them is now available to use. You can identify these wanted persons with your scanner. Since all are wanted dead or alive, the methods you use to claim your reward are entirely up to you.
It ought to work like a charm.
Oh yeah, I see it here.
Your weapon. You should see your ammo count in a brand new
That's
sight.
weird. Because this isn't exactly a taxing segment.
How about the neurovirus from the last job? Can you check it?
Done and gone while we were putting in your implant. And a full sweep on your soft and circuits. Zap the critter. You're certified bug-free.
Shit, Victor, not bad. I don't know what to say.
Say you'll take this and remember the dosage. 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour.
What am I looking at?
A mild stim. Should boost neurotransmission in the short term and muffle some of the side effects while the implant takes.
Thanks again, Vic. You're the best. I owe you.
Go on, kid. Show them what you're made of.
Now,
and once you hit the big leagues, forget where you came from.
I will say, obviously...
Who's winning?
Hernandez. You know, in the old days, that cripple Malone would have been flat on the boards.
What's taking so long? Move your ass, I say. Dex is waiting on us. Wow, they really want me to do this main quest line. So I'm gonna do my best to kind of. I know I'm already going overtime. I'll do my best to try and make a little more progress in the game because obviously I've been stopping to smell the roses. I do have a question though. How would you feel? So, is there an opinion in terms of chat as to whether or not you'd like to see me do this game live, or if it would be interesting to see, kind of treat this game a little bit like how I've been doing Morrowind, which is to sort of make it sort of a weekly thing, but to sort of do it on my own time. Is there a benefit to me sort of having the live reaction as the time? This guy gave me, gave me this stuff on credit, and I'm just like taking him to the cleaners. Is there a preference in terms of how I cover this game? Would you like to? I kind of prefer to do it live, but I also think that I could probably do more of this if I removed Unity. What's Unity? But yeah, I'm also kind of thinking in terms of what I could get. Just sort of thinking about the sort of things that I can get done reasonably quick. You like live reactions? Okay. I guess I should probably.
Chakra looks a little out of whack, babe.
You sure you want me to hurry up?
I can release it for you, but you'd have to watch out for negative energy fields and avoid mean reds.
V, yo, listen up. I talked to Dex while you were in with the doc. He's waiting in his ride for you. Ain't but a hop to where he's parked, next to Gramsci Burgers.
Okay, do my best to talk us up.
V, listen. I've got this delicate matter. That's why I called you.
The number of cyber psycho attacks in the city is on the rise. Now that's probably not news to you, but this
is
issue
good
matters
family
to me
entertainment.
for a few reasons. There are people who say cyber psychosis can be treated.
Right.
And I know exactly how that sounds, but I believe even an unproven therapy is still better than a bullet to the brain. If I get a tip about a possible attack, I'll give you a call. Maybe you can investigate before MaxTac hits the scene. But remember, you're not there to execute anybody. Try to incapacitate the attacker, and I'll send someone to pick him up. I hope that's all clear.
Incapacitating enemies. There are various ways to incapacitate enemies without killing them. Non-lethal takedowns, non-lethal quick hacks, non-lethal weapons, EMP grenades, and some combat gadgets. Weapon mods that change damage to non-lethal. If given a weapon, combat gadget, or quick hack that deals non-lethal damage, it will be mentioned in the description. Again, I really feel like they're sort of repeating themselves here. It's Ko? Sorry, who's Ko? Is this game kind of like Deus Ex? Kind of. I haven't got a lot of crates I've been smashing yet. But again, I'm probably really early on in this. So Deus Ex isn't like the first... Oh, fair enough. It's not the first comparison I'd make. But, I don't know. What does chat feel about that statement? Like, my comparison is... I think probably because of what I'm playing, my comparison is to the Elder Scrolls games right now. Because, I don't know, like, it just sort of feels... It feels like I'm going sort of from place to place, having these dialogue options. And even the hand-to-hand combat sort of feels like that. But then again, like, it's hard to say that Deus Ex isn't like that either. So... No, this is the Ridley Scott smoke so that we can get all the God rays coming through.
Dexter Deshawn in the flesh. Ample indeed.
Yeah, so that line, Dexter Deshawn in the flesh, ample indeed, kind of falls back to what we were talking about in terms of the advertising.
Or go down for all times in a blaze of glory, smelling near like posies without seeing your 30th.
There's some sort of test.
Just a pet topic of mine.
You mean riddles?
No, Mr. V. Ontology. Alright, listen close. Scanning a serious job now. Playing gargantuan compared to smashing up a scav home.
Hang on. I got a question my own now. Why all this, Dex? Why me? Could have had Jackie or T-Bug sitting here. Could have just done this on comms.
Call me old-fashioned, but I like to look anyone I do biz with in the eye. Had the pleasure of meeting the Jackster in the past, and sweet T-Bug helped this brother out 2 years ago. So here we are. Besides all that, got a special little pre-mission just for you. But we'll get to that.
Let me hear it. What's the job?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it. Simple.
Yeah? Guessing it belongs to a corp.
Mm-hmm. Arasaka. Surely that's no problem.
No, no problem. Just a death sentence. NC's Arasaka's turf. Nobody fucks with them here.
What can I say, Mr. B? High risk, high reward. First rule of the afterlife. Besides that, I'm no leadhead. Ain't gonna leave no trace for them to follow, cause we gonna do this clean and on the hush-hush. We understand each other?
You work this out? Got a plan?
Two things. First, a conundrum with the Maelstrom boys. Needs active resolving that. Second, a rendezvous. Simple. Client who brought us the job's anxious. She wants to parlay with one of the team.
What's the issue needs resolving with Maelstrom? Got a beef?
Slot in the shard. Got a classic tale for you. Psycho gang doing his thing 2 weeks back. Jumped a Militech convoy. Got away with the gear. Corp don't even know Maelstrom's involved. Now see, convoy was carrying the Flathead.
I'll answer that in a bit, Maddox, right?
Prototype. Then I need me that bit of high-grade military tech. Because if we don't get that bot, we don't get no soccer chip. And we sure as hell don't get no happily ever after. But don't get excited. It's a single-use toy. Now, I flat out purchased the damn thing from Maelstrom. Problem is, I did so from a gent went by the name of Brick. I say went, because Brick was the leader. 3 days after we'd sealed our deal, his friend and gangmate, one Simon Randall, aka Royce, plain dropped his ass. Royce is in charge now, and I got no way of knowing if he aims to honor his predecessor's word. To add to this shitstorm, one merited stout of Militech has developed an interest in said convoy.
Royce guy. What's he like?
A straight psychopath. Chrome-loving kind.
Big club in this town.
I'll give you that. Except few of its other members, no matter the stakes, would put a friend and associate through an industrial microwave dryer. Apparently, first thing to burst are the eyeballs. Get a nice clear pop. Then the rest goes goulash.
Corpo agent. What's she playing at?
Hell if I know. Been skidding around town asking after the convoy as if her life depended on finding it. The one lead she's got zip-tied in her trunk.
Sounds like she was waiting on the transport. Got stood up. Monochrome in the bag's probably her chief suspect. Got nothing from him or on him, so she's keeping him just in case. She needs to find the stolen gear before her bosses learn she fucked up.
Well, Mr. V, that is some impressive deduction. Naturally, use that intel as you please. Preferably well. Of course, to do so, you'll need that frazzled cat's info. Sending it now.
Client. What's her thing? Why she need to meet?
Woman's name's Evelyn Parker. Betting her wasn't easy. Put the word out I was looking for any kind of intel.
Right, and?
Some brothers from Pacifica got back to me. Told me to stop looking. End the convo. Anyway, our little client insisted on meeting someone with skin in the game. You know, who'll be there for it all. Yours truly will be remote. T-Bug ain't no people person, and Jaggy's only good at some things. I know you know what I mean. Pretty much leaves you.
Think I got everything. Time I got to work.
Well, that's just music to my ears. I'll set up the meet with Miss Parker at Lizzie's bar. Flathead, though's gonna be all you. One more thing, Mr. V. Quiet life or blaze of glory? Later now.
Sorry I didn't answer that right away, Maticus. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't talking over too much of the game. Yeah, so I finished Mass Effect 3 around November. So I did actually wind up playing the game right around the time that they announced the remake. I think Mad King Brutos was the one to sort of draw my attention to that. I was actually really interested in the fact that it's going to be done in Frostbite. I almost wonder if that was... I've heard Frostbite kind of used as an excuse as something that BioWare has found very challenging and why it's resulted in some production problems on their games. I also tend to... that strikes me as the sort of thing where people will... like, I kind of feel like that's the thing that you blame if you want to sort of direct attention away from other failings. It's kind of like, you know, if I had a statistical problem and I blamed like Stata or something like that. But I kind of imagine that, like, I don't know if this is where it came from, but I can sort of imagine sort of someone at BioWare saying, it's like, okay, look, we need to get better with this tool. We need to find out how to make it happen. You know, we know the Mass Effect games are good. People like them, and people would like a refresh of them. And so we are going to, you know, develop our human capital in this tool by making a game that we know people like and want, and we will focus on being able to make the best version of this game using this engine. I don't know if that's the origins. There's probably other reason behind that, but I'll be really interested in seeing what it does. And then, of course, they sort of quietly announced in addition to this remake, the plan for a sequel. So, I mean, I don't know if it's just saving a buck though, right? Like, you know, because like Apex Legends is using Source, and then Jedi Fallen Order used Unreal Engine 4. So I'm not entirely sure, you know, I'm not entirely sure that it's just a financial consideration there. I you know, again, like it's anyone's guess, but I would say that the most recent experience would suggest that the choice of engine is not just down to a cost saving point of view. And again, it could just be that, you know, they're going to, you know, make a new Mass Effect. And in this case, you know, it has nothing to do with whether or not people found it a challenging engine to use. It could just be that they decided to do it in Frostbite. It could be as easy as that. But the reason I say that is that I tend to learn new econometric techniques by replicating papers, because in this case, you know what the result is. And what you need to do is sort of make the thing that you already know kind of what the answer is, but you need to be able to do it yourself. You need to be able to teach the computer to do that thing. And so I think that if you have a staff that is saying that they don't feel that they're trained on a particular tool, that to me at least would seem like a really good way to be able to do that. So I don't know though. We'll see. I'm really looking forward to them. I have an EA Pro subscription, so I'm certainly looking forward to playing those games. But yeah, I am a fan of the Mass Effect series. I haven't played Andromeda. I'd actually really like to try it. But we'll see where this goes. All right, performing certain actions will reward you with street cred. Build your street cred to make a name for yourself in the Night City underworld. Doing so will open up new opportunities. Jackie wants to talk.
Talk to Dex.
Yeah, Gordito's a big deal. Literally and not, yeah.
Guy certainly knows how to protect his biz. Wants to put us on a few small kinks. Prep work, I guess, before lining us up a big job. There's this combat bot, military prototype. Maelstrom clept it. Then Dex paid to take it off their hands just before the Gangoons had a switch up in management.
Mr. V, how about a little something to get the taste buds tingling? The biochip in question is in fact a so-called relic, a Nova-tier piece of tech catering to the top 1%. Supposedly the best life insurance money can buy. You and I are going to be neck deep in Eurodollars. Oh, did I screw up this dialogue?
Right, heard about that. Royce versus Brick. Hostile takeover.
That sums it up. Dex wants us talking to Royce. Gave the deets of some Militech agent too, but I don't know how much help she stands to be.
Chingon.
Nick, you don't sound thrilled. Royce, what do you know about him?
He's fucking whack, something special. Junkies snort junk. Royce snorts chrome.
Then there's the other thing. Gotta meet the client who put the job on the table. Evelyn Parker.
You? Well, what's Dex gonna do? Ride around in his limo, chat chicks up on the hollow?
Parker wants to meet someone on the crew. Dex gave me the nod.
He must know what he's doing. So, how you want to play this? Maelstrom or Parker? What's first?
I think meeting the clients probably.
Parker. I think I ought to see her first. See what she's like, what she's after.
Orale. In that case, I'll hit the all foods. Put my nose to the ground. Sniff around. Hasta luego.
Okay, so we gotta go to Lizzie's bar between 6 and 6. It is currently 4:20, so sounds to me like it's time to do a side quest. So let's do the gig. I'll get paid. So I'm here. This is probably not a... Oh no, that's to pick up. Yeah, but where's the quest that I just picked? Oh, wait for the lockdown to end. Okay. So the gift. Retrieve the ping quick hat from the Netrunner. I should be able to drive it though. Mr. V, I just want to remind you again that the eddies have already changed hands between me and my esteemed Maelstrom partners in biz, around sum of 10,000 euro dollars to be precise. So when you're there to take it off their hands, don't let them try to shake you down, as they're liable to do so, Maelstrom being Maelstrom. Oh, I did not know that I could do these answers. You'll need it. Best of luck. Okay, so if I open my messages... Hella is waiting for me. Ah, there we go. I think the autonomous driving caused some, if your vehicle continues to... Cool? Okay, now I know why people are mad about the bugs. So, okay, I will admit one thing. When I tested this thing out to see... So, like, I tried to deal with, like, the judders that you guys are getting and all of that. I will admit, when I first tried the game, and I didn't try it very long, I'm into stuff that I haven't seen before. I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked at the number of bugs. So obviously Angry Cat was talking about some disappointment that they were feeling with the game on PlayStation. I don't mean to, I don't mean to imply that this game is like bug-free or anything like that, but I will say I'm impressed by how much got fixed over the past couple of days. Right, thanks for the info. I wonder if I can change the radio stations. Not that I... Oh, yes, I can. Alright, I gotta get... I am not very good at driving in these games, so... Wait, what? Oh, apparently I gotta get out of my, my car. Somebody else's problem.
So, looks like we found the last honest cop in this city. Her name's Anna Hammer, and whatever she's investigating, it's made her a lot of enemies. She'd do best to cut it out if you catch my drift. Okay, look, I know how it sounds, but somebody would have taken this gig anyway, right? I don't know. Maybe there's an angle you can play here. Either way, info's attached.
Gig type gun for hire. Oh, wow, look at that. What's going on in the bottom left there? Gig type gun for hire. Objective force Anna Hamill to drop her police investigation. Location Kabuki Market. Details. Anna Hamill is a blue-blooded cop through and through. The kind you'd expect to see in some NCPD promo. Beautiful, smart, honest to a fault. In other words, a really bad fit for Night City. Her NCPD colleagues are another story. They all have back problems from sitting on fat wallets. This current case Hamill's working on has them all breaking out in hives. She's digging into the smuggling racket in the Kabuki market, which, if she makes any real headway, means bad biz for her cops buddies' finances. They want to find someone from outside the precinct to nip this thing in the bud. Normally, that's where I'd leave it, but I want to add one more thing. I kind of feel bad for the girl. Rather she not flatline if you can avoid it. Convince her to skip town or drop the case and make a career change at least. Okay, we'll track the job. I will ask around the market, but I'm not ready to... This is one of the things that I'm not good at in these kinds of games, is when I'm kind of put on a treadmill of quests. I do find it a little hard to deal with, but...
How's this work? Any punk off the street can waltz in here, grab some shady running soft?
No, not just any punk. Over the counter, we fix cyberdecks. But if you come recommended and you know what you are looking for, I'm sure you will find it.
T-Bug sent me. Said you'd have something for me.
You're V, right? She had me hold the demon for you. It should work on any 3rd-gen deck.
Got a Militech power line. Think it'll do.
Solid gear. For a beginner.
Okay. Glad to grab a demon always.
You could test it now. I have an access
about
point.
50 medicus.
If you'd like, that
I think I can take a
you
quick
might
look in a second.
extract some shimsoft or subroutines. Seems worth a try, either way.
Where's the free one? Reveals enemies and devices connected to the local network. Let me see. It's a lot less. Yeah, I mean, we're used to a lot of games taking up ridiculous amount of space. So I guess after the extraction and the patches, 60 gigabytes. So, I mean, 60 gigabytes is still weighty. For comparison, Star Wars Squadrons is... Oh, actually, it's bigger than I thought. What? No, that doesn't make any sense. 200 gigabytes is not... So Star Wars Squadrons is 30. Rebel Galaxy Outlaws 18. Need for Speed Heat 34. Maybe those aren't fair comparisons, but even then, like, let's say, I guess like a particularly weighty one might be Anthem or Battlefield 5. Both of those are between like 80 and 90 gigs. So it's weighty, but yeah, I mean, Warzone, apparently the deal with Warzone, I've heard, is that they want to save as many CPU cycles for like for other like for the rendering task. So apparently they use a lot of uncompressed resources so that it doesn't need to be unpacked during the game, which is a way of operating. But like for me, it's one of the major reasons why I really would not consider playing that game, because I don't really think it's that respectful to, my preference for variety. I don't want the only thing I play to be Warzone. Also, I haven't reinstalled Blizzard since the whole, I'm not going to relitigate that whole story. But I still don't have the Activision Blizzard launcher. So equipping cyber hacks in your cyber deck. Your cyber deck has a limited capacity for quick hacks, but you are free to swap out which ones you have installed whenever you wish. To do so, go to your inventory. Oop, not that one. Select the cyber deck slot in your inventory on the mod screen. To install the quick hack from your cyber deck, you need to select it from the list. Select the ping quick hack. It should appear in a cyber deck slot on the left of your screen. So short circuit, non-lethal, deals moderate damage to the target, very effective against drones, mechs, robots. Yeah, I guess the question is, which one do I want? So ping reveals enemies and devices connected to the local network. That makes sense. Reboot optics, resets an enemy's optical cyberware, rendering them temporarily blind. That does strike me as really useful. It's more expensive RAM-wise than short circuit, but yeah, I think detection is a more important one for me so far.
Got anything Nova for sale?
If you can afford it, yes.
Okay, I didn't actually want to... Oh, here we go. Access points allow are your way into local networks, allowing you to gather valuable data that may yield rewards in some parts of the game. Okay, sequence required to upload 1C55. It's like rows and then columns, so... Yeah, I blew it. Extract data, uncommon quick hack components, rare quick hack components, epic quick hack components. Okay. The gift is done. There was an alternative version of this where they were watching something that was decidedly not hacking. I thought I saw a... oh, there we go. The Undoing, The Fall of the First Net. Chapter 1, The Apocalypse. His name was Rash Bartmoss. Everyone knows who destroyed the first net. The real question is why. Netwatch branded him a criminal and an outlaw. The media called him a madman. Is either label correct? You be the judge. Below is a previously unpublished letter which Bartmoss put out just before the release of Rabbids. Why has this document only now just emerged? Well, someone out there did not want you, my dear readers, to ever lay eyes on it. All the more reason to take a deep dive into information available to us, Marina Jimenez. The first net was supposed to save us. It would serve as a platform for those without a voice. It would offer unlimited knowledge to those who hungered for it. It would bring a fractured humanity closer together than ever before in our history. But these hopes were hollow, false. The net spread its tendrils around the globe faster than anyone could have predicted. Before anyone could even consider the full range of consequences, this information superhighway turned out to be our path straight to hell. We were robbed of our privacy, deprived of our free will, stripped of our dignity. It was supposed to save us, but even now the net itself cannot be saved. It was molded by the corpse, with sharp edges, spikes, and traps in every corner. Think of the net as a stream of water that flows gently into our minds, before freezing, swelling, and destroying us from the inside out. But remember this about ice. As hard as it may be, it's surprisingly brittle. One well-placed strike and it shatters into a million tiny pieces. Watch out today, and you'll see just what I mean. So, I hope you guys don't mind. I'm curious if you can play the games, but it looks like you can't. So, it looks like the labels are different. So, like it says Roche Race here, but I'm assuming that's another Witcher reference. Whereas this, I don't know, doesn't matter. Be the dream or the dreamer, the ultimate sexploitive experience. Yeah, anyways, I do like picking up some of the details in terms of be your best self. I do like checking out some of the lore details and whatnot, but I don't know if it's... I don't know if, again, I'm being a little overindulgent in terms of not doing things that are directly related to advancing the story. Okay, so I think we still need to wait for lockdown to finish here. Beat on the Brat, not quite ready for that. Yeah, this is the one. So it says a high danger, but let's try it. Map-wise. What a rural area in Cyberpunk. So the way that the book describes it is that... I wonder if there's a way to... So if I do free camera... the big thing for me is I don't know if it's walking distance or not. I think it might be. So apparently there was a lot of famine. The family farm is done, and there are a bunch of agricorps that sort of own all of the land that that you can grow crops on.
You got style, seriously.
Why, thank you.
I'm ready. You ready?
These shrimp fresh.
They just arrived, straight from the best aqua farm in Night City.
Aqua farm.
Where do you think? From Pacifica? That trash from the sea no good. Make you sick.
Also, the nomads are like running all over places outside of urban areas.
You ever seen this woman?
I sell food and I just want to keep selling food. That is all I will say. I'm ready. You ready?
Stomach's rumbling. Let's see what you
I'll
got.
get one food. Absent. Oh, nice. Real fruit applies nourishment status, which increases max health by 5 and regen by 0.5 outside of combat. Easy beef. Tough morning. Yeah, we'll get a coffee. Oh no, buy back. I want to eat it. Okay, that's all I got. So I was thinking maybe I might get some more information out of that, but there's got to be an easier way for me to consume. And ketchup, yeah. Maybe not. Oh, do I not have any food? Okay. It's that time of year again. We present our list of biggest and best corps to work for in Night City. Oh, I think we've already done this one. I guess you won't tell me anything?
New around here?
Might say that. So, okay, green dots to show me.
Something slightly shorter than yourself. Heard she comes around here a lot.
This is Kabuki. We get a lot of people.
And smartasses. A lot of them too.
Yeah, smart asses too.
Smartasses who could recognize a cop's face. So how about it? You know her?
I might. Depends on how much you'll be spending on your groceries today.
Not getting any eddies out of me.
Dude, whatever then.
All right.
Here, talk.
Girls are renting out a room in this here motel. Right over there.
I wonder if there were other ways that I could have done that than spending money. I mean, 600's a lot.
Hey, break 100 for me?
What am I, a bank?
Hey, come on. Can't make change.
I want to pay. Can I hack the thing? Yeah, 55 in BD. But it goes to columns afterwards, so... This is a neat way to do hacking. I seem to have accomplished absolutely nothing doing that, though. There we go. This doesn't seem like the spot they want me to go. If an attribute requirement appears in the red, it means your attribute level is not high enough to perform the action. Well, I guess we gotta try and hack it. Oh. No luck. So I can, of course, try and push my technical ability up. But I'm going to need 2 levels for that. It's just weird that I'm not able to, like, knock on the door to try and accomplish that. Well, I guess we can try maybe from the roof? Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of... Doesn't seem to be a whole lot for me to really deal with here, so... I paid $600 to find out that I'm not technically inclined enough. I mean, I suppose I could also just try to break the thing open, but that's probably not quite the way that that's going to end non-violently. There might also be, now that I think of it, might be a key in here somewhere. Assign a grenade to a combat gadget quick slot in your inventory to make easy use of it during combat. Please do something, Morton Olson, Motel Kabuki. Not to be a pain, but I am paying for this room and I expect a certain standard of comfort and service. I understand that there's nothing you can do about all the noise from the market. I can live with having to keep my windows closed, but I'm disappointed at your lack of willingness to keep control of your guests, especially that woman in room 203. I don't know if a louder person exists on this earth. She's constantly talking, even at the wee hours of the night, and clearly doesn't hold an ounce of decency towards any of her neighbors. My guess is she's a junkie and too skeezed out of her mind to get a wink of sleep herself, not to mention that all the undesirables who appear to keep visiting her in her room. I mean, no disrespect, but please do your jobs. Hey, got a problem. Something encrypted. If you read through the above, it's too late. Your neural processor has been infected. Send this message to 3 other people immediately, or in 7 days, you'll go cyber psycho. Don't believe me? Good, because this isn't another chainmail. Send 5,000 euro dollars to the attached account, or I'll melt your skull sponge. Do you believe me now? If you do, you're a moron. Open your eyes, Choom. Look around. The world as we know it, one big lie. Corporations, the media, politicians, they're all pulling the wool over eyes 24/7. They want us to believe we live in the best of lives in the best of all possible worlds. Want to know the truth? Night City's a fucking dystopian cesspool. The 20th century's the worst fever dream nightmares have come true before our very eyes. Yet we remain blind. We, born into dystopia, are utterly incapable of imagining life any other way. The porno billboards accost us from all sides, the synth shit we eat slowly melts us from within, and we continue paying out the ass for the privilege. You're sick. You want the cure? Listen to the Good Doc Paradox. Matic has asked, I asked because you prefer living in a rural area and future depictions of these cities make your skins crawl. I think that might be intended. That is definitely intended. But yeah, so the rural areas are definitely either owned by corporate interests or they are roamed by nomads, so far as I can tell. Guest list, room 201, Manami knows, reservation 1 night, check out tomorrow. Room 202, Wilson family, couple with child, upcoming week, already paid. Room 203 available. 204, Morton Olson, reserved 4 nights, paid for 3, will be removed if payment not received today. Annoying shit. Room 205, 6, 301 are available. Room 302, occupied, do not disturb. That's probably our target. Anna, last name not given, extended reservation 1 month, do not disturb. Oh, hang on. Anna would be 303. Available, Anthony Suzuki, reservation 3 nights paid. Sammy, ongoing reservation, pays regularly, do not disturb. Local network. I wonder how I can... Okay, next device 1. So she's there, but I still don't have a way in. I was thinking that I might be able to see some of the electronics inside. I mean, it's interesting. I like that I'm having to. I like that I need to think a bit about how I approach this stuff, but unfortunately, I'm a little too stupid to know what's going on with this. I'll turn the surveillance system off. Okay. Let's see, E9. Oh, but I failed the third data mine. Oh, I only get one shot at that. Okay, interesting. I should have paid a little more attention to that. So unfortunately, the one thing that I wanted to get, I didn't seem to find in here, which is a way to open the door. Might be a maintenance closet or something. So I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world for me to try and improve my technical ability, given that this is proving to be a challenge.
Yes?
I thought maybe I could maybe try and get a key out of him. Okay, well this can... Wow, sniper rifle in a hotel room. I don't think I want to know what the story about that is. I'm assuming there's nothing interesting in here that I can mess around. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna loot everything. This might be a way for me to get to my... Nope, maybe not. Nope, maybe so. Alright. Okay, let's see if I can be a little more clever. So data mine 3, 1C, E9, 1C. So if I do 1C, E9, 1C, yeah. So it seems like you have to pick one or the other. I don't think there's a way to do all of them. So I'm going to guess that I'm probably going to need to try and climb up some areas. I guess the one thing I'm a little weirded out about is that, presumably I should just be able to knock on the door. Like, I don't think I need to... I would assume that anything that I can do that might be perceived as hostile, like, I don't know, if you want to try and gently convince someone not to do something, presumably breaking into their room is not going to be the thing that will endear you to them. But I'm still trying to follow. I did not notice this painting before. Presumably, I should be following the game's logic here rather than any guesses about how the real world operates. Okay, well, that's a hazard. So now my question is, can I... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to talk to her that way. Oh, hello.
Stop! Not one more fucking step! Who put out the hit? Give me a name!
Anna, drop this investigation. It's in your best interest.
That a threat? I'd remind you, you're the one in the fucking crosshairs.
Hey, easy. I just want to help.
Help? Phonic implant must be fried. I think you meant intimidate.
Just to end your investigation. Really pissed off the wrong people.
Which people? Tell me what fucking people!
Your buddies at the NCPD set you up.
Fucking. I fucking knew it! Robert Kowalski and Bill Adams! Motherfuckers!
Let it go. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Know what? I'm not letting scumbags get me killed! Fuck them, fuck this job, fuck this city!
So, Anna, what's next for you?
What? We tunes all of a sudden? The hell do you care? I dropped the case like you wanted. You can fuck off, Merc.
That was a little easier than I thought it might be.
We leave you to your business, you leave us to ours.
Is she gonna get mad if I rob her? I'm assuming that these pillows exist just for people who have ray tracing. Just, nice to have a little flex every now and again. Mind if I use your... Oh, hello. Oh, go. Among all notable Netrunner groups or cells in recent years found in translation... Oh. Interesting call going with the truth. My mother-in-law has pillows just like that. Not comfortable at all. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of felt like... kind of coming clean. So, I guess here's the best way that I could put it. Like, the job is to convince her to... convince her to go elsewhere. By the way, this is totally not how you play Go. I'm just realizing that now. This is like when you watch chess movies and the square in the corner is the wrong one. Like they've put the chessboard on the side. You don't play Go on. You play Go on the intersections. You do not put them in the middle of squares, and you do not put them on the middle of lines. Anyways. Yeah, so the rationale I had was this, is that, to be able to meet someone on their own terms, which is their investigation, and to essentially point out to them that it is not worth pursuing, as opposed to trying to run a game. My general assumption is that people who work in law enforcement are actually quite good at detecting when people are lying to them. So actually, you know what? It could just be that because I'm playing on a lower level, maybe they reduce the number of lines on the board or something like that. Because it does look like they're fairly specifically played. Like you can kind of see where the middle lines would be. I don't know. It still looks weird though. Yeah, I don't know. So in this case here, I just sort of I wanted to hope that she would see reason as opposed to spin some yarn. Among all the notable Netrunner groups or cells in recent years, Found in Translation has undoubtedly emerged as one of the most infamous. The 4 members of the group, known only by their aliases JD, AP, SK, and BPM, primarily target major braindance studios and productions. The first reported cyber attacks perpetuated by Found in Translation, FIT, were breaches in studio data fortresses that contained braindance files slated for release. They made slight adjustments to the recording data in order to replace positive emotions towards corporations with hot-blooded hate and to erase corporate logos that were planted for promotional purposes. In July 2076, after an FIT-altered version of the braindance Badlands Raid hit the market in the Pacific Northwest, many consumers took to the streets of Seattle in a surge of violent anti-corporate riots. Following the incident, studios tightened security measures and law enforcement authorities formally recognized FIT as a terrorist cell that posed significant risk to public safety and order. In response, FIT adapted its tactics. Rather than solely launching attacks on braindance producers, they have begun to infiltrate domestic and commercial braindance units to corrupt or alter data. Their most recent data manipulation attacks on braindance's Wasteland Fury and Slave to the Supervisory Board have cemented their reputation as a formidable Netrunner cell that refuses to yield to outside pressure. Can you use your computer if you don't mind? I'm out. Masato Tanako. Anna, I liking the subject. I thought I could do this, but I really can't. I could try to think of some inspired reason to back out of this, but it'd be a waste of your time and mine. I'm a coward and I know it. I won't testify. I'm sorry. From Anna Hamill to Masato Tanaka. Masato, please think this through. We're so close now. We have a real chance to lock these bastards behind bars. Your safety is in my hands. You're not in this alone, and I'm telling you, this is zero risk for you. Do you really want them to keep on like this when we can do something about it? Hope to hear from you soon. And the guy we talked about, John Casey, to Anna Hamill. Anna, I'm writing regarding that guy you heard about at the market. According to our records, his name's Finn Gerstadt, known around the town as Fingers, real scuzzbag type. Few screws loose, and the uncle you never want to leave the kids with. Scrawny, unkempt, balding, dried out like a chili left in the sun. He looks like a lizard suffering crack withdrawal. His sense of style says something between everyone looks at me and I'm a teenage girl in a drunk 40-year-old bum's body, i.e. colorful, flamboyant, and disturbing. Now for the interesting stuff. This creature is an established ripper in sex biz circles, but really these fingers extend from petty thieves to off-the-books hustle to street orphans. Most importantly, you can never tell where the cyberware comes from exactly, but it has to have a permanent source. There's a good chance that he has his fingers, okay, sorry about that one, in what's happening around the Kabuki market, as you suspected. Slugs like him fuel the smuggle racket. Anna, listen, this is really all that I can do. I'm already risking a lot getting this info to you. Please be careful. I'm serious, okay? The atmosphere at the precinct is getting really shady these days. If I hear a gunshot from the 3rd floor, I'm going to feel really sad. What is...
330% of recommended daily volume.
Do I get paid now? It better be more than 600.
V of the silver tongue, eh? Glad we got it all worked out. Contract closed.
Ah, nice. From the Bart Mars Collective. First will come the great reality check, which ushers in the future of the world. Bart Moss, of course, being the one who broke the internet before. Alright, let's see if we can get anything else. So we got the gig, gotta wait for that. Beat on the Brat, defeat all opponents to get the final round. Maybe I should go to Kabuki. Find and incapacitate the cyber psychos. Let's beat on the Brat first. Don't overthink this one. You have to defeat the champion of Kabuki. You know the stakes, you know the place. Now get your ass over there and win.
Expect any
Maybe I can take the car on this one? Alright. I am going to save, just in case. Because I have a feeling this is going to tell me your car's taken damage and you're going to die. Okay. I'm too panicky. It's almost 12:30, so I might have to consider wrapping it up. But I am curious. So, I mean, I've obviously spent some time just kind of tooling around Night City. What do you guys think of this game so far? I'll admit, it's better than I thought it was going to be. I'm not entirely sure. So I'd put it to you this way. If I had played this game without the hype, I would have said it's a very good game. Obviously, you know, some bugs and whatnot. What's weird to me is I'm trying to figure out why it was this game that got the hype.
Got a rat problem on my block. Who doesn't, right? Thing is, these rats are human-sized. Look just like tiger claws, too. Biggest one is a certain Taki Kenmochi. So do your fixer a solid and neutralize her ass, will ya? Deeds attached.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, but even then, right? Like, The Witcher is popular, but I guess there's that point where it's like. So I largely have found it difficult to understand why people are such huge fans of CD Projekt Red, because there's lots of game developers that have made very good individual games. I mean, no disrespect to the company, but like, people don't always have the nicest things to say about the first Witcher game. The Witcher 2, I don't know if it's overshadowed by the third one, but again, like, I had only really heard about the other Witcher games after Wild Hunt was released. And then, of course, their most recent thing before Cyberpunk was The Witcher Thronebreaker, which, you know, it's chances are you haven't even heard of that game. So, you know, there are... I guess, like, there are developers with maybe more established track records that I would kind of imagine would get that sort of hype. But I don't know, right? Like, I really will admit, the first thing I'll say is that I actually largely don't understand sort of consumer trends in gaming. Like, I don't know why people get pissed off about the stuff that they get pissed off. I don't understand why people hate the companies that they hate. And I don't understand why they give people the breaks that they do. So, like, I'll say... I'm not entirely sure, you know, admittedly, when you look at the problems with Andromeda when it was released, it's usually in like a highlight reel of every problem with the game, like one after the other. I'm not entirely sure the problems with Andromeda were like incomparable to the problems that Cyberpunk has had on release. But obviously you're not getting the same level of memeing that Andromeda had. And again, I don't think people should do that for Cyberpunk. I just think they shouldn't have done that for Andromeda, is what I'm saying. And again, like, it's no disrespect to this game. I have been enjoying my time with this game very much, more so than I thought I would. And I think it's probably, had I not been playing the Elder Scrolls games, I would have been sort of wondering what the point of this is. But I am somewhat intrigued in how... It seems like they've kind of taken an Elder Scrolls-ish approach to an RPG setting, which I think is interesting. But even then, like, CD Projekt Red's a billion, you know, multi-billion-dollar company, so... Right, Gun for Hire. I got my place at a Place of the Block in Kabuki. Not many know about it. Welcome to the club, and I prefer to keep it that way. The problem is a certain tiger cunt and friends set up a pachinko operation right on my fucking doorstep. Could mean trouble for me down the road. Let me guess. You're thinking it's better to hide in plain sight? Yeah, fuck that. When, not if, the NCPD cracks down on those pachinko machines, I know they're gonna poke their ugly pig noses around in my backyard. Can't risk them seeing someone they shouldn't. We can't sit on this. Head to the residential block where a tiger by the name of Taki Kenmochi is running this pachinko show. Deal with her and any other tigers in the area. We'll get the message and peace out quick.
Do you hear what happened in number 5?
What? He beat her again?
No, she flatlined him. Shot him dead.
No way. You sure?
I in number 6 side told me everything.
I don't disagree with that, by the way, Shifty Duvet, but I mean,
I'm serious.
everybody I've talked to
Right
who's
through the
played
wall. I saw the body with
Andromeda
all
actually
2
says
eyes.
that they rather like it. Like they didn't play it on release, they've played it now, and they think it's a good game. So as I've said before, like I think this game is going to have its problems resolved, and it will probably be a very enjoyable one. But again, like it's really interesting to see who gives the benefit of the doubt. Or who gets the benefit of the doubt, rather. Save and Sound, Night City Gangs. Hi there, it's your friendly neighborhood canine, Sergeant Dobbs. This useful little guide you're holding contains essential information on Night City's largest gangs and where you'll learn which districts to avoid, how to recognize gang members, and how to avoid dangerous situations. Animals. The animals aren't real animals. They're freaks of nature. Pumped to the gills with strength-enhancing hormones, they look more like piles of meat than people. They generally avoid cyberware with the exception of cosmetic modifications that supposedly make them look more like, well, animals. They're extremely aggressive and don't need an excuse to start a brawl, but despite their name, the animals are not a territorial gang. You can find fierce, hostile packs of them throughout the city. 6th Street Gang. From a distance, they could easily be mistaken for soldiers on leave. Military uniforms, combat boots, buzz cuts, shouting "Hoorah!" every chance they get. But don't let appearances fool you. These are violent, dangerous thugs, ready to slit your throat without the slightest hesitation. You want to watch out for them, especially Vista del Rey. I didn't actually see the Game Awards. I'm going to have to watch that tonight. No Man's Sky got an award for Best Ongoing Game. Guy behind it was caught off guard. I think he's so used to people hating on them. Well, you know, the funny thing about No Man's Sky was that even in the year in the wilderness, like before the major patches they introduced, they actually gave a talk at GDC and they talked about the player numbers. There were a very large number of people who were playing that game in its original version, and like it was basically the only thing that they were playing. As with everything, right? It's like if you're on Twitter and you know, if you're into politics, you are going to have a very different view of what the average Canadian, average American thinks if you just take a look at Twitter. Same deal with like Reddit, or same thing with like Steam reviews or whatever. You know, the reality, like, so the thing, if you can, and it's obviously really hard to get if you don't work for the company, one of the best things you can do to learn about what people actually care about is to take a look at their play, to take a look at their behavior. Star Wars Battlefront 2, right? Everyone knows the story, like most disliked Reddit post, most hated game. Nobody likes Battlefield 2, right? But since that initial outrage, the number of people following the Reddit went up, the number of concurrent viewers for the game went up, number of interactions with the Twitter account went up, and just quietly that game kept getting better and better and better, and people were responding to it. People were playing the game, and you could see it through, I don't think EA's ever officially announced like player numbers, but it's very clear that that game, despite, you know, and I say this because every time I mention EA, I always hear from someone, like this is when we were still allowed to go out, but there was like a gamer bar. Every time I would mention it, it would always be someone talking about Battlefront 2 and why EA is so bad. And I'd always have the easiest answer to give that is, there's a way you phrase it, right? It's like, oh, which patch did you play? And the answer is always the same. Oh, I didn't actually play it. And I'm like, okay, yeah. So, I mean, I read the same articles you do, but like, do you really have an opinion on the game, or do you really have an opinion on the discourse? You know, it's funny. I mean, it's same to be said about this game, right? Like, clearly, this game has sold incredibly well. I suppose pre-releases are really more of a story about marketing more than anything. But I don't doubt that this will be a very well, you know, this will be, I think one of the most interesting things that will happen is to see what happens to the sales of this game now that people are streaming it and people see the product that they're getting. And I'll be honest with you, I rather suspect that this thing is still going to be a very, a top-selling game. But we'll see. I mean, you know, this is the nice thing about numbers. They'll tell you how well your opinions lined up with reality. All right, the mocks, handsome girls, beautiful guys. But wait, it's a trap. They'll reel you in with their charm, when you're least expecting it, bam, your eddies are gone. Or worse, the hole in the wall that passes for their headquarters is called Lizzie's Bar, seen best from far away and never entered. Maelstrom, if you ever find yourself in Watson's industrial area, and it's better that you don't, watch out for the sinister faceplates. That's Maelstrom. To be part of the gang, you have to get your eyes and nose cut off and replaced with demonic fiery red optics. Ouch! If they do that to themselves, who knows what they'll do to strangers? Better leave that mystery unsolved. Tiger claws, effervescent neon tattoos with Asian motifs, katanas and shurikens, racing bikes. These are some of the trademarks of the Tiger Claws gang, with a noticeable presence in Japantown. Ignore them and they shouldn't bother you, but do something to provoke them and it's sayonara, baby. Valentinos, golden grills, golden implants, golden crosses, and golden machetes. Say Iola to the Valentinos. Despite the Catholic symbolism, they're not exactly love their neighbor types. This is why, those who get in their way usually end up chopped into pieces and tossed into the Del Coronado. Voodoo Boys, these predominantly Haitian gangsters, are based in Pacifica, but they hunt their victims elsewhere. The Net, the Voodoo Boys are the most skilled netrunners in the Night City underworld, but beware, that doesn't mean that they're not dangerous in real space too. Be sure to give them a wide berth, or you might just end up like one of their black roosters without a head. Okay. Gotta find the best way to get to a 55. Oh crap. Yeah, I really blew that. I gotta remember rows and columns. Okay. BD, Ena, yeah. I gotta figure out exactly.
On your way.
Who said that? I gotta figure out what the. Gotta figure out the best way to handle those. The foodie guy to Night City. The world traveler in Night City is faced with a dilemma. Enjoy the local cuisine or save their gut the trouble. If you don't own a trauma team policy, you're probably better off sticking to the tried and tested chains and exclusive restaurants. But if you do, Night City is full of risk that packs a lot of reward. Here's our risk-reward breakdown for Night City's good eats. For the cautious consumer, Blue, the gourmet dining experience with some of the highest accolades and richest portfolios in the city. If you're after high-quality, locally sourced ingredients, Blue is the place for you. Among its marquee dishes are authentic caviar, oysters, and imported Prosecco. The alabaster white interior, adorned with minimalist decor, is perfect for a relaxing night out following a day of hustle and bustle. Pepper and spice. Oh, by the way, actually, because some of you guys are, I don't get pre-release buying. You used to do it. Woke up, figured out the store will never run out of digital copies. True. I guess what people are doing now is they're creating the incentives in terms of pre-order bonuses, which I think is right. You know, there's value to people paying. You know, obviously, if a developer gets money in advance, that's a benefit for them, and so they want to create an incentive. But of course, the question is whether or not those pre-release bonuses are usually worth it, and in some cases, I kind of feel like they aren't. But again, it's up to individuals. But yeah, I really do feel that there are fewer reasons to pre-order a lot of things. I am actually a little curious though, because people were talking about the Game Awards. Were there any big news items? I mean, I suppose I can check out for myself after the stream, but I don't know if anybody wants to get me in the loop. Pepper and Spice, a unique locale on the culinary map of Night City. This eatery was founded by renowned travel icon Tony Halik. It stands apart from the competition and thanks to its diverse menu of transcontinental fusion dishes, most of which are offered at surprisingly reasonable prices. Caribbean, Polish, Kenyan, it's all here, just not in the combination that you've ever seen before. The crowd favorite, Halik's own vanilla dumplings. Everybody's got their story where they were burned by a pre-release. For the Gutsy Gourmand, Buck a Slice. According to urban legend, the NCPD has an entire file. Ooh, yeah, this probably could deal with a proofread. An entire file on the mysterious deaths of homeless people whose last meal was a pizza from Buck-a-Slice. True or not, bargain seekers living on a Euro-dollar a lunch budget should still be prepared for gastrointestinal distress. Worth the risk? Only if you want a greasy slice of authentic Night City flavor. Plus, their secret recipe, Chili Spurt Scoparini, is unlike anything you've ever tasted, but only available on special request. Roulai. At Roulai, you'll find all of the 3 Ps: potent, punchy, and pungent. Every visit to this local favorite is like playing a game of Chinese roulette. Regulators at Roulai claim that you're just as likely to get bearable egg rolls and halfway decent rangoons as you are tainted tofu or Szechuan salmonella. You've been warned. Actually, Fallout 76 is another interesting one because again, please don't take this as me saying that you're playing it wrong, but it turns out that there is a fairly dedicated player base for Fallout 76, which I was a bit surprised by. Partially just because it was a game I tried to get into twice during free weekends, and I really couldn't get into it, but I also will admit I didn't give it much of a chance, so it could just be that I needed more time. I wonder if Breach Protocol is blocked because I already failed it. Alright, so I gotta find a way. It's pretty clear I gotta find a way around. Well, I mean, I suppose my most obvious option here Oh, he's mad. Oh, I screwed up. Oh no, I can still do it. Oh, that's right. I don't need to do it. It doesn't have to be adjacent. Oh, I'm gonna try and find a way to give him a slip without getting into a fight. By the way, I was not the one to do that stand-up. Alright, there's a few guys. Yeah, maybe not so surprising there. Let's just leg it. I'll be able to double back once combat's over, but yeah, this is one of the problems I have with a lot of MMOs is that I might be interested in them, but if I don't have friends to play with, it's a struggle. It's actually the same problem I have with tabletop, if I'm completely honest. You know, often I'm interested in trying tabletop games, but I don't really know people to play with. The other challenge is that the fact of the matter is I'll usually wind up being like, so if you want to play something with people, it's a question of what is that? Oh, it's a storage. So of course the problem here is there's now a bunch of guys. Oh Jesus, that's a lot. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is I gotta basically run the interference on this end. Do the breach protocol now. So it's a 1C, 1C. So the idea here would be that I distract enemies. That's not going to distract them long enough. Definitely making no shortage of noise on my part. So I might be able to just take this guy out. Okay, I gotta try and get rid of this. I can't believe I got away with that. It is really hard to figure out what's storage.
I have a wife, please.
Nope, this should do. Oh, you know what? The ping is what I should have done this on this thing. Nope. Busted. I think at this point they're just going to be like, oh, this guy again. I wasn't sure if I could open this door or not. Turns out the answer is no. Nice. Okay, maybe I should consider trying to take this guy out. Well, he's not that much of a threat to me anymore. I'm sorry this has turned so clowny. It's kind of funny, but I know this is probably not what people are imagining when they think of Cyberpunk.
Oh, please. I do not like it. My mother waits.
Don't mind me, ma'am. Just cleaning up the trash. So I was kind of hoping that the ping would be the thing that ricochet weapons. Power weapons allow you to control the direction of the bullet ricochets if you have a ballistic coprocessor cyberware and trajectory generator mod for Kiroshi objects. Okay, so it sounds like I'm not able to quite do the magic. Wait, why? What happened to my pistol? I'm not sure about this yet. I'll stick with my current look. Osaka hazmat suit. Yeah, I'm not quite ready for that. Yeah, so I don't see any ricochet. Okay. Okay, this kind of makes a little more sense to me now when it says that the area is hostile. At this point, I just want an eye on... okay. That's definitely one that I want to do a distraction on. So I gotta find a spot to drop him off. You know what? Maybe I just go...
I don't want to talk to you.
Pick up Taki Kamachi and leave the area. Huh. So I think this was who Car's waiting. Hey, B. Regina Jones here. We just heard you were looking for work and wants. Okay. So I guess I don't need to worry about the... I guess I don't need to worry too much about the cleanup at this point, but let's see... Let's see what other information we can get. Need your help, Uncle, from Taki Kimochi from to Hiro Kimochi. Uncle, I know I still haven't covered my last loan yet, but I really need your help again. This is the last time. I promise it's important. I might be in real trouble. Borrow from your father. I am not your piggy bank. Please, Uncle. You know we don't talk. Then it is time to start. Implants for cheap, cheap, cheap. Huge savings on... Oh, this is what we found. This is what we found before. So I do feel slightly... I don't know. I have a soft spot for people who are like in trouble and talking to their families. So I'm glad that I didn't take them out. You haven't an idea what you're talking about, the green-haired woman snorted and mockingly smiled. I visited many worlds, each built on a lie. All, although this might be the first time I've seen its people so stubbornly close their eyes to it. Weizen felt a rage rise inside of him. How dare this woman, an outsider to the utopia of Titania, so harshly criticize a system that has guaranteed the happiness of millions, he thought to himself. If anyone is blind here, it's you, Weizen finally erupted. Titania knows inequality, no scarcity. For the first time in human history, everyone belongs to the privileged class. The woman smiled softly and with a mischievous twinkle in her amber eyes. Is that so? She asked. And your work at this cannery? Why are you unhappy there? Weizen forced himself to remain calm, and in truth, he wasn't sure why the stranger's comments had made him so upset. Perhaps it wasn't the foreigner's fault that she had not comprehended that humankind had finally achieved the ideal society. Her home, as she described it, resembled a primitive world, one long tainted by the stain of feudalism. In a sense, she was like a child, intelligent, yes, but ignorant and self-righteous to a fault. There must be a group within society responsible for this type of work, Weizen explained. Thankfully, due to the advancement of robotics, the means of production have become fully automized and shifted away from our hands. We now serve only in supervisory roles. So to answer your question, no, I'm not unhappy. The robots do my work for me. Wait, you know what robots are, right? Of course, I do. We have something similar, only made from clay and stone, the lime-haired woman replied, with still a smug tone in her voice. Very well, your world has done away with work done by hand. But if that is the case, does that not mean that workers such as yourself have lost their former value? Are you suggesting that there are none who govern your progress from above your standing, who determine your responsibilities? No response. The woman's golden eyes flashed, and she laughed at Weizen's confused, flustered silence. My apologies, the stranger's lips curled into an embarrassed smile. Maybe you are an equal member of this corporation? But from what I've seen here, nothing about it matches what you have described. I notice that I dodge every once in a while unintentionally, but... We'll do proper cleanup work. I always hear stuff breaking whenever I walk by. Somebody doesn't like me carrying the lady out.
Don't do this! Don't do this!
All right.
You wish to rob me?
No, not really.
Get it over with then.
Pig, I don't got pocket change, okay?
You know, I bet it's because there's a car behind it that, like, I should probably be able to put them in the trunk or something. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Oh, Jesus. All right.
My, what a big rat you brought me. Bit surprised you didn't put her out of her misery. Well, at least the vermin's off the street. Gig shut and closed.
How much did I get? Not bad. All right. What else do we have? So I still don't have enough money to pay Victor. I do want to try and at least do the boxing. It's almost 1 in the morning, and I'm almost 6 hours streaming. And I feel like I've kind of been at the... I kind of feel I've been on a little bit on a low ebb for the past little while. So I should really consider wrapping it up, but I have noticed that they're not doing a bad job of giving me things to do. All right. Where's my car? Night City is infamous for its brutality. Falling victim to crime is a common part of daily life for many Night City residents. If you come across... that guy looks like he's getting pretty pissed off. One thing about this game, there seems to be a lot of it, yeah. I really wish it would... Does anybody know what that... Oh, wait. What am I doing? Sorry, guys. I'm just going to take a quick second here and bring up the stream so I can see what that... see what that message said. If I can, the mobile app may not let me... Okay, yeah, I know there's a live video, but... Sorry about this, folks. I'm just going to try and make this real quick. Okay, scrub too far. Okay. Oh, no way. It doesn't let me pause and get rid of the overlay. I don't want chat replay. I want... Oh, curse this mobile app. Why are you like this? No chat. Never got to read the whole mystery. Played through it twice. Disappears so quick. Yeah, this is actually the first one I've struggled with. And welcome, by the way, sorry, is it Insomniac? 99th of his name or her name. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I should still be able to scrub by 30 seconds in the worst case scenario. So, but not if the overlay goes. Okay, brutality, falling victim to crime is a common part of daily life. This is so frustrating that I need to do it this way, but if you come across a hostile situation in progress, it's your choice whether or not to intervene. Okay, cool. I kind of thought that that's what that was going to say, but I wanted to be sure of the state of things. So. I gotta find cover. Yeah, that was a dumb move for me to do. Right thing to do. Just I needed to find a cover before I stood in the street and fired. I haven't quite figured out the damage feedback. Okay, not what I wanted to do. Not the gig. Beat on the brat. This is like Grand Theft Auto. Oh god, this is so bad. Everything's... I don't know what the blue sitar means. Alright, screw it. I'm sure my car will figure itself out. Hello, it's Huge. Yes, if you go back to the start of the stream, I get to explain a whole... Actually, you know, tell you what. So I'm at a point where I'm walking to an event, and I got to wrap up soon anyway. So I started by telling a story about when I was a kid. I really wanted a bird. And my parents didn't want to get the bird, but they got really tired of me asking for it. And so they said, if you catch a bird, you can have it as a pet. And determined young System Chalk was the menace of all birds in the neighborhood for a very long time until he did just that. Caught it alive, by the way. The bird was fine aside from being completely terrified. But suffice to say, my parents were not anticipating that turn of events, but they did honor the agreement. They felt that it was important for me to, to have the right belief as far as. Yeah, this is not a game I really want to be playing with anything but headphones. I can't imagine what the neighbors would be thinking with all of those sounds in the background. So yeah, anyways, yeah, they did not renege on the agreement, and I got a budgie the next day. So I can't remember if you were the one to ask, but somebody did say, it's like, would you play Cyberpunk? And I actually got that question quite a bit because I was doing some Cyberpunk style games. And I got to admit, like, I was really not all that interested in this game. I am enjoying it, which I think is neat. But I had sort of said, not really thinking this would be a thing. It's like, well, if I got a promotional key for the game, I'll stream it. Thinking, of course, that if the people who used to be talking to about Paradox keys are now basically ghosting me, then surely I am not going to get a promotional key for the most hyped game ever. And to my surprise, earlier this week, GOG did in fact give me a promotional key for the game. So maybe now is not a bad time to remind you that, one, I am playing a key given for promotional purposes. I am to highlight that playing Cyberpunk 2077 with GOG Galaxy is beautiful, it's neat, it's classy, and it ties all platforms together like the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. And by linking your GOG Galaxy account to the game, which anyone can create for free, people will be able to receive rewards as shown below. So, I was under the impression you're not interested from a couple of streams. Yeah, that's just it. So, like, here's the thing, right? I didn't. So there was a little bit of an issue with GOG, which it would. So here's the thing, right? It would be indecent of me to talk about the whole string of events regarding GOG. Some of that is, water under the bridge, and I don't like. I'm not going to take an invitation to someone's house and then like take a dump on their rug. So. And I do consider the things that I'm given a key for, right? And it's like, do I think there is interest in me streaming this game? Can I bring some added value? I'm gonna have to leave it to you to decide if I brought added value to this. But people seem to want to know my opinions on it. And the big thing I can say is that I was perhaps more skeptical of the hype for the game And it was just, you know, it's a game that people have a lot of opinions on. So I suppose that, you know, at some point I would have wanted to try it, but it wasn't the first thing that I wanted to play. And it was definitely not something I was planning on playing on release. So I'll admit, like, I wasn't really planning on streaming the game on release when I said if I got a promo key, I'm going to do it. But a deal's a deal. I am quite happy that I got a chance to play it because this was a very enjoyable time. Do I think this game lives up to the hype? I don't know if I can answer that question, right? Like, this definitely reached a level of hype that I think might be, you know, beyond what any game can pass. And clearly it's rough around the edges. Like, it's very clear, that they were rushing to meet their deadlines. I think that stuff will get resolved. But yeah, I mean, I'm not unhappy that I'm playing the game by any means. I've definitely gone longer than I normally do. And then you get to see it. Will you play more in the future? I think so. I don't know. So I guess maybe I'll leave it for this one. So everybody kind of said that they'd like to see more live casts of this. Now, I'm really enjoying Industries of Titan, and I'm really enjoying Phantom Brigade, and more importantly, those were also promotional keys that I was given. So here's the thing, like, as with Baldur's Gate, I intend to play Cyberpunk for more than one stream, right? It is really not my style to get a key. By the way, I know someone who does this, and it pisses me off a lot. My view on this is if I accept a key, unless it truly turns out that this is a game I either cannot play or is something that legitimately I feel I do not enjoy and I'm not showing it off well, my commitment usually is to do it for more than one stream. And that's true for Baldur's Gate, which I do want to return to, and that's true for this game. But as you can see, there's a lot of games that I'm into right now that are on the list. So I suppose maybe I'd ask you this, like, are you enjoying me kind of slowly going through this game enough that you'd like to see me do this on a somewhat regular basis, once a week, twice a week? Or is this sort of like, I'd like to see this every once in a while, but like maybe this is a little too slow for me being a regular thing? I can also kind of pick up the pace a little bit, but I do enjoy kind of going around and talking about the ideas in the game. All right.
Knew I'd say that. You're for a fight. Which one of you's my guy? Me. I was expecting a tag team, but whatever, I guess. So, who do I got first?
No, you don't get it. That body and this one, I'm the same person.
So, what? I'm seeing double?
I used to be twins, but you could probably guess. Twins had a close bond. They wanted to be closer, stronger. So they installed neural oscillation sinks. And now they're, well, me. One person, two bodies.
Okay, this is a fun little...
My bodies do everything together. Everything.
This is a fun little...
You really do everything together.
That's exactly what I thought.
I have one girlfriend for both bodies. If that's what you're asking. Shared between both.
So, what? One takes waist up and the other's on booty duty?
No, she's with one body Monday through Wednesday and the other Wednesday through Sunday.
I was gonna say, this is like the movie Dead Ringers.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
I gotta take one down before. I gotta get my stamina back up. Wow, this combat is really... Oh, crap. I'm not going to do too many reloads when I screw something up. There was something that went screwy on there. Yeah, I will admit, when I've been looking at the... this is the only time I'm reloading something that I lose, because in role-playing games it is actually kind of fun when you...
You're for a fight. Which one of you's
you know,
my
when
guy?
you lose and have to make things back up.
Expecting a tag team, but whatever, I guess.
But yeah, it's really weird to see them like suddenly take a dive
You don't get it. That body and this
mid-fight.
I'm the same person.
So, what? Seeing double?
I used to be so they installed me. My body.
You really do?
I have one shared between.
So...
No.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
He's trying to do the counter. Ooh. Ah, god damn it.
And 4 fists are better than 2. Feel free to try me again, if you ain't scared.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
I gotta get my money back now.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
So I was trying to do the counters. Yeah, I have no idea where that guy just went. Yeah, so this is the thing that weirds me out, is that when it seems like I'm about to do a counter, he lands the punch instead.
2 heads are better
Yeah.
than 1.
All right, I lied. I am reloading that. So I'm going to take a minute here and experiment. I actually want to see if I can get this counter thing down again. Because if I don't, then it's fairly easy. I just make him hit air. But the other thing I'm trying to get a read on is where their health is at.
This is pointless. I know where I'm
for a
gonna
fight. Wasn't expecting.
No.
So...
I used to. So they. Me. My body.
So...
No. She's.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
Okay, so that's too slow. Okay, that's more like it. That's too early. Okay, too early again. They definitely hit like a truck. Yeah. Yeah, so like that one even had I even had a block up. So, all right, I think maybe I'll just try, like, this is really where I've run out of steam on this. So I was gonna try and meet the client. What I'm gonna try and do is win this. I'm gonna try and win this boxing match by dodging, Maybe I'd actually, you know, it may not be a bad idea just for me to pick it up in next stream.
I know where I'm gonna strike.
And like just start with the fight next stream rather than move like try and wrap it up for tonight. But I'm gonna say maybe trying to fight the trying to do the counterattacks is resulting me in taking too much damage, and I think I'll just try and do a more conventional fight. This shouldn't be that tough, but. Okay, well, he got a couple shots in there, so I'm already... Man, even dodging doesn't... Okay.
Hey, wait!
Whoa. Okay, so that seems to be another case where I took damage for... All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to leave... Oh, okay, well, I'll do one more. I'm probably just too bad at this to manage, and that's fine because it's already 1:15 and I do need to be up for work tomorrow, but I'll give it one more shot. What I think I'll do is I'll just save it in here. I mean, the other thing is I don't actually need to make it for 2,000. I just kind of had the I had the impression that...
This is pointless. I know where I'm gonna...
I had the impression that it was going to be a little bit more straightforward, and it seems... I will admit, one thing that is weirding me out is that they have very erratic movements when they... So like when they miss, they kind of seem to just fall out of view. I'll try and point it out when I talk about it, but... Or sorry, I'll try and point it out when it happens, but...
Show me what you got.
So like when I kind of make him bend over like that, he sometimes... Oh, Jesus. So that's another example where he kind of just flew out of nowhere. I was hoping the guy in the white would come after me.
Hey, look where you're going.
So I thought that would be enough to take him out. Okay, so he's down. So this should be enough. Oh, are you kidding me? All right. Sorry, that was so close, but I think ignoring counters, focusing down one was the right plan. And it just seems to be, so all the counters, all the dodges and that don't mean anything. The optimal strategy is just to block. So this truly is the last time, though.
I know where I'm gonna fight. Which one of you's my guy?
Me. My boss.
This is definitely very different from any of the other fist fights that I've done. This is significantly harder. Mind you, it may be that the other ones aren't calibrated to the difficulty, so...
Show me what you got.
That's a big waste of stamina I just did. Oh, that's, yeah. I really think that, what? All right, sorry, that was disastrous. So I'm trying to figure out, I kind of know that they can break your, I know they can break your blocks, but that didn't seem to be happening before. It might be because of my stamina that happened there?
This is pointless.
I kind of wish it was, I don't know, I wish I could get a better read on exactly how this fight is working. Because it kind of feels like I get hit out of, like when I'm blocking, it kind of feels like I get hit out of nowhere. I definitely overdo some of my stamina. Right, so that's an example where I thought I had my hands up, but apparently I didn't. Alright, that was just me showing him the back of my head. That I can't complain about too much. I gotta get the stamina back instead of retaliating. Oh, that was nice. Alright, I don't get why he's able to go into the crowd. It's kind of like a little invincibility box for him, so I gotta keep the fight away from that. That was a purely lucky counter. Oh, he's down, but I'm gonna have some trouble. So I gotta get my stamina up, and then I just kind of need to keep it vanilla. I think there's nothing for me to. I wonder if for some reason, some of these times I'm just dodging for some reason. That might explain why they suddenly seem to like jerk back and forth. Oh, that's... Alright, that only took like 15 tries. Fair enough. Okay. I have a feeling...
You had enough like your brother, or hungry for more?
That ain't my brother. Oh, that's me. Jesus, what's so hard to understand?
I think probably in future I'm gonna have to find a way to practice my my street fights a little bit more.
Stop talking to yourself.
Listen, out of curiosity, you guys can read each other's thoughts.
No. Same person, same thoughts. If that weren't the case, I'd be on schizoid meds.
Incredible. Well, it's good to see you transition from circus ring to boxing ring.
Give me a break.
Hey, sure the Ripper didn't swap anything else out? Felt like I was fighting against 4 left hands.
Fuck you!
That's especially funny because I obviously struggled with that. All right, couple. Heard you whip the Twin Freaks' asses. Good work. Keep it up. Okay. So you know what? Because that was kind of a drag, let's do. Should be. It's 10 p.m. So let's go to Lizzie's and then we'll say. Then we'll properly call it a night. It's 300 meters. I wonder... 300 meters doesn't seem like the sort of thing I should walk. Oops. I do want to figure out what's going on with that, I'm assuming that's like a police event. Am I just not allowed to move forward here? It's really slowing down. Alright, screw it. Hey, it's good luck. Enjoying the experience so far? Yeah, I definitely enjoy... new Mass Effect title was unveiled at the Game Awards. Oh, that's really neat. If it's Liara, that's actually particularly interesting that they're going back to sort of the world of the. I kind of was under the impression that they were moving on to like proper breaks. One of the things I don't like so far is driving. Yeah, the driving feels very erratic, but I tend to find that's true for most games like this, for me at least. But yes, Get Locked. I mean, the game is obviously very rough around the edges. I am actually so I'm glad that I've been doing the Elder Scrolls recently because I really feel like it's prepped me for enjoying this kind of experience. And I think because the Elder Scrolls games were trying to sort of capture a tabletop role-playing experience as a video game, and the fact that this game is sort of taking on an RPG like Cyberpunk, now Cyberpunk Red. It's interesting to sort of see how this world has been realized. You know, I think you'll notice that I've been trying to avoid relating the game to its hype because I don't think the hype is the interesting thing about this. A couple of the viewers here, like Angry Cat, has definitely been struggling with the experience on PlayStation. I'm lucky enough that by and large the game is playable. But I did just have that boxing sequence where, admittedly, I was probably a little underprepared for the fight. Like, I think probably I'm playing at a higher difficulty and I'm not that good with the mechanics. But on the other hand, there's a lot of janky stuff in that fight, which I felt kept me from being able to, like, do what I had intended. So, but I mean, I'll admit, I am enjoying this more than I thought I would.
Looking a little put out there, input. Interest you in a preem BD?
Not my first time.
Don't remember you.
'Cause I didn't get in through the front.
Huh, get a load of this one. Right. Rules are simple. Someone catches your eye, you do not grab them. You find them in the catalog, ask for a BD, and get yourself a box. No recording, no copping feels when the guards ain't looking. In you go. Welcome to Lizzie's.
Okay. I'm gonna save here. Because I believe in the first brain dance sequence, there might be something that's subject to a DMCA. I kind of wanted to do the informant, though. All right, if the brain dance sequence comes up, I'm going to end the stream there. And if there isn't a brain dance sequence, then I'll try and do the... It is between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., right? Yeah, it's 10 p.m.
What a
It's one of those stories that is either very simple or very complicated, depending on who you ask. For Janice, it was a mix of both. The Mox came to exist because it had to. We didn't have a soul in our corner, and no one to make sure that street justice was on our side. So we took matters into our own hands. The Mox is composed of people who, if any of them disappeared from the streets tomorrow, you might never even notice. Sex workers, penniless artists, aimless rebels, and restless souls who weren't dealt a fair hand. Today, the Mox is thriving, as demonstrated by the booming biz of Lizzie's Bar. Lizzie's is renowned for being arguably the best brain dance club in Night City. Corporate suits, gangoons, pop stars, and locals alike gathered at Lizzie's to kick back, have a drink, and dip into the most beautifully scrolled and tuned BDs you've ever experienced. Most customers, however, are oblivious to the fact that the club is gang-owned and operated, and that the Mox are in charge, watching after their own, just like the Lizzie of legend once did. Know the story? Lizzie used to work here back when she was just a typical dive. When it was just a typical dive with a stripper pole, Janice proudly explained. She took care of the girls, made sure the eddies were falling into the pockets, and their teeth weren't falling to the curb. Like this one time, this fucker, editor's note referring to an old Tiger Claws gang member, was having too much fun with one of the girls, and Lizzie couldn't stomach it anymore. Story is she deprived the worm of his little tiger balls so quick and nasty that it took him 2 days to clean up all the blood and puke splatter. Of course, the Claws found out fast, and they flatlined her in a flash. But everyone said that she had impacted in some way, and they were still around. They come together, fought back, and, well, you already know the rest.
Little face you have. What the hell was that?
What did you just say?
Kiss my dead spunk!
She's like, what a nice little face you have. Okay, never mind. I thought that this might be a brain dance thing, but... Slavoj McAllister in the news again. Pompous asshole or eccentric genius? Acclaimed rocker boy Slavoj McAllister has ruffled feathers yet again following his most recent performance at nightclub Totentas. While a rock concert brawl is no big news in itself, several official sources allege it was McAllister who instigated the violent outbreak after hurling a tear gas canister at paparazzi in the crowd. Before the booze-fueled melee got heated, the Cartesian duelists premiered new songs Cybernetic Soul, Mind is Freedom, and Cogito Ergo Sum, which, as usual, have critics divided. Lyrically, the new singles touch on issues such as the internal struggle of body and mind, the limitations of our senses, and the search for absolute truths. Some critics consider the new material pseudo-intellectual drivel. Others praise the band's fresh, innovative spin on the genre. Beyond the brawl, even McAllister's headlines are making headlines. When asked in an interview with the N54 News about the cryptic title of the track "Cogito Ergo Sum," what the cryptic title of the title track. By the way, I also don't know if it's Cogito or Cogito. I guess it's Cogito Ergo Sum meant. I know it's I think therefore I am, but. The rocker boy replied, he ain't revved by questions from gonk brain frauds. What are you? Despite, or perhaps thanks to, the numerous controversies ever swirling around the Cartesian Duelists frontman. By the way, that's a great name for a band. His popularity continues to swell. The band's new album is slated for release soon, and if you believe the chatter on the net, it will be entitled War of Truths.
Hey.
Get you something.
So, curious. The name Lizzie's. Is that the owner?
Not for a long while, no. And it's none too sweet a story.
Somehow I think I'm going to hear it.
Real Lizzie ran a strip joint out of this place back in the day. Lizzie's bar. Those were paid right, insured, and had decent security. Good spot, all in all.
Let me guess. It didn't last?
No, Tiger Claws took care of that. Tiger beat one of Lizzie's girls, real bad ones. No hesitation, Lizzie blasted the guy's balls off. Gang came back the next day. Liz was done.
Tigers gave this place up to the Mox in the end, though, didn't they?
Sort of. The Moxes had to make a deal with it. Luckily, they kept their heads, organized quick. Big boss now is Susie Q. But the sign stayed up, out of respect. Biz booms to this day.
I'm looking for Evelyn Parker. You know if she's here?
Who's asking?
Big tipper. Generous when I get the answers I'm looking for.
Appreciate the gesture, truly. But afraid I don't get paid to talk. Opposite.
It's all right, Mateo.
Yeah, Evelyn Parker.
I knew it was you as soon as you walked in.
Why not say hello soon?
I wanted to get a good look at you first.
Why are we meeting here? Any particular reason? Actually, it doesn't seem much like your thing, this place.
I'll take that as a compliment. Come on. No place we can talk where ears won't prick up to listen.
We'll be in the lounge, Mateo. Anyone asks, we're not here.
Can't I have the tequila?
So, what
Nothing's
can a
wrong.
horny girl
Really?
like me do
Why don't
for
you
a
just tell me the
guy
truth?
like you?
I just
A
told
little
you.
vanilla and sprinkles? Or kinkier? Wax? Maybe electricity? Zappies?
Family of Empire, the legacy of Arasaka needs no introduction. The Arasaka Corporation is one of the world's most powerful, with offices located in every major metropolis across the globe. For years, it has been behind the proverbial wheel of our planet's economy and society. The history of Arasaka and Night City is deserving of its own article, but suffice to say, the media industry in our city follows the family behind the megacorp as closely as they do the share prices. The story of the Arasaka family is one of empire, a true dynasty under the rule of patriarch Saburo Arasaka. Rumors of the great Saburo's retirement and cessation of company control, as well as of its closely guarded secrets to his daughter Hanako and son Yorinobu, have come and passed in recent years, but has the time come where such rumors may finally contain a grain of truth? Our sources report that Yorinobu Arasaka is currently in Night City, but not for a social call. And yet, if Yorinobu is strategizing a move for the throne, what of Hanako? Experts who follow the family closely unanimously agree that, due to the ideological differences between Saburo and Yorinobu, Hanako will likely cement herself as the one true heir to the immense fortune and power of the Arasaka family. However, reality is hardly ever so predictable. Familial power dynamics can shift in an instant. For example, what would happen if Hanako fell from favor at a time when Yorinobu had his father's ear? A scenario might cause such a fall. No family is without its secrets, and the Arasakas are no exception. After all, what appears first as heaven appears second as hell. Japanese proverb.
Dex had a load to say about you. Called you professional, effective, and trustworthy. I hope he wasn't overselling.
I'm good at what I do. Got a solid crew on my back, too. Never once botched a job.
You do realize I expect more of you than scraping street corner data terms. Much, much more.
I'm the best, and I know what I'm getting into. Dex was clear. The job's high risk.
By the way, you work together long? You and Dex?
You writing Dex's bio? Hate to disappoint, but I just don't know much.
In other words, you hardly know each other. Yet he fingered you for this job. Curious.
Shit, buzz Dex right now if you're getting cold feet. I can wait.
I doubt he'd add anything I haven't already heard. Anything I'd really like to hear, for that matter. There's only one other bunch that's worse than fixers in that respect. Used car salesmen. I'll go with my gut for now.
The animation on this is really good, by the way. Like I particularly like the lighting and how they've handled her. I don't know. I guess apparently this character got all the polish.
Let's cut to the chase. What do you got for me?
Your target. I trust you know what it is.
Relic. Secure your soul trinket. Key tech in the program, actually. We're tangling with Arasaka, making this heist one dangerous, risky motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Arasaka's poured billions into personality transfer technology. But me, I just want the data on this one. The chip is tucked away inside Konpeki Plaza, the hotel. You ever been?
Arasaka seems to have quite the touch with that hotel chain. But I gotta say, Konpeki in Tokyo still leagues above the rest.
The two are identical to each other.
Japan's staff, huh? The service can't be beat. Singapore, Paris, Washington, all the rest act like charity case cousins by comparison.
Well, it's hard to argue with that. True.
So where's this chip hiding exactly?
In a suite on the top floor. The room's occupied by Yorinobu Arasaka.
Yorinobu Arasaka? In Night City? Guess the scream sheets weren't lying this time.
It's on the lips of everyone in the city. Saburo Arasaka's only surviving son, heir apparent to the Arasaka Empire, in town. Please.
Could it be? Emperor's prepared to cede his throne after 150 years? Doubt it.
Only a handful of people in Night City know what the Arasaka's real plans are.
Telling me you're one of them?
I'm guessing, by the way, that the Patriarch is putting his consciousness into the relic, but...
V?
So we're not jumping the corp. We're jumping Yorinobu Arasaka himself.
Yorinobu is a puppet. He lost all his cards years ago when he failed to do Daddy's bidding. Saburo's had Yuri's balls in a vice for years. He might just turn the screw and crush them outright if he learns his son's up to no good again.
Even so, it's still Yorinobu fucking Arasaka. Top dog like Yorinobu's bound to have an army on call. Hotel's probably a goddamn fortress by now, too.
Yorinobu keeps exactly no hustle around. Not one guard. Got rid of them a long time ago.
Huh. Why's that?
Surely you know what they say about Arasaka intel. Sneeze in Night City, and a blossom drops from a cherry tree in Tokyo. Yorinobu was convinced his Arasaka security detail reported directly to his father.
Look, if you've got any spare aces up your sleeve, now's the time to show them.
Now this should make your prick perk up. Yorinobu recently swiped the chip from an Arasaka laboratory. He's made a deal with Netwatch. Aims to sell it to them. Have you spotted my ace yet, or do I need to spell things out?
Nope, don't buy it. Netwatch's integrity rests on their neutrality. Why would they tarnish their rep by procuring stolen goods?
Netwatch provides net security for all corporations, and collects eddies in the millions for it. But in this day and age, everyone's in the game, and no one can afford to be a saint. To win, one has to go all in.
So what's Yorinobu due to walk away with?
Unimportant. You focus on the biochip.
What could cyberspace's watchers and protectors offer him? Intelligence on his enemies?
That doesn't matter in the least. Because you'll make sure the transaction never happens, and I get the chip.
Fine. So no Arasaka security on the device, because Yorinobu whisked it away in secret. Now, where's he hiding it?
Likely in a specialized container. One that mimics an organic neural environment. On the outside, it looks like an ordinary briefcase.
And the case is...
You'll see for yourself soon enough. Provided we're done gossiping about the Arasakas.
Heard a bit about Yorinobu. Studied finance and biotech in Tokyo. Probably to please his father.
Mm-hmm. Saburo was grooming him to be his successor.
But then Yorinobu cut himself off from the Corp. Joined the Steel Dragons, nomads from Tokyo. Heard they were planning an Arasaka coup, or its downfall.
That flash of youthful rebellion ended like it usually does. Yorinobu returned to the fold, but the bitter taste remained. You know your stuff. But that's only one side of him. There's another. An intelligent man who has his own designs on the Corp.
Seems to be risking everything with this relic scam.
Yes, because he's fallen for the biggest lie this town puts forward. That he can gain and retain control of anything.
One more thing. Data that's on the chip. What is it?
Irrelevant, entirely.
We're talking about data Yorinobu snuck out of Arasaka. What's more, he wants to pass it on to Netwatch. Sounds pretty damn relevant to me.
Listen, V. The relic. That's my concern. Your concern? Earning a paycheck. Just get the job done. I'll make sure your bank accounts are sated.
Okay, what's next?
Now comes the best part. Follow me. Got something for you. Should help you plan. Brain dance from Konpeki Plaza.
Okay.
How's a brain dance supposed to help? Need facts, not thrills.
Can I save here? No.
Think BDs are only good for fondling virtual tits? Jacking off to in those boxes? No. They can be a very useful tool. Good for analyzing details human perception, even boosted, doesn't grasp. Exactly what you need.
So what's on the tape?
Yorinobu's suite, the glorious interior. You'll need to locate the relic yourself. Hope I grabbed enough detail to make that possible.
Am I allowed to save now? Yes. Okay. So this is truly where I'm going to end tonight. But it sounds like it does sound like people would like to see me continue playing this game. I don't mind playing it, but here's the deal. In addition to a promo key for Cyberpunk 2077, I was given promo keys for Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. And so I actually really enjoy those games. They are independent games by Canadian developers, and so I'm really heavily inclined to make sure I cover those regularly. So I need to sort out for myself how I'm going to handle doing more Cyberpunk. I think people have been pretty clear on that. I'm also going to assume you guys would like to see more Baldur's Gate, so I'm going to have to figure out a way to properly do RPGs, because I know I like taking my time, and I think it's neat to be able to talk. I am actually sorry that I didn't get a chance to talk more about the ideas in the game, but you know, I dealt with them as they came up, and then there were some other things that I was talking about in between. So I don't know. I'll keep that in mind for next time. So but here's the thing. I hear you. I'm going to assume nobody here is going to say, you know, I want less Cyberpunk. And so, I mean, if you do, let me know that as well. But I'm gonna do my best to find how to fit this into the schedule while still handling the stuff that I want. I hope this wasn't disappointing to you folks, because I do know that my style it's not always the best for you know, for popular games. But I have actually been rather pleased by the response. So anyways, all good things must come to an end. I actually really need to go to bed, but I think Night Valian is streaming tonight. He's doing Haven, which wasn't really on my radar, but he has been really selling me on this game. So we'll do the raid. I'd love it if you guys would come along for it. I know there's not as many people here. As soon as I said I was wrapping up, there's not as many people here. The reason I'm ending before the brain dance sequence is I am told that there might be DMCA material in it, and it's possible that there was a patch to fix it, but I would like to take some time to get that settled for myself. So I'm gonna see what happened in the patches. I'm gonna get a quick read on the status of that, and I figure if nothing else, I'm going to be able to shift the clip to sort of cut out the moment if that's what it comes down to. So it is also worth mentioning that apparently the brain dance sequences do have a rather strong seizure risk, and so I'd kind of like to be upfront with people saying is like, hey, keep in mind this is the thing that's going to come up, and it seems as good of a spot to end there. So I hope you guys have a good night. Please treat Night Valian well. And I'm going to be doing I'm going to be doing my regular cast on Friday. I'm not likely to do Cyberpunk 2077 because I really do want to get back to Industries of Titan. But I will make it up to you. I will make sure that I do more Cyberpunk if you're interested. And I don't know, we'll see you next time. Have a good evening. Thank you to GOG for the key. And I'll see some of you tomorrow.